The Arden name held considerable value in this world. They nurtured countless guardians, and their group sword formations and strategies were so articulate and systematic that even the militaries of several nations would invite them to become their instructor. The one reigning over that household with his absolute charisma was Garand Arden, but his successor had yet to be decided. It was because he hadn't acknowledged anyone in his son's generation. Even though he had left all the matters of the household to the current family head, his true successor hadn't been decided for over 30 years. And in this current generation, the Sword Emperor had finally acknowledged someone as his true successor, 2 of them at that. Lunia Arden. Alicia Arden. That stubborn Sword Emperor had finally chosen his successors, but the Arden household was nonetheless in an uproar. Even a group of beasts needed a clear hierarchy and a boss, so it was obvious that a family of humans, especially one that pursued martial arts, would need a clear leader. There could not be 2 successors of the enormous family of Ardens. Whether it be the main family or the branch families, it was great to have many arms and legs, but there had to be no more than one head. The Sword Emperor, who had an absolute position in the household, had chosen 2 people as his successor candidates, so a strife was inevitable. At that point, it wouldn't just be a competition of which side was stronger, it was bound to lead to internal divisions in the family due to personal profits and wants. However, there was no such strife in the Arden household. Who the next family head will be wasn't even a topic for discussion. It was simple. Even if the head of a group of beasts was to choose 2 candidates to be the next leader, it was impossible for there to be a conflict if one of them was overwhelmingly stronger than the other. Anyone could tell just by seeing how one of the most representative elites of the Arden family, the 5 swords of the First Sword Squad, were following Lunia without a sliver of doubt. No one in the family, and those with authority, were skeptical about Lunia being the next in line. Even the competitor Alicia Arden wasn't an exception. That was how powerful Lunia Arden was. Think of this as a fight against a unique grade. It took about 3 seconds for the students of Team B to process Lunia Arden's words. Why was she talking about a unique grade all of a sudden? What exactly were unique grades? Simply put, they were those whose strength was immeasurable. Unlike Grade 1, there was no clear standard that could be used to measure those beings, so all of them were just referred to as unique grade. Marie Dinaref, after awakening into a vampire, and the unsealed heavenly Yiksha Huaran were such examples. They were like natural disasters that could stand toe-to-toe against an entire legion, and dozens of guardians might not even be able to defeat them together. Unique grades were true monsters that most guardians would not come across in their entire life. And Lunia Arden was a monster among monsters that could compete against those monsters. Kwang. Kwayak. Explosions constantly echoed from all sides. The flat grounds of the stadium were destroyed and were turned upside down as the screams of my peers occasionally reached all the way from the other side of the debris that had been created from Lunia's attacks. I swear the original stadium was a neat square carved from stone, but not a trace of its previous appearance remained on the shattered grounds. I wasn't expecting to have 2 unique grade fights in my life. This is hard to get used to. I wholeheartedly agreed with Jaeger's words. Even though I had experienced it several times, everyone that had unique in their name were all monsters that I just couldn't get used to. Who's that? Huh? Of course it's Lark. Who the heck is this? Hearing my question, Jaeger turned to his right hand at the one he was carrying. He was the peer Jaeger had grabbed by the collar to bring all the way here before the incoming disaster, thinking that it was Lark. Where's Lark? Oh. Lark had foams in his mouth and was lying unconscious at the center of the broken stadium. What an unlucky guy. Isn't Senior Lunia being too mean? Why is she so serious against students? She is holding back. If she was serious, half of us would have evaporated in less than 10 seconds. Turning my head from the stone ground that was poking up like a strange statue, I looked at the center of the thunderous roars. At the epicenter was the personification of violence that was indiscriminately sending students of Team B off into the air. You're too tense. If you're not certain, always be prepared to change your path. Do not shout the name of your skill. Are you trying to explain your skill to your enemy? Practice working together before trying a pincer attack. That is why you are running into each other on repeat. As expected of a swordsmanship instructor, she was a proficient teacher. She was instructing the students on what they should improve on during those short bouts. Unlike Alicia, who couldn't even take care of herself, Lunia was a complete veteran swordsman. She was a finished genius who did not need to be trained, unlike the other named characters that could enter the party. How close am I to her now? In the last iteration, I had the chance to fight together with Lunia, who had joined the party after Alicia's death. She even taught me and helped me train. My master was the one who taught me the spear, but it wasn't an overstatement to say that Lunia was the one who taught me how to fight. Until the very end of the last iteration, I had been unable to reach her toes. If not for that damn Mr. Park's preference for males, she probably would have taken my position in the party. Kwang. At this rate, it would take around 30 seconds for Team B to be annihilated. Honestly, I had been waiting for her to show a gap in her defense, but then our eyes met. Her eyes that were as deep as the abyss had been staring at only me ever since the start of the test. I was completely being marked. She wasn't even giving me the chance to use other guys as bait. Jaeger. NN? There's a sword aura flying our way. Bend your back. What do you? Kuhik. Kwang. Despite my warning, Jaeger was too late to react. He was hit by the small ball of sword aura that came through the obstacle and flew all the way out of the arena. I would have loved to give a bit of guidance, but that is way below the mark. At last, my greatest fear had come to reality. It was a one-on-one fight against Lunia Arden. 14 knights and mages were unable to hold off against the generous lectures of Lunia and were all one-shot. Against monsters like Lunia, it was pointless to have a crowd of guys that had a little bit of skill. Every powerhouse that had the word unique next to their name were beings that could control the flow of a battle by themselves. Can I surrender? You may if you want to get the lowest mark. But you won't, will you? I doubt you are willing to let go of such an opportunity either. Right. It was as she said. As someone without any special eyes or abilities, the goal I had to aspire for was Lunia Arden. Fighting her one-on-one was a lesson in itself, which was why I didn't even bother creating a party on the spot. If I was going to replace the player, I would eventually have to overcome her with my own strength at one point. We silently gazed at each other. Now, there was only Lunia and me on the stage. The appearance of big shots like Lunia Arden and the 5 swords made the crowd go fanatic. Lunia Arden was pretty much the next head of the renowned Arden family. She was the sword master, a heroine that was built different. She was the representative icon of this era that was admired by everyone who aspired to become a guardian. The might she displayed against the students of Team B was one-sided and impressive. It made the students realize that it was possible for a human to be that strong. There's only one guy left. Who is that guy? I saw him at the training rooms. He's a grade 5. It's gonna be over in an instant. I bet he'll last 3 seconds. Let's hurry up and move on to the next team. Is it going to be Ms. Lunia again? I can't believe I'm seeing her fight with my own eyes. It would have been better if the last one was either Doron or Alicia though. The muffled mutters of the crowd reached the partially destroyed arena, but the 2 knights on the stage did not move a single inch. It was as if the torrent of words that were being sent by the hundreds of audience were unable to create any ripples on their tranquil hearts. Khajiit. Lunia's sword slashed through the ground. The stone floors were destroyed and a layer of dust rose up that concealed her feet and her posture. Was she going to dash in? Or was she going to slash down? They were about 15 meters apart. How would that be any meaningful? Kang. Lunia kicked with her foot. The broken fragments of stone were shot out like bullets and at the same time, her body vanished in the air. Soon, her body reappeared in front of Corinne Lorque, who had calmly received the stone bullets. It was an ambush, without any signals. It was normal for there to be no starting signals in a real battle, but it was evidently clear that Lunia was showing a completely different attitude to the one she showed against other students. Kong. Cocking. Their weapons intertwined and clinked. Without stopping with a block, Corinne retaliated with his spear. Their weapons clashed 3 times in that short instant. Taking half a step back, Lunia took a high-level posture and slashed her sword down. Furious tiger, golden pheasant, horizontal slash, pure light. It was beautiful. Her sword flowed elegantly and naturally like that of flowing water. Each of her stances continued in a perfect sequence that made her elegantly pressure the opponent. The spear rose up in a counterattack. Allowing the attack that was aiming at her neck to graze past it, she fought back against her enemy who was trying to sneak into her territory. It was a picturesque example of how not to overdodge the opponent's attack and retaliate at the same time. She was in full control of their distance, with a precise awareness of space without allowing even a single millimeter of miscalculation. By reading the opponent's movement, she avoided in the best and shortest manner possible and slashed at the speed of sound. She was incomparably more skilled than most first-rate knights. It was to be expected of the sword master. They could understand it by considering her form as the pinnacle of knights, but that was why it was all the more difficult for them to believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. How is that a freshman? Instant slash, advancing fong, reverse kill, soaring heavens, lightning. Trap and stab, ominous snake, secret arts, breaking heavens, reversed heaven, tiger's gust. Lunia's consecutive attacks, that had been constantly raging from the start, were being offset by similar attacks. The crowd was deathly silent. They could understand Lunia, because she was a semi-unique grade knight. She was the pride of the Arden family and was the captain of the first sword squad. But Corinne Lorque wasn't. He was a freshman, and he was a grade 5 knight. How could such a person fight on equal grounds with Lunia Arden? How was that even possible? Kagek. After a surprising clash of consecutive attacks, they came to a little stalemate as the swordsman and the spear-bearer stopped on top of the stage. Hugh. Out of stamina, huh? What a shame. Corinne Lorque was the first to get tired from the fierce battle that made its onlookers turn breathless. Clink. Lunia sheathed her sword. It wasn't a show of praise that he had done well for a freshman student. The Arden sword draw art wasn't just used for ambush. It was a killing move that was perfected with the aura within the scabbard accelerating the blade to show the might of sword draw art. Domain severance? Sheathing the sword was a warning sign of the Sword Emperor Garand that he will be using the strongest killing move of the Arden family. Try defending this. Show me a response that befits your spearmanship. Her voice reached only him and not the audience as Corinne immediately lowered his body like a leopard. What? What is she trying to do? A flustered gasp left from the crowd. Whyish. A flood of aura was being emanated into the air, with Lunia at the center. Some of the students and professors that were more sensitive to auras felt like they were being surrounded by sharp swords all around. It was coming. The unstoppable wave of death was coming. Wait. Are you trying to kill the student? Stop the test right now. The professors shot out of their seats, with the first being Old Man Heyman. As soon as he was about to rush into the arena, the world came to a stop. It was a suspended world that the audience could not perceive. Fatigue was no longer relevant and the physical abilities of both parties were also meaningless. She took half a step forward. Lunia Arden placed a step onto the suspended world. Arden first sword style, false domain severance. The world stopped. A short-term battle without any plans on prolonging the fight. After forcing out everything I could, my body was now perfectly warmed up. False domain severance. Inside the suspended world, the blade moved slowly like a video, in slow motion. I thrusted my fastest spear at her sword. Ominous snake, extreme arts, soaring snake, rearing head of the venomous dragon? Damn it. My spear did not move. I could clearly tell this time because I could compare it with a move that was in the same domain. I could not move in the suspended world. I could only perceive it. Was it a coincidence when I thought I did it against Marie? Was I still unable to make use of the domain? It was just one step that I needed, but I couldn't take that step forward. According to the setting, that should be the same for Lunia. And that meant that even her current attack was just a fake version of the real domain severance. The time it took for the blade to slowly approach me wasn't even as long as the time it would take for me to blink my eyes. My hypersensitive senses were perceiving every millimeter of the approaching blade. I could see it, but my body. Crying. In the suspended world, I heard an echo that shouldn't even be audible. It was the screeching sound of metal. Lunia widened her eyes. Surprise and fluster. I could see her expression going through a massive change in the blink of an eye. I managed to move the spear by a tiny bit. It wasn't a mastered technique, nor the original rearing head of the venomous dragon, but a normal stab. Right when the spearhead collided with Lunia's sword. Jeek! Her sword slashed through my spear like a bamboo stick and barely stopped right in front of my nose. Looks like there is a long way to go for both you and myself. Hack, hack. I felt stifled, like I was hyperventilating. It was only for a split second, but my arm was sore as if I had been stabbing the spear tens of thousands of times. There was a time when I had a similar feeling to this. It was during the fight against Marie. I was also suddenly fatigued like this when I was landing the last strike on her. At the same time, a sense of omnipotence filled my body. It felt like the surrounding aura was connected to my skin, as if they were a part of my body like my arms and my legs. Congratulations. You have reached the level of being able to intervene into the domain. Can you feel it? This is the domain. It's something you understand with your instincts, not your brain. A sense of omnipotence, as if you are the center of the world. What is next? Even this was nothing but a false domain severance to Lunia. What was she aiming for that she was looking down on herself so much? In the game, the martial arts of this world had only been expressed with killing moves and powerful abilities with cool names, but how far can they go in this real world? I was feeling this omnipotent from just barely interfering with the domain. I do not know. Sorry? There definitely is something beyond this. That senile old man proved it with his life, but I could not reach it myself. The realm beyond. In the previous generation, only the Sword Emperor and my master were able to reach that realm. If so, then what about Alicia, who the company had officially announced as someone that could do so? More importantly, you need a better spear. Your weapon is too weak compared to your abilities. That wasn't something Lunia should say. Even though my spear was completely broken, Lunia's sword also had a crack from that collision, despite being an expensive sword. Just a slight intervention into the domain had caused our weapons to become like this, and that was enough to explain why special swords like the demon-slaying sword were a must. I sneaked a glance at Alicia. Her eyes were wide open and were contracted into a diamond shape, and her dropped chin showed no signs of closing back up. I guess I had achieved the intended goal. Seems that you knew about Alicia's talents as well. The reason Lunia pretty much pinpointed me was because she wanted to show this to Alicia. And likewise for me, this was about half of my intended objective. Both Lunia and I knew about Alicia's trauma, or rather, her uniqueness. I will be staying in this city for a while. There is a business to take care of, but in the meantime, I will crush Alicia Arden. She declared to me with a cold smile. Aren't you her sister? Yes. Because I am her older sister, I have the right to trample on Alicia. It is a rightful power given to me, her sister. What a gruesome fight between siblings. It wasn't a good turn of events for me. Even if Alicia's heart was to be crushed because of Lunia, Lunia wouldn't join as a party member. She would only join if Alicia died. If Lunia came out on top of the fight between siblings, both Alicia and Lunia would be eliminated from the main scenario with zero benefits. In other words, what I had to do was, I have to complete Alicia's domain severance. I had to trigger the trauma and her true nature that Alicia was in denial of, and awaken the true Alicia mode. Naturally, there was no need to be in a hurry. In fact, it was a bad call to be in a hurry. As soon as Alicia Arden completely acquired domain severance, that would lead to the concluding scenario between Alicia and Lunia. Lunia would immediately issue a fight between herself and Alicia using her power as the squad captain. A fight with the 5 swords and a boss fight against Lunia Arden. There was no way the current untrained Alicia, without enough practice time, would ever be able to defeat such illogically tough opponents. It used to be a forced event back in the game, but there probably had to be a trigger now that this was the real world. I could come up with 2 conditions. Alicia learning domain severance. Lunia hearing the news about Alicia successfully using domain severance. Acquiring the killing move of Arden's symbol of absolute power, Sword Emperor Garand, would signify that Alicia had become a full-fledged successor candidate that could threaten Lunia's position. Corinne Lorque. Full marks. You will also get some extra marks. Thank you. I walked out of the arena. On the way, I found Alicia, who was still drooling with her mouth still open. Her concentration was at an absurdly unimaginable level. She looked as if she was possessed by a ghost. The professors of the night department as well as the instructors that were invited from the outside were all dumbfounded from the scene before their eyes. Even though Lunia Arden had gone up the stage as the instructor, they weren't thinking of this as a chance to look at her real skills, because the students were far below where she was. However, what they saw went completely against their expectations. The entire arena was in tatters. There was not a single place to stand on, and there were craters everywhere. They were awed by the half-demolished arena before their eyes. As expected of the contemporary sword master that was said to be the next sword emperor in line, as expected of the heroine, her skills were far above the norm. But what was more surprising was that her true skills had been forced out by a random grade 5 student. Their last attack was a horrifying scene for everyone that was walking down the path of martial arts. It was something they could barely perceive, and upon seeing it, everyone realized that it was in a realm that they would never be able to reach even if they were to spend their entire life training. They despaired at the face of overwhelming talent. Although they were dumbstruck after seeing that outrageous battle, one of the knights soon came to himself and raised a doubt. Professor Fermac. Is that student really a grade 5 knight? How is that possible? He fought on equal grounds with Lunia Arden. They were in a panic. Usually, the strength of a knight was determined by their aura rank and their aura capacity. A grade 5 knight should be below average on both aspects, but if so, then what in the world was the thing that just happened in front of their very own eyes? Unlike the professors and the invited instructors that were still in a panic, Old Man Heyman quietly gazed at Corinne, who was walking down the stage. He's that student that was trying to touch the elemental body. Old Man Heyman could still remember the reckless student who challenged what he couldn't achieve. He was fond of that relentless spirit and had even given him meal tickets. He never looked for him, so Old Man Heyman was under the impression that he had failed and definitely wasn't expecting him to demonstrate something like this today. That was already beyond the level of students. How many students in Merkava Academy would be able to be compared to the grade 5 knight, Corinne Lorque? The names Biesker and Marie Dinaref appeared in his mind, but Old Man Heyman shook his head. Unlike them, Corinne Lorque and his talents were rather different. He felt like he had caught a glimpse into an extraordinary talent that couldn't be explained with the likes of strength or aura. His talents were in the fathomable realm of the unknown. That's impossible. Professor Fermac glared daggers at Corinne Lorque behind his sunglasses. The afro-haired professor, who was always carefree, was flustered, unlike his usual self. If not for his sunglasses, someone would have already noticed that something was wrong with him. How is he using that person's skills? His words failed to reach anyone's ears and were buried under the deafening cheers of the crowd. The death of a human was different from that of a beast. It was something obvious that she knew with her head from all the ethics lessons, but that realization only dawned on her when she cut someone for the first time. We can't stop the blood. But the non-lethal spell was there. How is this possible? She remembered the first time she went to an actual fight. She remembered how she frowned after seeing the intestines and blood that were flowing out of the body of a grade 5 demonic beast. It felt unpleasant, but that was it. She had ended its life while detesting the sight of the beast that had bloody foams on its mouth during its death. However, the smell of human blood was unpleasant in a different sense. Grkk. The air felt different. The smell was clinging on. It was her first time, but she immediately noticed that this heavy stench was something that accompanied the disappearance of a life. No. She couldn't directly look at her opponent, who probably had blood foams on their mouth. No matter how she tried, she couldn't look at them. Forcing herself to turn away from the horrifying and terrible scenery, she looked away, and what entered her eyes then was a blade gleaming in darkness. The silver blade of the sword was giving off a black luster. The beauty of that sword ended up stealing her attention. Her parched throat let out a dry groan. The sunlight shining through the window slowly awakened Alicia's senses. Ugh, so sweaty. The desire to sleep 5 more minutes and the desire to wash her drenched body, the one that came out on top in the internal contest was the latter. Putting her feet into the slippers on the floor, she slowly opened her hazy eyes and saw the bunk bed on the other side. It seemed that her roommates were outside somewhere. Oh right. I need to work. It had already been 3 days since the end of the interim exams, and she had to clear missions to earn a living. After slowly getting ready, Alicia went to the mission board and looked for a decent job. Patrol mission, 6 hours. 20 silver coins. Subjugation of a horned rat nest, approximately 4 hours. 15 silver coins. Patrol in the sewers, approximately 5 hours. 25 silver coins. Looking for short-term bodyguard, 2 days. A night above grade 3. 50 silver coins. Accommodation and food will be provided. Academic research, capturing a Beowulf, 70 silver coins. The missions Alicia was looking for were all easy and convenient ones with less risk. Although it was normal for knights to look for risky missions that were half a level higher than their abilities, Alicia did not pay any attention to them. Urgent, looking for the murderer of the city of Fog, permission from the department and a consultation from a professor required. Ugh. That looks super dangerous. John Doe, the murderer from the city of Fog, Hayes. It was said that he had infiltrated Mercarva City recently and everyone was in an uproar. There had even been an official announcement from the Elrath Kingdom and it seemed that elite students and the professors were employed to the search mission. There were talks about elite parties being formed around the representatives of each year, Vampire Marie Dinaref and Beasker the Berserker. Whatever the case, it had nothing to do with her. Living quietly without being swept into large events, that was the only thing Alicia wanted. Beowulf. She had been in danger on the way to the city because of the interference of someone that had been trying to kill her, but it was a demonic beast that she could easily defeat with her skills. Seeing the name, Beowulf, reminded her of the past. I wonder where the benefactor is now. Thinking of the person who saved her, Alicia touched the belt on her waist. This is the finished spear. Oh. On the weekend, I visited Fergus's smithy after hearing that the spear was finished and unveiled the cloth that was wrapped around the spear. Is this exactly as I ordered? Yes. How did you even know about the secret techniques of our family? You don't need to know. One of the quests of the truth behind the blacksmiths, the truth behind the weapon breaker had 2 choices. One of them was to enact justice by telling the world about his wrongdoings, while the other was threatening Fergus to take the hidden blueprint of his family. The justice route would lead to a forever farewell with this blueprint, so I chose the latter. According to the original storyline, Fergus would be arrested after a while. I taught him a lesson this time around, so if he didn't rectify his own actions, then what happened in the future would be totally up to him. Anyway. Who exactly are you, sir? NN? Where's this from? None of the magic stones that went into the spear are normal materials, and yet the Academy gave them without any hesitation. You mean that? All the materials that went into the production of the spear were all precious. Including the unique grade soul dust that I got, there were also grade 2 runestones and grade 1 refined silver. Silver Spear. Its full name was Spear of the Silver Knights of the Kingdom of Shadows. It was a legendary ranked weapon which was one level below epic. Refined silver was one of the magic stones alongside the unbreakable stone that was used for Alicia's demon-slaying sword that could withstand the risk of the domain. Besides, it was a good conductor of aura and was thus one of the best materials for a weapon. Unlike the immensely expensive unbreakable stone which could barely be obtained towards the end of the story, refined silver was a lot more applicable for mass production. It would cost hundreds of gold coins to make weapons like this using such expensive materials. But of course, none of the players would break through with money for all the materials, and the standard path was to use the materials that were accumulated throughout the quests to craft weapons. However, I had the full support of the chairman behind me. Even though there were no unique grade materials, the Academy did have more than enough grade 1 and grade 2 materials, so they should have been more than willing to give them. You don't need to know about it. Where's the money? Here. As he had promised, Fergus gave me all the cash that he received from the Academy. The purse of 30 gold coins was very heavy. Don't even think about pulling tricks like that, and live an honest life. Otherwise, you'll see me again, alright? Hueek. Leaving behind the frightened Fergus, I went to the client for the scheduled mission. Grade 5 Knight? You can just be the porter then. When I arrived at the meetup location, the grade 3 mage, Mr. Charlie said with a sigh after seeing my grade. Even though there were no grade limitations, he probably wasn't expecting a grade 5 nobody to come. It was a 3-man party composed of the party leader, Charlie, a grade 3, and a grade 4. The party was complete with the addition of 2 students. The 3 of them were official guardians that had been dispatched from the Guardian Alliance, and the reason they had been looking for students as their party members was simple. Damn it. Am I not too old to look after kids? What can we do? It's just the Alliance policy. Guardian Academies had matching interests with the Guardian Alliance. The Guardian Alliance's job was to assist in the fostering of young Guardian aspirants, which included adding students to delegations like this. Although we did get paid less than the official guardians of the party, it was true that they had to shoulder more burden. I wish those damn higher-ups would think about our circumstances as well. Therefore, it was natural for them to have such attitudes. Of course we weren't saying that to you. You are the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor after all. Was it a coincidence, or was this another butterfly effect? It wasn't just me that took this mission, and Alicia was also here. What a coincidence. Mr. Corinne. Hello. I definitely wasn't expecting our first re-encounter after the interim exam to be during this mission. Academic research, capturing a Beowulf, 70 silver coins. Seeing this mission on the mission board, which gave about $700 as reward, I finally realized that it was time. It was about mid-April. Time-wise, it was right before the last event of the first arcade in the original storyline, but the early conclusion to Marie's incident and the encounter event with Lunia Arden meant that the second arcade had already begun. The first main event of the early portions of the second arcade was the subjugation of the murderer of the City of Fog. The original scenario was about the player party chasing after the crazy serial killer that Marie couldn't catch at the end of the first arcade. The infamous night killer, John Doe, of Haze the City of Fog was brought back to the surface through the Beowulf capturing mission. On the week of that said mission, if the player did not choose the Beowulf capturing mission and went with a different one, they would hear news of how the other party that had been trying to capture the Beowulf had been annihilated. On the other hand, if they went with the Beowulf mission, they would come across the murderer, John Doe in the process, and enter a fight before successfully chasing him out. Whatever the case, the player would receive the official document from the Elrath Kingdom and enter the investigation party. At a glance, the guardians of the Beowulf mission were just there to be killed for the advancement of the main scenario, but there was also a chain quest and a backstory. The grade 3 party leader Mr. Charlie had a daughter. Her name was Miss Cheryl the florist, and she would give a quest about finding Charlie's necklace for a keepsake. Miss Cheryl the florist was a nice person. She was someone who volunteered at medical stations for orphans in the streets, and I also had a connection with her in the last iteration. You look very sad. Would you like a flower? It's a leftover, so don't worry about the price. Fighting against dangerous enemies with my life constantly on the line, there were times when I sometimes felt very depressed. A single flower given by a nameless stranger was sometimes enough to wring your heart. I'll just think of this as repayment for that flower. Besides, this incident was also related to the future scenario as well as the precept. Miss Cheryl was a nice person in both the game and the last iteration. I had to prevent the misfortune of her losing her father and also do some prep work on John Doe. Due to the special traits of John Doe, it was impossible for me to catch him alone. It wasn't a matter of strength, and it was because his specialty was being exceptional at stealth. I could kill him in a matter of 10 seconds if he was in front of my eyes, but he won't ever show himself. The key was someone who could see through his specialty, thin mist, and penetrate through his stealth. Alicia. Yes? How's your eyes? Why was he asking that question? That was the question in her gaze. There was a reason why Alicia still couldn't, or rather, didn't, use her eyes. It was predictable, considering Alicia's character, but it was something that wasn't clear at this stage in time back when it was a game. I could voice it out loud and talk to her about it, but she would probably just deny it. What do you mean? My eyes are perfectly normal. You know that's not what I'm asking. Did you hear from my sister? By chance. Of course, Lunia didn't say anything to me, but that wasn't important. You have to hurry. Your sister is serious. She will seriously try to crush you so that you can't hold your sword ever again. The fight for hierarchy between beasts was very brutal. It wouldn't end until one side was down, and that was the same for the Ardens, because the Arden household was a family of such beasts. I can just stop using the sword then. As if. In response to my mutter, Alicia stared at me with a frown. She appeared to be asking what was so funny, but I still remembered the unkempt and clumsy look on her face, as well as the bewitched look in her eyes. You can't abandon your sword. Ever. That was just the way of the scenario of this world and her nature as a human. Oftentimes, humans had a characteristic that they couldn't ever run away from. Alicia was someone with talents that befitted her surname, Arden, more than anyone else in the world. Inside the Beowulf nest were 2 Beowulfs and around 20 short hounds. The party skillfully dealt with the short hounds and one of the Beowulfs, but things started going strange. What the hell? Why are there so many of them? Where are they even coming from? A sudden fog started enshrouding them and a horde of demonic beasts began endlessly swarming out of the fog. Hansen. Where's that grade 5 kid? I don't know. Now is not the time for that. The lady from Arden is holding on quite well, but Alicia was doing an excellent job against the demonic beasts. Using her innate physical talents and her phenomenal swordsmanship, she was killing at least one monster with each of her strikes. Although her sword was ridiculously sharp, her skills themselves were also incomparably greater than that of other guardians. Where are they all coming from? It's not just demonic beasts, there are also spirits. This place shouldn't have so many demonic spirits though. Demonic spirits were mostly the souls of dead people that remained behind in the mortal world that eventually became demonified. Although it was possible for the souls of dead animals to become one, most of them were humans because they needed to have a strong resentment to stay behind and become a demonic spirit. Thus, it was rare to see a lot of demonic spirits in an inhabited area. This felt intentional. Alicia was thinking that when she sensed someone approaching from the other side of the fog. Mr. Corinne? Thinking that it was her comrade that she lost track of during the chaos of the fight, Alicia welcomed the incoming person. She wasn't that concerned in the first place, because he was stronger than herself, but checking his safety still made her relieved. Guwu. UHT? However, What she saw after turning around was a person in full plate armor. Corinne preferred light armor, so it was probably not him, and the shivering aura it was giving off was as if it was a demonic spirit? Kang. In the blink of an eye, the full-plated man swung the axe down as Alicia blocked it with her demon-slaying sword. This wait. It's not a demonic spirit. It's a knight. Why are you attacking us? freewebnovel.com. A person, a guardian, was attacking them. Why? Doubt appeared in her mind, but Alicia didn't linger on the topic. Move. She kicked the armor as the knight fell back. The knight's body was wobbling more than she expected and did not even have a clear sense of balance. Step aside. I will cut you next time. Despite her warning, the armored knight did not fall back. While threatening her with the axe, the knight attempted to kill her. Ugh. The knight was stronger than she expected and was as tough as a monster. Seeing how both the aura and the equipment weren't that good, the man should be a grade 4 knight at best, so how was he so strong? However, that didn't mean she couldn't overpower him. She was about to hold herself back a little and attack, but that was when a large mace came flying in from the side. Kai. Slam. She used her aura to block the attack, but she couldn't completely absorb the impact. By the time she hurriedly stood back up after rolling across the floor, the knight, carrying an axe, was already swinging it towards her. No. It was too late to dodge, and she was too late to respond. Drawing near was an unavoidable sense of DEA. Slash. A head popped up into the air. After a while, it followed the law of gravity and fell on the ground. Thick drops of blood splattered onto her face as Alicia widened her eyes into circles. In that instant, the sword that she instinctively swung had easily slashed through the neck of the armored knight. Cheek. Like iron dropped in magma, the scorching blade was tainted and gleamed in black instead of silver. Hack. No. I killed a person. Kawa. The knight, who had swung the mace at Alicia, thumped its way towards her. As soon as the mace soared into the air and was about to strike down at the defenseless girl. Quaduk. A white spearhead pierced through the visor of the knight's helmet and came out the other side. Blood was dripping from the tip of the spear. Soon, the spear retreated out of the hole after killing the knight in one blow. Mr. K, Corinne. Why are you staying still? I killed a. Don't hold back. These things are not people. They're not people? It's an undead raised up with black magic. It was true. Taking off the helmet of the deceased knight, she found a rotten and decomposed face. A sigh of relief left her mouth. Her heart was starting to beat again. You stupid brat. I told you to stay with us. There are undeads as well. Where the hell were you? That was when the mage, Charlie, came running out of the fog and shouted before shutting his mouth midway. Mr. Charlie. I'm fine. You. After seeing Alicia, Charlie gulped and took a step back. Alicia was smiling. Her crooked lips were forming a terrifying smile. Dripping from the corners of her lips was a spooky sense of remorse, as if it was a pity that the opponent wasn't a human. I told you. You can't abandon your sword. It was neither the eyes of the boundary nor her swordsmanship. The talent of a human-killing ghost. That was the true talent of the girl called Alicia Arden. John Doe, the murderer of the city of Fog, was a black mage. He was a wicked necromancer who made use of corpses. The reason he was called the killer of knights was because he murdered knights and controlled their bodies just for the sake of getting stronger slaves. The way to defeat summoners like a golem mage, a necromancer, and a spiritualist was simple. All that had to be done was defeat the mage, who was the fundamental core of the spell. By either killing or making them faint, you could stop their consciousness from giving commands to their subordinates. However, the problem was that this method was close to impossible against John Doe. Stick together. We need to put our backs together and watch out for all the angles. Who do you? Mr. Hanson, who was about to say, "Who do you think you are?" immediately shut his mouth after seeing the heads of undead knights that were skewered on my spear. What if they fire a spell at us after we stick together? It'll be a wipeout then. On the other hand, Mr. Charlie, the leader of the party, raised a rational question. No. The enemy can only control the corpses of knights. He's not that difficult to fight against as long as we get into formation and retaliate together. Do you know something about the enemy? He's a hot topic these days, isn't he? The murderer of the city of Fog. You mean that grade 1 wanted criminal? John Doe's specialty, thin mist, allowed him to hide himself behind a fog. Rather than simply concealing himself behind it, he would practically become one with the fog. By melting his body into the boundaries of dimensions, he could hide himself perfectly. That was why it was difficult to defeat him. If need be, he could move the fog and escape with ease. How would anyone even dream of chasing after gas? The downside was that he couldn't use any other spell apart from controlling corpses while keeping this fog up. There was no way corpses would be able to use spells in his stead when they required such a high-level calculation every time. Thus, even though there were undead mages within the fog, they couldn't use any spells and were there for misdirection. One more thing to note was that they contained the spell Crimson Haze in their bodies that would detonate upon death. Click. Clank. By the time everyone came to themselves, armored knights and demonic beasts were surrounding us as Mr. Charlie soon raised his staff. Here it goes. With a shout, he faced the group of undeads and rapidly casted a fireball with the assistance of Memorize. Quang. Several undead knights were flown away without even bothering to dodge the fireball, but there were more corpses running in from behind. Come at me, you dogs. Armors and weapons collided as flesh were cut off. Because the undeads couldn't use either aura or mana, we had a better combat potential than the enemy despite being outnumbered. Alicia. Can you use your eyes? Sorry. Her crookedly lifted lips were already back down again, and she had returned to the usual sullen Alicia. Let's protect everyone from those guys. There's no need to hesitate. They're not human. Why, yes. As long as Alicia could properly use her Eyes of the Boundary, someone like John Doe would not even last a second, but that would be difficult for the time being. Activating Eyes of the Boundary would mean she was looking at the domain, and that was where her trauma laid. It was thus impossible to use without progressing her character scenario and reducing her traumatic burden. Well, even without that, Alicia was already strong enough. Goo-woo. An armored knight ran in with a spooky scream, but his swordsmanship was too sloppy for a swordsman. Chalk. A mere undead was no match for Alicia. Even without her Eyes of the Boundary, she already had a good pair of eyes. Arden first sword style, advancing Fong? The undead crumbled before it could even finish swinging its weapon. The weakest part of its neck had been precisely cut off. Goo-woo. Another undead knight dashed towards Alicia, but he had way too many flaws in his stance due to the inability to think. Alicia pulled her sword back after finishing her slash and supported the back of the blade with her left hand in a stabbing position. Arden first sword style, crushing steel? Pong. The fierce stab of the sword made the knight's flesh explode like shells of a grenade. Wow. Mr. Charlie and his party were in awe after seeing her attack. Although she had been hidden in the shadows of Lunia Arden, Alicia was also a genius herself. Mere undeads with no brain and swordsmanship stood no chance against her physique and swordsmanship. More than anything else. Hack, hack. Her lips contorted with every pant. In the end, killing was also something that relied on talent. The veils masking her innate nature were starting to be unraveled, thus revealing her true nature. Even our allies became speechless after sensing the change on her face. Let's focus on dealing with them one by one without breaking our ranks. The guy will run away if it becomes slightly disadvantageous for him. Our group dealt with the undeads one by one. As expected, it was a slow process. Now, how long would it take for the enemy to respond and come all the way here? The heads of the undead warriors were skewered on the silver spear like a delicious shish kebab. It was partially to show off, but was mainly to stop the guy from retrieving these corpses. A surprising fact was that it was hard for undeads to move without their heads. Who? So you are the ones that were messing around with my laboratory? A gloomy voice of an old man echoed from the mist. He was here. What? Where was that from? Find him. The mage is somewhere nearby. That would be in vain, because the voice was echoing all across the mist rather than coming from one direction. That is useless, you ignorant peasants. I am the seeker of the truth. You're? Skip. The rune letter engraved on the silver spear, Soilo, was activated. In an instant, the spear emanated a violent surge of heat. I widely swung the spear as a similar gush of heat and light occurred from all around. What? What is happening? Is John Doe using some kind of magic? The reaction of our party members was natural, because John Doe was the only mage in this fog, but even John Doe himself was probably also confused. That just then was the resonant activation through the rune stone. The spear was crafted using the old crafting methods that took rune activation into account and was one of the skills that was used by a boss character in the game. By writing several rune letters everywhere with the spear, I could resonate them into one frequency and activate them all at once. It took a lot of time to set up and used a lot of mana, but only took 1 second to activate, which was even faster than accelerated spells that were cast through Memorize. As long as there were enough preparations set up with enough time, it was even possible to create something that was as strong as a grand spell. Bastard. A voice filled with fury was heard from the fog, but this time, his voice was hazier than before. Sunlight is one of the critical weaknesses of the undead, right? That's why you were using fog, to stop the light. Like this, if we created a field of heat that had the attributes of the sun, it was possible to drastically lower the combat power of undeads. All the undeads would have been killed already if not for the few undead knights face-tanking the light. What a petty trick, you little kid. Do you think your terrible mana pool is enough to swallow my fog? Of course not. Chasing out some of the fog and making the undead slower was what I had been planning for. As planned, that device appeared from the thinner layer of mist. Mr. Corinne. Look over there. Alicia pointed at the human figure in the distance that had the generic look of a mage. So that's John Doe. Charlie. Blow him away. Mr. Charlie shot a fireball in an instant, but one of the knights stood in the way. Because of that straightforward physical defense of the armored knight, the fireball ended up burning the knight without even touching the mage. I can. It's okay. I cut Alicia off. That human figure was a fake. A crimson haze would come out as soon as we defeated that. But even so, we had to defeat that thing at the very least to end this event and escape from this place. 6 ways of the spear, 5th style, crumbling mountain. Quang. The silver spear flew forward like a comet. The undead knights moved their slow bodies in an attempt to block the spear, but they couldn't stop the silver spear, which contained the scorching heat of the sun. Kajik. The spear stabbed through the body of the mage in the blink of an eye all the way through into the ground. I could see the mage's body burning up even from a distance. Did we do it? Mr. Charlie said the sentence that could resurrect all evil. Not bad. You broke my puppet. It obviously couldn't be that easy to defeat him, considering how he was the boss of the early portion of the second arcade. The puppet that I broke just then with Crumbling Mountain was a device he created that could give off a fog. It was an undead created with the body of a mage. The reason John Doe was difficult to catch was because he used puppets like that to run away from chasers. On top of those scapegoats, his real body was synchronized into the fog, so it was natural for the Guardians to have trouble catching him. I shall stop here for today. Look forward to the day we meet again. It was here. It was that same sentence he said whenever he was running away, which meant it was about time to face his escape mechanic. Cheek. As soon as he finished his words, the corpse of the mage that the spear was piercing through started giving off a red fog. Crimson haze? It was a lethal fog that came out automatically whenever the triggers of the fog, the undead mages, hit 0 HP. They snatched the control over the opponent's blood with contact. In other words, they rapidly sucked out your HP. In the previous iteration, several soldiers died in less than 10 seconds, and it was a commendable feat for knights to even last a few minutes after coming into contact with that fog. Let's run. That fog looks insanely dangerous no matter how you see it, right? Why, yeah. Looks that way. Run. Everyone immediately ran after processing my words. Alicia hesitated for a second but soon followed from behind. Mr. K, Corinne. Shouldn't we retrieve your spear? It looked expensive. She asked while whispering the last few words. It's fine. I activated the rune of return that was on the spear. Then, the spear that was stabbing through the undead mage heeded to my call and immediately flew through the air all the way to my hand. Wow. That's amazing. Alicia said in admiration, but it wasn't over yet. The crimson haze was speeding from behind while trying to swallow us all. It was then. Quack. Perhaps because of lack of exercise, Mr. Charlie the mage ended up tripping on a root of a tree of the unpaved pathways of the forest. Mr. Charlie. Both Alicia and I stopped ourselves straight away and started running to him, but Alicia was the first one to reach him because of our difference in physical capabilities. Hold on to my hand. Why, yeah. Then, dodge. Sorry. Kayak. A red hand suddenly emerged out of the crimson fog. That horrible-looking hand gripped onto Alicia, who had come back to save Charlie. Missed restriction? UHT? She was pulled back into the red fog, just like that. Mr. Charlie. Get up and run. What about you? Don't worry about us and run outside until you're out of the forest. And give me your robe. Huh? After helping him stand back up, I quickly cut off the buttons at the front of his robe and snatched it away. Then, I quickly jumped into the crimson haze. Wait. Without worrying about him, I jumped into the fog, but as soon as I landed inside, I could feel my entire body being shredded apart with blood being sucked out in bulks. I really didn't want to do this a second time, but I was also locked in this fog once in the previous iteration because of a misstep. Even though it was for less than a minute, I was still almost dead, but I had the regeneration ability this time around, so I would be able to last a lot longer. The problem was Alicia. Unlike me, who was about at the level of a grade 2 regenerator, Alicia had nothing and it was questionable if she could even last more than 2 minutes with her bare body. I turned my eyes looking for her and discovered that she was a lot deeper inside than I thought. Alicia. Go away. Go away. Alicia couldn't get rid of the red hand that was holding onto her and was locked in place. She was in a panic because of the tough restriction on her body and the constant depletion of her vitality. Blood was already being sucked out from all over her body. She would probably be unable to last very long. Goo. Kawa. To make everything worse, there were even undead knights approaching from a distance. Someone had to stop them. Mr. K, Corinne. This is not coming off. Please save me. I might die at this rate. Alicia said with a teary voice as teardrops fell from her eyes. A potential death was always hard to get used to, and it was normal for girls of her age to show such a reaction at the face of it. I covered her body with the robe I took from Mr. Charlie. It would lower her exposure to the fog and would thus buy her a bit more time. Mr. K, Corinne. Calm down, Alicia Arden. Nothing will happen if you continue doing that mindlessly. You need to focus and commit your strongest move. It's easy. As long as you calm down, it'll be a piece of cake. But I will now protect you from those undeads. You know what you have to do, right? I can't move my hands and, the fog is making me dizzy. It hurts. Alicia. Alicia. Hick. Lowering my head, I looked into her eyes under the robe. After wiping the falling tears off of her shivering black eyes, I opened my mouth. You can do it. You can do a lot better than what you're doing right now. Mr. Corinne? What do you? Just continue cutting and keep it up. Just focus yourself on getting rid of this spell that's holding you back. Don't worry about anything else. I will protect you, so you focus on one thing. But, my hands are burning. I can't clench my hands either. You are the greatest genius I've ever seen out of all the swordsmen I've met. You can do anything as long as you want to. It's just one step. Alicia Arden. One step is enough. After that, I held on to my spear. I trusted her. I trusted her ability to cut something that trivial. Alicia POV? It was painful and it was scorching hot. Plus, the feeling of blood being sucked out from every hole around my body gave me goosebumps. I could smell a heavy scent of rusted iron, like the one back when I first cut a person. The blood-colored hand inside the red fog was clinging onto me like a magnet without ever letting go of me. A thin arm like this was supposed to be easy to cut. Swinging my sword once was supposed to be enough. Tang. Unlike what was in my mind, the sword was flung off. The demon-slaying sword that was said to cut anything in existence couldn't even cut a simple spell like this and was bounced off. Was that not strong enough? One more time. Tang. No. It's aura. I need more aura. Tang. Is it my posture? So that's the problem. Let me straighten my body, Anne. I knew something was wrong, but I just didn't know how it was supposed to be fixed, nor what the exact issue was. Why wasn't it being cut? Why was the sword getting parried off? This is not right. This is weird. Meanwhile, the spell was continuing to squeeze my body. The veins around my eyeballs popped and blood fell like tears, as despair soared from the bottom of my heart. I shouldn't have tried to save him. I shouldn't have come back to help. I was regretting when I suddenly thought of my benefactor. I remembered the person who saved me, created an antidote for someone like me who was whining from a simple paralysis, and blew on the medicine before bringing it to my mouth. Wasn't he so injured that he had to sear his wound with fire? Didn't he willingly give me his hand when I was crying from the bandaging process? After meeting him, I didn't want to be a disgraceful person. I wanted to become someone who could willingly sacrifice myself for the sake of others. But look at me now. A quick regret and bursting into tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Someone like me shouldn't have been saved by a person like you. Alicia. That was when the boy came to save me. He jumped into the fog of death without any hesitation just to save me. No. Don't do that. Run. I can't even last here for that long. Why did you come in when your aura rank is a lot lower than mine? How are you even going to survive? Mr. K, Corinne. This is not coming off. Please save me. I might die at this rate. Unlike the thoughts that were going through my mind, my mouth blabbered about something completely different. However, I knew this was my honest self. You idiot. Selfish Alicia. A stupid coward. Why didn't you tell him to run away? You should have told him to leave you behind. Why are you asking him to cut the spell for you when you couldn't even do it yourself? Russell. It was then. I was crying in an unsightly manner when Mr. Corinne threw a robe over my body. Mr. K, Corinne. Calm down, Alicia Arden. Nothing will happen if you continue doing that mindlessly. You need to focus and commit your strongest move. It's easy. As long as you calm down, it'll be a piece of cake. But. His voice was very low and was reminiscent of a similar voice that I heard before. Why was I suddenly thinking about that now? I will now protect you from those undeads. You know what you have to do, right? Only then did I see the undeads that were slowly walking through the fog. I was crying so much that I hadn't been able to see them through my foggy eyes. Was he going to protect me here? By himself? Even though he was stronger than me, was he going to protect me inside this red fog? Why? I can't move my hands and, the fog is making me dizzy. It hurts. He was risking his life for me, and yet the only thing I could say in return was something like this. Whinging and complaining that it was painful and scary. Someone like me was incomparably worse than the benefactor, let alone the boy in front. It's because I was a fool like this that I could not say anything in front of Sister Lunia. Alicia. Alicia. Hick. In this pressing situation, the boy grabbed on my shoulders and wiped the tears from my eyes before opening his mouth. You can do it. You can do a lot better than what you're doing right now. Mr. Corinne? What do you? Just continue slashing and keep it up. Just focus yourself on getting rid of this spell that's holding you back. Don't worry about anything else. I will protect you, so you focus on one thing. My hands are burning. I can't clench my hands either. You are the greatest genius I've ever seen out of all the swordsmen I've met. You can do anything as long as you want to. It's just one step. Alicia Arden. One step is enough. Leaving those words behind, the boy lifted up his dazzling silver spear. Showing me his back, he faced the undeads. He was not throwing me away. If you stand up like that, I really have to force myself to do it then, don't I? But I don't feel confident. I'm sure I'll fail. The fallen ego and the endless sense of self-doubt was burying me alive. Lack of practice from over-reliance on talent. Yes. I was lazy until now. I never even tried working hard. Ever since that day when I first cut someone, my sword had been stagnant. I'm just a fool, so why? But talent-wise, you're better? Why did he have so much trust in my talent even when he was comparing me to Uni? You can do it. Kuhup. Swallowing the scorching beads of tears, I held on to my sword. The words, give up, were gone from my head. I didn't even have the time to think about anything negative. There was someone believing in me. There was someone who saved someone like me, as well as someone who was trying to save me. My benefactor and Mr. Corinne had planted it in my heart, trust for myself. Grabbing the scabbard with one hand, I sheathed the cold blade back in. Grandpa's killing move, the strongest sword strike in the world. This move was something that could slash through anything in existence. And thus? I knew there was something I had to use beforehand when using this. Eyes of the Boundary. A cursed talent that forced me to look into the domain. Inside the darkness of the domain, I was all alone. It made me feel like I was left alone by myself in the world. An endless sea of darkness that made it look as if I would drown with a single misstep. The darkness that I would see through these eyes was so scary, and because I knew no one could help me from falling into that dark ocean with no bottom in sight. I had been frightened of opening these eyes until now. The world stopped. In a world of utmost concentration, even the sound of blood drops was no longer reaching my ears. I was all alone in this shivering world. The coldness brought by the ebb, threatening to swallow my ankles, made me tremble. Am I alone? Am I, by myself in this place again? As soon as I was about to be swept away by the wave, my eyes met with someone's. Corinne Lork. He was looking at me from the front with his spear in hand. Ah. I wasn't alone. You were with me in the same world as me. A coward. You stupid retard. You idiot who needs someone to be by your side just to take a single step forward. I finally opened my eyes in full. For the first time I gazed into it. Looking at the foreign substances of this world, I accepted the darkness and stared into the Boundary. The falling tears, the dripping drops of blood and the torrent of emotions, they all became fuel for that one step forward within the suspended world. Gwahaha. I saw a hazy figure through the fog. An old evil that looked horrendous was showing a nasty smile while looking at his two sacrifices. It's just one step. Alicia Arden. One step is enough. Finally, I took a step forward in the black ocean for the first time. It was a full and complete step forward. Arden First Sword Style, Domain Severance? The sword that was swung inside the domain while ignoring the limitations of physics. It slashed through the restriction. Through the crimson fog. And cleaved every evil hidden inside the mist. In front of me was the powerless corpse of the bisected Black Mage. Behind that corpse was the remains of a huge sword slash that made the entire forest look as if it had been cut into two with a sword. We couldn't even hide it at this point. It was clearly a domain severance. It was evidently something that could only be pulled off inside the domain by someone walking down the path of sword. Dude, how come you're using that already? Like, I wasn't expecting her to use domain severance at all. I just thought she would use crushing steel or 3 paths of one sword. If you use domain severance here. What in the world just happened? No. Oh my gosh. The forest got cut into 2? How is that even possible? I've heard of this before. So that's the legendary domain severance of the Sword Emperor. Please don't. Oh. Does that mean that young lady would become the next head of the Arden family? Of course. Domain severance is the strongest move that no one could use until now except for the Sword Emperor. No. Don't do that. We can't let everyone know that already. Mr. Corinne. I did it. I did it. Why does nothing go according to plan? Breaking news. The nightmare of Hayes. The infamous Night Killer John Doe. Defeated by the successor candidate of the renowned swordsmanship household, the Arden family, who exactly is Alicia Arden, the beautiful knight who defeated the Grade 1 Black Mage. We can finally talk about it now. Agents of the Arden family state how Alicia Arden had always been the true genius of grip. I clenched on the morning newspaper that was placed at the door of the hospital room to the point it got ripped. It had been a while. But it wasn't long enough for me to forget how it felt for everything to be fucked up so badly. The reason there hadn't been any proper competition between the successor candidates of the Arden family until now was because one side had been overwhelmingly greater than the other. Alicia Arden could never defeat Lunia Arden even if she was to be born again. Popularity, followers, capability. Lunia Arden had always been at an absolute advantage over her, but that single recent action started shaking the firm position and hierarchical status of Lunia Arden. Domain severance. It was the killing move of the Sword Emperor. Alicia would now gather the eyes of a lot of people after reenacting that legendary attack of the Master of Swords. Let me say this again. The fight for hierarchy in a group of beasts was brutal. The candidates had to repeat struggle upon struggle and wash blood with blood until they found themselves a leader. That was no different for Alicia and Lunia. What would happen if Lunia, who had practically been the only successor of the family, suddenly had her position threatened by another candidate? The 5 swords would move immediately at the very least. It was the same back in the game. They were the loyal followers of Lunia Arden while at the same time having their family's interests aligned with their loyalty. Their mindset was similar to that of a delinquent, and as long as Alicia had her eyes on the successor position, they would ruthlessly try to stop her. With Alicia's current skills, it was hard for her to win against the 5 swords. She would be broken from their cooperation. It was the climax of the character scenario plot of Alicia Arden, Sword Challenge. The traditional pretext was that 5 swordsmen at the level of an instructor would test the skills of the future captain of a sword squad, but the sword challenge of the Arden family had long turned into a legal elimination method of potential competitors. Originally, it was an event that was supposed to arrive after enough level UPS and Alicia increasing the proficiency of her swordsmanship skills, but it would probably start immediately in the real world as soon as the conditions were met. Mr. Corinne. Would you like some honey bomb candies? Oblivious to the alarm bell ringing in my mind, Alicia recommended me a candy with a bunch of candies in her mouth and bulging cheeks. That was actually not that bad. Just a bit painful. Last night, we went straight to the first aid rooms of the academy after coming back from our mission. There weren't that many problems for me because of my regeneration ability, but the problem was Alicia. Her right arm was still bandaged. The side effect of domain severance. Any movement inside the domain was tremendously burdensome on the body. An average knight would have their body ripped to pieces from taking half a step forward within the domain. Even though it was a very powerful skill, it came at a cost. When do you think you'll be back to being fit? NNN. They said 1 or 2 more days should be okay with some potion. We didn't have time. It actually would have been better for her to buy some time by staying at the hospital if the injury was bigger, but leaving the worries aside, I also had a different question for her. Anyway, what's the secret? Sorry? You know, domain severance. Looking at the domain with eyes of the boundary shouldn't mean you can immediately use it though. Usted me. HNN? When I asked back, Alicia replied with a ticklish voice while scratching her cheeks out of embarrassment. It's because you trusted me, Mr. Corinne, that I could do it. So was she saying a super optimistic mindset like, I can do this, was all she needed to use domain severance? Hee hee. So I tried and it worked. This is why I hate geniuses. Huh. Mr. Corinne? I could faintly understand why Linnea would be so upset. Anyone would find it unfair when looking at someone with such exceptional talents. Knock knock. A visitor. That was when someone came in after opening the door. Corinne. It was Marie. She was wearing an adorable white dress while carrying a straw basket. How many potatoes would be inside that basket, I wonder? Senior Marie. I heard you defeated the murderer, John Doe. Are you all right? We were unlucky. Although the encounter had been somewhat intentional, I glossed over it as Marie suddenly raised her voice. Are you really all right? Yeah. I am. I can smell blood though. Blood? I was inside the crimson haze, so I probably did bleed quite heavily, and it was natural for me to stink like blood considering how it had been sucked out of my entire body. It had all been recovered thanks to my regeneration ability, but it seemed that she could still smell the leftover scent. You know how I have the regeneration ability, right? This much is nothing. But still. Marie muttered with a teary voice. She was such a nice girl that she was concerned about a lot of things. After a while, she discovered Alicia, who was lying down next to me, and spoke to her. Oh right. I am Marie Dinnereff, a second-year student of the magic department. Ah yes, nice to meet you, senpai. My name is Alicia Arden. I am a first-year student at the night department. Oh, so you're that Ms. Arden. I saw you in the newspaper. It was amazing. Didn't you get a lot of injuries and stuff though? Sorry? Not really? You should still get them checked. You never know. Ah, yes. Thank you. Accepting the advice of the cheery senior, Alicia gave a nod. Well then, Corinne. Have you had lunch yet? Should we eat together? Actually. I have something to talk about with Alicia. I had to discuss the future events with Alicia, because she was completely oblivious to the things that would happen from now on. She had already acquired domain severance, which she was supposed to learn at the final stages of her growth as a swordsman. There was no way Linnea Arden and the 5 swords would leave her alone, considering how symbolic that ability was. HNNNN. Marie squinted her eyes and turned to Alicia. What is it about? Maybe we can do it together? No. It has nothing to do with you, Senior Marie. It's not something Marie could help with. Wait, actually. Maybe she could? It has nothing to do with me, huh? I see. For some reason, it felt like I was being pricked by her sharp voice. The smile on the face of the ever-smiling merchant Marie was slowly starting to vanish. Are the two of you very close? Why was I suddenly feeling a chill down my spine? Was it because my blood had been sucked out inside the crimson haze? It seemed that I wasn't the only one who felt that chilliness. He's my benefactor. NNN? I would have died if not for Mr. Corinne. He is my second benefactor. Actually, the first was also me, but, anyway. I see. As if she could empathize with that statement, Marie started showing a bright smile on her face again. So, are the two of you close? However, the air was still rather cold. Was this how it felt to be a rat in front of a tiger? I had an instinctive feeling that I had to choose my words carefully. Tung. That was when a sudden thud echoed from the window. We nonchalantly turned to the side and flinched with a gasp. Open. Hanging outside the window was Hua Ran in her chained nun clothes with a bunch of talismans, glaring at me over the window. Isn't this the 6th floor? Alicia. Why, yes. Open it for her. Hurry up. Why, yes sir. Alicia, who was next to the window, hurried over to the window and pushed it wide open. Hua Ran hopped into the room and softly landed on the floor like a cat. Alicia gulped after seeing her like an intimidated mouse. Hello, Junior? Unexpectedly, Marie greeted her with a bright smile. Both Alicia and I were rather freaked out by Hua Ran jumping up to the 6th floor from outside, but it seemed that Marie didn't find it strange as a unique grade herself. The room became silent, so I opened my mouth with a question. Why are you here? Meal. No, wait. Didn't I buy you one last time? Raw fish. So you mean sushi? It seemed that she still remembered the thing we talked about when I was buying her fish last time. But it's not like I promised her I would buy it or something, right? Now is not a great time. How about you ask Professor Josephine to go with you? She said no, because of parasites. Even though there were all sorts of dishes in this world ranging from stews to kimchi, it seemed that there was still some repulsion against raw food. It was especially more true for Lady Josephine considering her age. Corinne, said Marie. Yes? Did you buy Junior Huaran a meal? I did buy her once. Oh, I see. You have a lot of friends, don't you? Well, it was true that I had a lot more friends in this iteration. The standard group was with Jaeger and Lark. Sometimes, I would teach Yule Ogum letters at the library and receive expensive mushrooms from the forest in return. Doron was a weekend member. We would do a mission together if there was something that paid a good price. On the other hand, Chrono was a bit of a shy bloke and we played together once or twice a week. Kaya. What a success at making friends this time compared to the last iteration. I'm finally getting rewarded for my constantly terrible school life after reaching my 3rd one. Senior Marie? What is it? Junior? I have a ticket for a restaurant in the city called Holy Panda. Would you like to go together? HNN? I heard it's famous for Eastern cuisine. Actually, Old Man Heyman had come looking for me after the interim exam. He asked me if I defeated the elemental body on that day and suddenly gave me a ticket for a fine dining restaurant. It was such a luxurious place that I wasn't keen on going by myself, so it would be good for both of us if I went together with Marie. Alicia reacted first instead of Marie. Mr. K, Corinne. W, when you say holy, do you mean one of the 3 big restaurants alongside Creamcycle and Everglide Jade Black? Where do you have to pay a gold coin for each meal? Do you know that place, Alicia? Of course. It was in the monthly Michelin Guide magazine. And it's also famous for being one of the best restaurants for a date. Date. Marie gasped as if she had trouble breathing. It seemed to be a really famous restaurant. Actually, I used to go to these places quite often in the last iteration as well. With Mr. Park, that is. How did I not notice it until the last moment? The room stayed silent for a while. Senior? It was strange how silent Marie was. Her cold gaze was long gone and was replaced with trembling eyeballs and a gulp that was so loud that I could hear it from a distance. Shall we? Okay. I'll get prepared right away. It doesn't have to be right now. Great to see you are well, Corinne. Let us meet again at night for dinner. Swish. After saying a bunch of stuff in one go, Marie dashed out of the room. You weren't supposed to run in the corridor though. Well then. I was about to explain how we should approach this upcoming bomb, but that was when a loud thud reached us from the corridor. Tap 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 tap. Kwong. Corinne. With a flushed face that signified the distance she had run, Marie gasped while handing me a glass bottle. This elixir. I made it myself. It'll be very good on wounds. Like, I was fully healed and I didn't need it though. I was about to say that, but Marie immediately began rushing down the corridor again. Please don't run in the corridor. Huck. Sorry. Marie was gone while a pinkish elixir was resting on my hand. Isn't this super expensive? An elixir was something that boasted of having 10 times the effectiveness of normal potions. This specific one was probably made by Marie extracting her own blood. Alicia. Pour this on your right arm. Sorry? Is that okay? I'll be leaving very soon so it's okay. We have to fix your right arm first. I'm not sure if I can take this though. Alicia murmured while glancing at the corridor. It's okay. Senior Marie is a nice person. Then. Thank you very much. What about my meal? Huaran, do I owe you fish or something? Okay. I'll bring you to a sushi place next week and buy you as much as you want, so let's do something together before that. What is it? Then, I started explaining about the current situation. I explained how Alicia's sister was a very scary person and how her loyal subordinates would soon come and try to crush Alicia. The culture of the Sword Clan, Arden, Sword Challenge. I told Alicia about Sword Challenge, which was the tradition of the Arden family. Her face started turning pale throughout the story and she finally understood her current status, how she personally stepped into the fight for hierarchy between beasts due to using domain severance while defeating John Doe last night. What should I do? I'll die if I fight sister. Actually, I won't even be able to win against the 5 sword sisters. Alicia said while shivering from fear. Since she was now in the realm of the domain, it should be possible for her to defeat one of the 5 swords, but it would be a different story if it turned into a group fight. We do have a way out, but there is a condition. See, condition? Anything is fine. Please let me live. From now on, whenever I say we should defeat a demonic beast or go train together at the training rooms, you need to come without any complaints. You'll be a so-called fixed member of my party. Is that all? It was actually very important. You see, your job now will be to go around with me, defeating unique grades. King of Iron Mountain was an especially harder boss to defeat without her help. And of course, there was no need to talk about that yet. So, what's your choice? I will swear loyalty, so please help me. Good. I have received thy pledge of loyalty. Now, it was time to talk about our plan. Leaving aside Linnea Arden, it was a fact that the 5 swords would be coming at us. If there was no way around something. There is something I learned when I was in the military. I mean a camp. It was a 2-year-long camp. And rather than learning, it was something we had to scream out every time we were doing a squat. If there is no way around it, enjoy it. What do you mean by that? I gave the ignorant Alicia a grin and opened my mouth to enlighten her. We shall strike first. Arden family in turmoil. Sword Emperor Garand continues his silence, Alicia Arden's remarkable performance. What will happen to the succession of the main family, Arden family, in turmoil? Sword Emperor Garand continues his silence. These insolent It had been 3 days since news had spread about Alicia defeating John Doe the murderer. One of the powerful groups of Arden family's Lunia faction, the Five Swords, ripped the newspapers into halves after seeing their insolent and irresponsible nonsense. Jenny the Rapid Sword, Sirin the Dual Wielder, Lena of the Rippling Sword, May the Sword of True Darkness, and Milia of the Illusionary Sword. They were the elite swordsmen of the renowned Arden family's first sword squad. While gritting their teeth, they carefully waited for one person's response. Sword Master, Lunia Arden. She was the successor candidate who most of the trainees like them followed at the Arden family. Lunia was deep in thought while emptying her cup of tea. The Arden was a sword sect that had groups of swordsmen as its followers, who believed in the law of power. They had all been waiting for the next swordsman who could lead them forward with an absolute charisma like Garand Arden. Although Lunia and Alicia's parent generation had succeeded the position of the family head, they hadn't been fully acknowledged by Garand Arden, but it wasn't because they were weak. Domain Severance. A realm that most martial artists weren't even aware of, that only existed in the imaginations of others. Garand Arden had been waiting for an existence that could succeed his sword. He wanted a successor that could continue the line of the great domain attack which he had created himself. That is unfortunate. How truly unfortunate. So there is no one to continue my legacy even in this generation, huh? Even though Lunia had revealed her talents ever since a young age and had been receiving the expectant eyes of everyone in the household to be the next successor in line, Garand clicked his tongue after seeing her. In the end, even someone like her who was called the greatest genius of the contemporary times wasn't able to satisfy Garand. She shed both sweat and blood. The thick calluses on her palms were proof of everything she had gone through in her life. Even so, she still wasn't able to be acknowledged by him. She still couldn't follow the traces of the greatest swordsman that she had been aspiring to become. Like that, she was solely focused on becoming the fitting successor of the Arden family, but... Hack. Her younger sister had belatedly picked up a sword to have a friendly battle against one of the trainees of the main family. Although Alicia was also a direct child of the Arden family, no one even considered her a possible competitor for Lunia. Lunia could see Alicia's admiration and her attempt to follow her traces, but a genius like herself was hard to find. Alicia was just a newbie at the sword who was getting some decent special treatment just because she was a direct child of the family head. There was no way a child like her could defeat a trainee that was seriously contemplating the path of the sword. The trainees, Lunia, their parents, and even Alicia herself were aware of that. In the family, Alicia was nothing but an illegitimate child that was brought from outside by the family head, and she should have been content with that as well. But it was on that day. We can't stop the blood. But the non-lethal spell was there. How is this possible? What in the world just happened? She missed it. In fact, Lunia couldn't even see it. After being pushed to a corner, Alicia instinctively put up a guard that was too sloppy to even be considered a proper guard. It was the classic mistake of a newbie, but, by the time Lunia came to her senses, the opponent had already been cut. It wasn't simply in the realm of being fast. That was just different. Domain. That great realm of martial arts. Alicia had taken a step forward inside that place. How was that even possible? How could a kid, that lazy brat? No. Lunia turned and noticed that Alicia was smiling. It was evident that she was confused, but her lips were crooked and her eyes seemed possessed. Only at this point did Lunia understand what her grandfather meant. Talent, the twisted nature that normal people could never understand. Sword ghost. It was truly the gift of a ghost. Alicia will now be another successor candidate of the Arden family. Just like that, Alicia Arden became a candidate for the future family head despite the opposition of everyone else. Sister. I got to use an actual sword today. The memories of her caressing the hair of her stepsister who had been the target of the negligence of her father and the family was then kept away in a corner of her head. Captain. She returned to reality with Jenny's call. Lunia gazed at her subordinates that were looking only at herself. They, who hadn't been acknowledging anyone other than her to be the next family head, were being shaken. It was a natural response. They were probably confused, because the naughty miss of the family had suddenly shown off her talents. That loser, who had been running away from her talents ever since that incident, was now threatening her position, but that was what Lunia had wanted more than anything. Now that Alicia was finally at a position where she could threaten and challenge her position. If she could see that sword one more time, would that allow her to also reach beyond the domain? That was what Lunia was the most interested in. Wow. Look at this. A silver coin and a half for kimbap. I wonder what's inside. Sea urchin roe sauce on kimbap. This is crazy. Is this capitalism? Is this what this world has come to? Marie was with Corinne at the fine dining restaurant, Holy Panda. The legendary meal tickets of high-class restaurants that instructor Heyman the gourmet gave out to the students he liked, they were for two people in general, and that was why Corinne had invited her out for a dinner at this place. It's thanks to you, Corinne, that I get to come to a place like this. Don't mention it. It was a bit awkward for me to come to this place by myself anyway, so it's good for both of us. Isn't that the first time you're wearing that dress? It looks good on you. Does it? Hee hee. Actually, it's a dress I got from my younger siblings to wear on a special day. Oh, okay. You said you were the oldest daughter out of 3 boys and 4 girls, right? NN. They're all very cute. Marie could spend the whole day talking about her proud brothers and sisters, but carefully asked a different question instead of blabbering about herself. By the way, Corinne, you have a lot of friends, right? Why did you invite me out? As if it was nothing important, Marie asked with a nonchalant look on her face, but her ears were keen on hearing his response. Hugh. Actually, in the past, there was someone who brought me to places like this very often. N. Really? Who is it? That question which she almost blurted out was at the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed it back in. I decided that I would never, ever, leave any room for misunderstanding. I shouldn't have invited that person out just because I wanted to buy something nice. NN? Did he come here with another girl before? Anyway, it's something I'd rather not talk about. Marie wasn't exactly sure what happened, but it seemed that things didn't go that well with that woman. It seemed that he wasn't even that interested in her in the first place. I see. But what about me? It's an honor for me to come with Senior Marie, of course. Or, would it have been better for me to just give you the tickets for you to come with your friend? No. It's a bit iffy to come to fancy places like this with a same-gender friend, right? Right? That's what I'm saying. It will just dampen the mood to come to a place like this with all boys or all girls. NNNN. Yes, of course. Have you ever gone to a place like this with a boy before? No? It's my first time. Corinne, you're definitely my first time. That's a surprise. You look like you'll be very popular with guys though. Do I? I don't think that's really the case. You're pretty, nice, and talented. Seriously, everyone is so young that they don't have any eyes for beauty. Maybe guys of this age still tease the girls they like and stuff? Unable to respond to those words, Marie deeply lowered her head and clenched on the ends of her thin dress. Although Corinne was simply talking from the perspective of an adult who had gone through countless vicissitudes of life while finding it a shame that the young boys were wasting their youth, it sounded differently to Marie. By the way, Senior. NN? I know you are drinking your blood packs quite regularly, but are you seriously okay? Corinne looked directly at her face, with a worried look on his face. Knowing the sincere concern of the boy, Marie couldn't hide her happiness and her heart pulsed with joy. It's okay, she replied. The impulse can be controlled by regularly taking in the blood of a human. You don't need to worry about it, Corinne. But the impulse is not the only problem. Sucking blood is not simply to consume food for vampires, right? I know. Marie had learned about the characteristics and powerful abilities of vampires from the professors of the magic department, including Deputy Principal Josephine. The act of sucking blood was not a simple consumption of food for vampires. Sucking the fresh blood of a human was in itself a very important and mythical process, and fresh human blood contained a mysterious element that was by far different from the stored blood in blood packs. How about your familiar? It hasn't healed ever since that day, right? Because blood is the main source of energy for it, and there has been none of that until now. I don't need it. Senior. Corinne, I really don't need it. I'm okay. He sounded like he was pressing her, so Marie replied with a shiver in her voice. Marie did not like the new power she had earned. It's not like she wanted to become one, and it was by pure accident that she ended up becoming a vampire. She was Marie, the oldest child of the Dinaref family of farmers. She was the oldest sibling of 7 children and was not Marie the vampire. That was why drinking fresh human blood was the same as breaking the pillars of the entirety of her life. It was like admitting that she was a vampire. You know what, Senior? You've never changed until now. Huh? Whether we're talking about you as a genius mage, or a dim-witted second-year senior. Dim-witted? Was that your impression of me the whole time? Well, just listen for now. Whether you are the oldest child of 7 siblings of the Dinaref family, or a vampire. All of that combined is you, Senior. There is no need to deny a part of you. There was no way she could misunderstand the warmth hidden behind those words. Everything he said was sincere. Corinne had not a sliver of fear against her. He remained nonchalant as if her cursed trait of sucking the blood of humans and the ability to murder countless people were nothing important. I'm always getting helped every time. His words never failed to cause a ripple in the lake inside her heart. She was already in an enormous debt. The debt that she owed him was so big that he could even take custody of the entire future life of herself, Marie Dinaref. Of course, he probably wouldn't even consider it a big deal. While hoping for her happiness, he had never wished for anything in return. He was cool. On both the day when he stood up on repeat without giving up, as well as when he didn't give up on her. Regardless of the importance of the matter, the boy called Corinne Lorque never hesitated in his actions. Looking at all the reasons behind his actions, she could even see a firm layer of conviction. That was why the boy did not ask her for anything. Despite the tremendous value of the blood of vampires and the amount of things she owed him, none of that mattered to Corinne Lorque. He was someone who only received goodwill if others gave it to him. It was a pity. I have so many things I want to do for you, do you really have nothing to request of me? Like how you helped me, I want to help you too. I want to lessen your burden even by a little, and make sure you don't shoulder everything like how you always try to do. No currency in existence was able to measure the amount of things that can be done by this girl who had just fallen in love. It was when their meal was coming to an end. Senior. I know it's a bit odd to make a request like this when we're here to have some nice food, but... You, huh? A request? Really? Marie felt like she was soaring through the skies as she looked back at him with an immensely expectant gaze. Now, the bank called Marie Bank had no limits to the loan it could give to the customer called Corinne. There was 0% interest rate to the loan, and in fact, he didn't even need to pay the bank back. The owner of the bank would probably gladly open the safe with a bright smile on her face. Actually, freewebnovel.com. Yes? She gulped. Even a lady blinded by a male host at a host club wouldn't be as unconditional as her. Can you please lend me some money? About 100 gold coins? The next day, a new Arden-style dojo called Alicia Dojo was founded with 100% of their finances coming from Marie Bank. It was extremely natural that Lunia Arden and the 5 Swords decided to go through with the sword challenge. May, who was called the heavy sword of true darkness out of the 5 Swords, was carrying her characteristic 2-meter-long greatsword behind her back as she walked into the streets. She was looking to borrow a venue that was appropriate for the sword challenge. Although she wasn't keen on grouping up against one person to crush them, this was a necessary procedure of the household. May Rudia's family, the Rudia household, had been loyal to the Arden family ever since the current family head, Jade Arden, took his position. With his favor, her family became one that had control over the greatsword-style dojos of the Arden swordsmanship. There were a lot of families that were jealous of the Rudia household, but their status was firm due to being in charge of one of the most important businesses of the Arden sect. It used to be firm, but now it was just about to wobble, because of Alicia Arden's sudden rise. What would happen if the illegitimate child of Jade Arden, Alicia Arden, was to suddenly become the head of the Arden family? The enormous cluster of households called Arden will be in great turmoil. The statuses of the swordsmen and families supporting Lunia would fluctuate tremendously and chaos would befall the sect. In other words, this was no longer just about Alicia's qualification as a swordsman, and was in correlation with a lot of business-related matters. You should have just stayed low, young Mississippi. May didn't have any real thoughts on Alicia. She was just a naughty child of the household, who liked eating desserts outside more than contemplating the path of the sword. If she continued staying holed up in a corner while admitting that as a fact, she would have received some level of respect as a young miss. But now that she had stepped into a problem that concerned the profit of their household, the five swords were resolute. None of them wanted Alicia Arden to become the next family head. There was a need to crush Alicia Arden. Lunia didn't even need to do anything. The five swords would be enough to crush Alicia Arden beyond recovery. There might be some tedious retaliation from Merkava Academy, but Arden was firm and strong. They probably wouldn't dare antagonize the Arden family just because of one student. In reality, Arden was a sword sect, but they were closer to a group of gangsters that had way too much power for a single organization. "Come out," May said while looking at the darkness where she could sense the presence of another person. That was while preparing herself to unsheath the sword behind her back whenever necessary. Clomp clomp. A human figure walked out of the darkness. It seemed that the person had zero intentions of hiding their presence in the first place. "You are." May immediately recognized who the person was. The girl was wearing chained nun clothes. She was the special student from the New Faith who got full marks at the prac exam, despite being the only one who didn't sit the test. Student Huaran, huh? It is very late. Why have you left the campus? Without saying anything, Huaran scavenged through the pocket of her nun clothes and suddenly took out a dagger. Swish. After quickly unsheathing her greatsword, May pointed it at her opponent. But Huaran took out a memo from her pocket and hopped her way towards her without giving any heed to her sword. "Stop. I will cut you if you come any closer." Huaran approached while ignoring those words, so in return, May swung the greatsword and used the flat part of the blade to strike her head. Quang. Although it was a blunt attack, the impact created by the attack was definitely not small, and most average knights would have gone unconscious in an instant. Huh? But Huaran did not move a single inch. Despite receiving such a heavy attack from the front, she showed less reaction than a person stung by a mosquito. Move. Huaran curled her fingers with an apathetic expression and flicked on the side of the greatsword with a thud. Kajik. The unimaginably strong impact caused the greatsword to tilt all the way to the ground. Seeing her sword that was stuck in the ground, May was appalled. I got pushed back? How could she, the heavy sword of the Rudia family, be pushed back by a mere student? Huaran did not even give her the time to accept what was going on. Here. What is this? A letter of challenge. What? Apparently I am the instructor of Alicia Dojo's fruit knife style? Or something. Hearing that, May looked at the dagger in Huaran's hands and finally had a good look at it. It was a fruit knife, the blunt knife that people would use to cut apples. Was she using something like that as a sword to issue a challenge? Bastard. Are you looking down on us? Picking up the sword that was stabbing into the ground, May swung it at her. Seeing the sword that was 1 centimeter away from her neck, Huaran said with a bored look on her face. He said he'll buy me sushi if I beat you. Meanwhile, Chang, Kook. Sirin the dual wielder looked at her swords that were flung away before glaring at the assaulter. There was a swordsman who suddenly issued a challenge as a dojo, but from what Sirin knew, the opponent was a student who did not belong to any dojos. In the first place, she was a mage. What do you think you're doing, Marie Dinaref? Challenging the sword squad? Asking for a lesson as a junior? Something like that, apparently. As if. You are a mage, not a swordsman. In response to Sirin's bitter complaint, the young mage finally unsheathed the sword imitation that was hanging on her waist in a hurry. She then said while taking a posture that was clearly that of a newbie. I am Alicia Dojo's Gandalf-style instructor, and an elder. Hey, are you stupid? She didn't reply. The girl lowered the visor of her hat as if she was embarrassed while pointing the staff at her. In fact, even though she was claiming to be the instructor of a sword style, she did not even know what a Gandalf style was. Blood spear? Alicia Dojo's glaive-style instructor, Corinne Lork. I request the esteemed instructor Lena of the Rippling Sword for a lesson. You're not even using a glaive. Actually, the glaive is currently broken and is in the middle of repair. Well, you just put a blade at the end of a spear and that's a glaive and a falchion, right? What are you even talking about? And why are you doing this? Corinne grinned with the silver spear resting on his shoulders and replied to her shout. You see, new dojos like us need to raise our fame to expand our business, right? We are looking for a very aggressive business model by challenging other groups. Newly founded Alicia Dojo. Fruit knife style instructor Huaran. Glaive style instructor Corinne Lork. Gandalf style instructor Marie Dinaref. Flying sword style one-day instructor Doron Warsky. And the head instructor of the newborn Alicia Dojo, Alicia Arden. 5 Swords of Arden Style's first sword squad. Defeated. Breaking news. The appearance of a new Arden-style dojo. Crushing the first sword squad of the Arden, the images that have been sent from an anonymous sender seem very reliable and, etc. My older sister was my aspiration. Back when I still had passion for the sword, sister used to be my idol. Lady Lunia has defeated the grade 1 demonic beast, Minotaur. She is still only 15. That is remarkable. Lord Garand is also keeping a close eye on Lady Lunia. Sister was like a hero from a fairy tale, like a legendary knight who defeated evil monsters. She was a hero like Grandpa Garand, whose tales I had been hearing from a young age. Sister. I knew what my position was inside the household. A daughter of a concubine, mother passed away during my birth and father considered me a disgrace that was made from his mistake. The only value I had in his family was that I had the blood of the great sword emperor, Garand Arden, flowing in my veins. You. Why, you're back. Congratulations, sister. You've grown quite a lot. My sister from another mother who was 9 years older than me patted my head a lot more than my biological father. That made me so happy, so rather than my mother whom I had never met and the stepmother who considered me non-existent, sister was. Everything changed on the day I first cut a person. There was a thing called sword challenge among the rules of the household. It was a sort of test to elect captains of the 5 sword squads, who would be taking care of the important matters of the household. However, I now knew that this was just a way to trample on potential competitors as a group. That was why Mr. Corinne said he would change this. That was to issue a dojo challenge. By opening an official dojo and challenging the first sword squad as a newly founded group, we defeated the 5 sword one at a time and led to a one-on-one battle against my sister. Mr. Corinne told me defeating them here and announcing that to the public would make it difficult for sister and her forces to touch me for the time being. The money that went to the registry of the dojo, the purchase of an abandoned dojo and the employment of Mr. Doron the mercenary all came from Senior Marie's wallet. I should be able to repay her as soon as I received the bounty money from defeating John Doe. 2 days after the official registry as a dojo, we simultaneously attacked the 5 senior sisters of the first sword squad. And as Mr. Corinne expected, That's quite an interesting thing you've thought of. My older sister came to the dojo I opened. See, sister. Lunia Arden, the stepsister, who I admire, glared at me with an icy gaze. I remembered how I used to feel timid all the time from how scary that gaze was. Can I really defeat sister? Mr. Corinne said that defeating the 5 swords was just a skirmish before the real battle, and that the real deal was defeating the contemporary sword master, Lunia Arden. But could someone like me really defeat sister, who was already a semi-unique grade knight when she was my age? Should I apologize here and run away? My hands carrying the demon-slaying sword trembled and I felt like it would drop any time soon, so I tried my best to hold on to it. You fool. Half-assed judgments are the worst ones to make. If you were going to run, you should have run immediately after seeing me, and if not, then stand tall and be firm like a boulder. Her sharp gaze pierced through me. It was like this every time, sister knew everything about me all the time. There is no way a cheeky idea like dojo challenge would have come out of your head. As I suspected, was it you, Corinne Lork? I carefully turned my gaze over to the side and found Mr. Corinne shrugging his shoulders. Even though he was pretty much picking a fight against the Ardens, he was still calm. In fact, he even told me off. Alicia. Isn't there something you need to tell her? Do I really have to say it? I sent him a desperate gaze, but he nonchalantly glossed over it. So mean. As an instructor of a newly founded Arden-style dojo, I request the captain of the first sword squad, Lunia Arden, for a practice duel. Humph. Did you register as an official dojo and buy a building just for this stuff? It's an official request. Yes. A direct child of the Arden does have the free right to establish a dojo. To think you would make use of that rule like this, even though it was supposed to limit the branch families from gaining too much power. Plus, the instructors of newly founded dojos had the right to request swordsmen of the household for friendly duels. Although it was possible for the swordsman to turn them down, Mr. Corinne assured me that that won't happen. It was because a sect of swordsmen was composed of people whose pride had to stand firmer and taller than anything else in the world. Good. A friendly duel it is, said Lunia, but you should know yourself that we won't be casting non-lethal spells or using practice swords. I am prepared. Mr. Corinne told me to use the demon-slaying sword at all cost, while saying that relying on the sword was the only way for me to win. Arden-style, head disciple of Singular Sword, Lunia Arden. Arden-style, grade 2 swordsman of Singular Sword, Alicia Arden. It was time to end this war between siblings. Is this really okay? Looking at the serious battle between Alicia and Lunia, Marie asked in concern. I believe in her. Alicia will do a good job. Marie was puzzled by Corinne's ungrounded confidence. Objectively speaking, Alicia stood no chance against Lunia. She had just become a grade 2 knight, whereas the opponent was the strongest swordsman of this generation and was at a semi-unique grade. They weren't even on the same page. Even Marie herself wasn't confident in defeating Lunia even if she were to use her full potential as a vampire. But Corinne won even when he was in a similar position. She saw him defeating the familiar that had been born from her blood. Even though he was outclassed in physical abilities, mana, and everything, he still came out on top. NN. It should be okay since you're the one saying it, Corinne. Right now, the credit Marie Bank had for Corinne had reached beyond the maximum limit and was breaking through the roof. Take this. That was when Lunia threw a purse at Corinne. Judging from the clink of clashing metal, it seemed to be money. Is this for repairing the dojo? No. It's for building a new one. After saying that, Lunia vanished from where she was in the blink of an eye. Kang. Kook. Following a flash step was a sword slash. Alicia somehow managed to block the attack, but the building was destroyed behind her back. Kajik. Kajijik. A sharp sword cut was carved on the wall of the dojo, but Lunia didn't stop there. Grit. A sword wrestle immediately began with their blades touching each other. It was a fearsome battle between two swords where one mistake could end up with a cut on either the face or the shoulder. For the first attack, take a step back and push her sword to the side. Lunia's sword fell to the side like it was flowing down a current of water. Lunia was slightly confused by her attack being casually nullified as if it had been predicted, but immediately swung the sword sideways, but it was blocked again by the scabbard of the demon-slaying sword. Blocking with the scabbard? Lunia likes sticking to the textbook. Even though she is proficient at everything that goes by the book, she won't be expecting a trick like blocking with the scabbard. Hot. A silver flash burst forth. Alicia attacked for the first time ever since the start of their battle. That marked the beginning of a fiercer battle between the two swordsmen. Parrying the attack with the sword and retaliating with an immediate slash, Lunia was a master at it. Alicia threw her body back in an exaggerated manner to dodge the attack. Your footwork is still terrible. Alicia retreated easily because she was scared of being cut and was frightened about being hit. It was the way of cowards, and because she knew that, Lunia's attacks in retaliation were always a step forward. Chike. Kook. A sharp silver flash traveled past the side of her head. The skin got ripped as blood dripped from the lacerated wound. Alicia retreated greatly to the back. Lunia was either relaxed or was trying to maintain her posture, but she did not chase after her. Make use of your speed. Block her vision and stab as fast as you can. The ground of the dojo was being covered with footsteps like the cartridges of a minigun. Alicia was circling around the unmoving Lunia as fast as she could. Her feet would soon come to a stop, and that would be the prelude to her charge. Tap. Forward march, third move, lightning? Alicia jumped in while trampling on the tiles of the arena of the dojo. In response to that destructive linear attack, Lunia curled the corners of her lips up and lowered her sword and readied herself for an upward slash. Upward slash, falling books? King. Lunia's sword parried Alicia's trump card. If she followed this through with a stab, it would certainly pierce through Alicia's chest. Iya. Even though her sword had been parried away, Alicia wasn't flustered in the slightest, and in fact, she even dashed faster to pounce at Lunia. The two swordsmen rolled on the ground of the dojo. Lunia was the first to stand up. This stupid fool. Lunia kicked Alicia's head up with her boot. Due to being both weaker and slower, Alicia was kicked away while spurting blood with her mouth. A huck. Alicia couldn't disguise the pain and frowned. It was an unsightly thing to do for a swordsman. Did you think you could win with such petty tricks? As if she was discontent with the fact that Alicia pounced at her body without using the sword, Lunia heavily swung her sword down. King. HTT. Alicia managed to block the attack but was being pressed down due to the sheer difference in strength. At last, the sword dug into her shoulder and allowed blood to ooze out, but Alicia's mind was clearer than ever before. Falling books? Suddenly, Lunia's sword slid down the side. Alicia had gently altered the path of the sword to the side like what Lunia had done with Alicia's attack. Block the sword, let it fall to the side with falling books, and after that. The fearsome stab straight after the block grazed past Lunia's body. Ho! That set of consecutive attacks was relatively fluent. It was remarkable that Alicia had been able to pull off such moves even though she was almost pushed onto her knees with a stab in her shoulder. But it's still not perfect. Lunia drove in an unexpected strike with her elbow at Alicia's chin right when she was about to carry the momentum through. Her following kick powered through Alicia's calf and brought her down onto the ground as Lunia continued like a lightning strike. Heavenly strike, reverse kill. King. Lunia's sword came striking down from the heavens and Alicia parried it horizontally, but Lunia immediately kicked her chest with her foot and made Alicia roll across the ground. Hew. Instead of fighting against the momentum, Alicia let her body constantly roll and used that momentum and inertia to quickly raise her body back up while putting a gap between them. Sister. I learned how to draw today. The child who had been treated coldly ever since a young age only had one person to talk to, and that was her older stepsister. Instant slash, advancing fang, reverse kill, soaring heavens, lightning. Falling books, 3 paths of one sword, reverse heavens, crushing steel. The sun cast a spotlight on the two as the constant dazzling flash of silver threatened to blind everyone. Sister. I learned how to use a sword for the first time today. One day I will become an awesome knight like you. The dojo continued crumbling down throughout the bout of the two swordsmen. The walls and the floor became more rugged than ever as Alicia likewise accumulated similar injuries on her body. Currently, it looked like Lunia was forcing Alicia into a corner all the time, and in fact, that wasn't too far from the truth. Lunia gazed deeply at her stepsister. Wha? It hurts. Please be more gentle. Her face that usually would have been in tears while grumbling about the pain was turning stiff in real time as if it was sitting under a wintry blizzard. No, actually, the corners of her lips were sneaking up. Even though Alicia was the only one who shed blood during the brief exchange, she smiled like a fiend as if she was bewitched by her own blood. This was the heavenly gift of Alicia. The talent of a ghost bewitched by the sword. The most fiendish talent in the contemporary times that Alicia had been concealing due to fear was about to wake up. Good. That's what you're supposed to be like. That was the true Alicia that Lunia had been wanting to see. Lunia had been eager to see her real nature and that shocking talent which Alicia had been turning away from. This was a matter of pride as a swordsman. This was not the hierarchical fight between beasts, but one that concerned honor and pride as fighters. Lunia had been dying to fight her rival when she was in her best condition. Are you seeing the domain already? Alicia didn't reply, and instead, she drooled from her lips and widened her eyes into circles. The reason she had been wholeheartedly focused on blocking and dodging was to see that one tinied. It was to take a step forward in the most extreme level of concentration. You can't beat her in a frontal fight. Block and dodge. You just need one moment to decide the battle anyway. Alicia had been receiving a constant set of advice from the boy over the past few days. As if he had experienced fighting Lunia Arden dozens of times already, he talked about her habits, forms and postures, and told her to focus on dodging at the last second. The key here was to not die. To find the one deciding moment during the battle. A transcendent level of concentration allows knights to enter the domain and collide once when put in an extreme situation. But your eyes will always allow you to see it. That is one of the two advantages you have over Lunia Arden. The other is. It was pretty much like a gamble, but Alicia agreed that that was the only way for her to win. She also noticed countless times during the fight that she was nowhere near Lunia's league. In a normal fight, her body would have been cut into two in a matter of a few strikes, but here, she was extending that to 30 strikes at the cost of gaining injuries on her body. That was all to take that one step forward. Kong! A screeching sound of metal reached her ears. Alicia was feeling the numbing sense in her hands, but that was when Lunia flashed her eyes. Sister! It was coming. Alicia's tremendously sensitive senses warned her of the upcoming death. She was about to sheath her sword in a hurry, but realized something before she could. Lunia was half a step, half a second earlier than her. At this rate, she would be too late. Arden first sword style, false domain severance? Her eyes of the boundary flickered open. The black ocean that she had been seeing for a while appeared vividly. She ignored the burning pain in her eyes and glared daggers at the dimension. But Alicia wasn't prepared enough. One of the conditions of Alicia's domain severance was the eyes of the boundary that allowed its user to perceive the domain, and the other was the sheathed demon-slaying sword. The attack was fast because of the circulation of aura inside the scabbard pushing the sword for an instant acceleration, but it was too late for Alicia to sheath the sword now. It was also too late to swing now. No matter what she did, Alicia realized that she would be cut first before she could cut her sister. If so, then all she had to do was have better control over the domain. It didn't matter if she was late, or if she wasn't in the right posture. There was no need to defeat her. Alicia's goal wasn't to beat her as a swordsman in the first place, what she needed was a win. She had to win even if it may be pathetic and disgraceful. Thus, she didn't need to be faster than Lunia. As long as she could land a strike on her sword. Demon-slaying sword. It's a masterpiece that can withstand all risk inside the domain. Don't forget the ridiculous sword you're holding on to. Ads by Pub Future. Domain Severance, Alicia Style, Sword Challenge. Against the opponent who was half a step and half a second earlier than her, she took a full step forward and came out even. Their two swords collided inside the domain. Kang. The sword screamed as Lunia widened her eyes. It was natural for her to be shocked, because the opponent who was trying to sheath the sword suddenly raised the sword into the sky and swung it down in time. Even though Lunia was aware of her talents, seeing it unravel before her eyes was still annoying. Kang. Her screaming sword got shredded like paper along with a clear ding. The bisected sword flew through the air and pierced through the walls of the dojo. Remaining behind through the domain was the lofty demon-slaying blade, giving off a dark steam and a brilliant luster. Lunia Arden was hereby defeated. Compared to Lunia Arden, the sword master, Alicia's only advantage was the domain severance. Her talent allowed her to walk in the domain which even the knights who had reached the semi-unique grade could only perceive and barely set their foot inside. Thus, we had to decide the victor of this battle inside the domain for Alicia to win, and that was why I told her to buy time by solely focusing on dodging and blocking. By sharing Lunia's habits that I learned by fighting her dozens of times in the last iteration, I made Alicia last through the attacks while waiting for one opportunity inside the domain. And as expected, Lunia's sword broke during the collision inside the domain. The dojo was covered in silence as Lunia blankly gazed at her bisected sword. She moved before Alicia did. She swung the sword first. She was better than Alicia in both ability and judgment. But even so, she was slower. How would Lunia feel after seeing her stepsister suddenly reach the domain fully, which had been her lifelong aspiration? Huh. Not enough training, huh? Nothing much. Lunia was the type of person to hold her sword again after a brief period of lamentation. From this point onwards, my subordinates and I will not interfere with your business. Leaving those words behind, Lunia turned around. See, sister. Alicia awkwardly called her and carefully walked up to hold on to Lunia's sleeves as Lunia halted her feet. She turned back and saw Alicia drenched in blood. Lunia hesitated a little before placing her hand on Alicia's head. You've grown quite a lot. After that, Lunia left the dojo. It was the end of the fight between siblings. Alicia Arden, Lunia Arden. Difficulty, B+. Reward. Even distribution of 40 points. Aura rank increase, lower medium, medium. 600 increase in aura capacity. You have acquired domain comprehension? I'm Lunia Arden. The first time I met her was even before Marie's incident. I remember being quite flustered because it was a lot earlier than the original scenario. In the game, Lunia would join the party if Alicia died, so both Park Sihu and I weren't that confused by Lunia joining the party. However, there was something we didn't know, and it was something Park Sihu, who had killed Alicia, definitely wouldn't have expected. I couldn't find the guy who killed my sister. The reason why she joined the party. Lunia looked for Alicia's murderer the whole time, but until the very end, she couldn't find the killer because Park Sihu was the real killer all along. We fought together for a long time, but Lunia never gave up. In the third year after Alicia's death, I had the chance to talk to her, who was still looking for the killer. I thought you didn't like your sister. I didn't. She was lazy, never serious, and only knew how to cling on and be a bother. But who else will avenge that child if not me? The father who neglected her after giving his seed away? The mother who blames the child for the sense of betrayal she feels for her husband? Or the swordsmen of the family who have no respect for her? She lamented. By looking for the disappeared demon-slaying sword, she waited for Alicia's killer to reveal their traces. I'm the only one. There is no one else who can relieve that child's grief. The illegitimate daughter of the family learned the way of the sword because of her immature admiration towards her sister. By first learning the sword and cutting a person, she realized the dreadfulness of swords. After being named as a successor candidate that she didn't even want to become and ending up antagonizing the older sister of her admiration, what would Alicia have thought? That must be why she decided to give up. Deciding to be lazy, she started straying away from the path of swords in order to relieve her older sister and her subordinates, telling them that she wasn't her enemy. And Lunia was also aware of that. "I thought you didn't like your sister. There were plenty of reasons for you to dislike her as well. If there is a reason for me to hate that child, then that won't be because of something useless like succession. What is it then? I had been pursuing grandfather's sword the whole time. At one point, I gave up on the domain and yet the realm of my aspiration appeared right before my eyes. Seeing that ideal talent choosing to become lazy was an unbearable sight, was what Lunia confessed. These sisters probably had a very complicated relationship that we weren't aware of, because the game did not reveal the trivial past of NPCs and their irrelevant relationships. Did I do well? Inside the hospital room, Alicia let out a soft mutter while sitting on the bed. You did. I assured her that she did a good job, but in response, she gave a small pout with sulky eyes. How can you be so sure? Now, I will probably become an official successor candidate of the Arden family, and Sister Lunia and her followers will start pressuring me. The Arden family is full of scary people, you know? She was probably right. The second coming of the legend was not important to the members of the family because they were more concerned about their own interests and profit. Alicia, the illegitimate child of the family head, who had no one's support, becoming the next leader of the family was something they wouldn't be very happy with. It's up to you whether you fight or not. How would I not fight? Well, you can just leave the family. Alicia widened her eyes into circles as if she hadn't thought of that, but returned to being sulky after a while. I don't want to. If I do that, my connection with sister will be completely gone. No. It won't. Your connection with Lunia Arden will stay even if you die. How can you be so sure of that? Because I saw it. I saw the sorrow of that one person which was triggered from your death lasting all the way until my final breath. And I saw the only person who felt remorse for your death, persistently chasing after the traces of your killer. The thing called siblings is very strange. Sometimes, you fight as if you want to kill each other, and at other times, you're even closer than your parents. It's my time to use the computer. Fuck off. Or I'll bash you up. Mom. He's not letting me use the computer. You fucking dog. The memories of that time were becoming faint over time, but I still remembered how my older brother reacted when I returned home after being bashed up by the bullies of the town. Who the fuck hit my brother? Isn't that how siblings are usually like? You might feel a sense of distance and you might feel awkward, but a blood tie is not something that disappears that easily. Even though it may become a memory of the past, I still remembered my brother, and he probably remembered me as well. In fact, he could even still be looking for me. Do you also have a sibling? I have an annoying younger sister. I had become way too used to this world. The younger brother who used to have the computer taken away, who used to be bashed up yet protected at times, was now the older brother of an annoying kid who constantly whined for expensive candies. We'll be siblings no matter what happens. I already acknowledged the memories and emotions left behind by Corinne Lorque. And from that point on, I stopped worrying about my sense of identity. You are a really strange person, Mr. Corinne. HNN? Aren't you the same age as me? Why do you act like an adult all the time? It was because I lived at least 14 years more than you did. I was at least 30, and if I added Corinne's memories on top of that, you could say I was almost in my 50s. Do I sound old? Yes. Like a veteran soldier who went through all sorts of hardships? I can kind of feel that from you. How sharp. While fixing the bandage around her head that was starting to fall loose, Alicia said with a bashful smile. Thank you. About what? About what happened this time and back in the forest. Uh-huh. It was you who saved me in the forest, right, Mr. Corinne? How did she notice that? I wasn't planning on telling her though. How did you know? First is that your voice is similar, and second is your belt. Boys don't really change their belts too much, right? She was right. I never worried about it before, but I couldn't really remember changing my belt that much. In fact, I used to use this cheap belt back in the previous iteration as well. And I became certain just then thanks to your honest reply, Alicia added. Who are you? Eh? There's no way Alicia could be this smart. Humph. She pursed her lips before asking a question. Is there anything you want from me, Mr. Corinne? Yeah. That was quick. What, were you expecting me to say, no? Yes, of course. I know I am in great debt to you, Mr. Corinne. Why, you can tell me anything you want. Anything is okay? Except for the demon-slaying sword. Why, do you think it's too expensive? No. Grandpa is the legal owner of the item, so the tax. Apparently there was a 20% tax when reassigning the owner of the item. The official price of the demon-slaying sword was over 20 white gold coins, if I remember correctly. That meant the tax alone was at least $400,000. Seriously, the things you talk about and stuff. You are a very realistically poor person, aren't you? Unlike sister, I didn't receive any property from the family either. Anyway, of course I'm not gonna ask for your help when it comes to money or connections. I might be able to help you a little bit though. I doubt it. She pouted her lips again, perhaps from thinking that she was being looked down on. I really wanted to slap those lips with a straw or something. Let's become friends. Is that all? Becoming friends with true Alicia, the greatest counter to bosses, who can use domain severance with ease. It was a huge bargain for me, no matter how I saw it. Why? Do you not want to become friends with me? Ought. Oh, of course not. Friend. Friend, huh? It's my first time having a boyfriend, but I think that sounds good. I mean, a male friend. Yes, yes. Alicia reached her hand out with her cheeks tinged in a shade of red due to excitement. Thinking that she was asking for a handshake, I grabbed onto her hand and gave her a smile. Let's get along well, buddy. Uh-huh. I'm also glad to have a reliable friend like Mr. Corinne. It was an innocent smile that was far from bad intentions and ulterior motives. This girl would probably now have a better future ahead of her, unlike the last iteration, just like Marie. Let there be punishment to the evil and a brighter future for the good. And let children have a better set of choices for them. I am scared of fighting, said Alicia. I know. But I smile for some reason during a fight. I saw that too. So. I avoided fighting all the time. Because it didn't feel like me, and I was also scared of fighting against sister. I wasn't as serious as other people, and I was always looking for an easy way out. Everyone does that. Alicia, who had constantly been pressed down by the environment and her own talents, shared her honest agony and concerns that were normal for girls of her age to have. Both Marie and Alicia, and even Hua Ran, were just young girls. As we age and as we go through a set of small misfortunes and incidents, we start to build experience. I didn't have to think of an amazing reply. The advice that could help these young kids who had just hit their puberty didn't have to be that grandiose. As someone who was born a bit earlier than them, it should be fine for me to cheer them up a bit. Don't think of this as something too difficult. I just helped you with the catalyst. Catalyst? You see, when I was young, I got beat up by the bullies of the town one day. You did? Her eyes widened into circles as if she couldn't believe my words. It was more than 10 years ago. I was pulled by some smoking high schoolers into the back alleyway. It was very commonplace and was something that could happen to anyone. Dude, you got some cash? They stole my money after that. It was back when I was in middle school, and it was an embarrassing event in the past which still embarrassed me whenever I reflected on it. I tried to stop them from taking my money as they ganged up on me, so I had to take a few days off from school. Was it very painful? Just a bunch of kids, so of course it didn't hurt that much. It was painful not because I got bashed up, but because I didn't even raise a fist to fight back. I took a few days off of school, not because it was painful, but because it was embarrassing. I did nothing wrong and it wasn't me who was in the wrong, but I was still very embarrassed for being unable to be proud during that moment. Alicia. You're a lot stronger than someone like me who used to be a powerless kid back then. I want you to become someone who can be proud of themselves all the time. Alicia Arden's greatest weakness was her confidence, which had plummeted into the ground. As long as she had the catalyst to reveal her talents without holding them back, then there would be nothing in this world that Alicia Arden could not cut. A beast frantic for the sword was living inside Alicia's heart. She knew that this too was a part of her. However, she spent her entire life denying that part of her which was possessed by the sword like a fiend. Until now, she had never made the swordsman living inside her heart content. She wanted to satisfy its desires. Her honest senses wanted her to wreak havoc by swinging the sword to her heart's content. But she was scared. Could I really make use of this talent? What about sister? What about the people from the household? Will they let me be? Will they bless me and cheer for my success? Alicia knew how that couldn't be any further from the truth. That was why she made herself content with small things for self-satisfaction. By fighting against nothing but low-graded demonic beasts, she enjoyed the campus life and wanted the academy to revere her while being unaware of how much of a coward she was. Playing around like a hero, she wanted self-satisfaction without going through pain. Like what cowards tended to do. By looking for prey weaker than themselves, they pretend to be tough and cool in safe places and dump whatever is dangerous onto others. At one point, Alicia began to think to herself that this was her limit, and that what she had was already more than enough. Even she herself started to believe that, and yet. You can do it. You can do a lot better than what you're doing right now. A boy cheered for her. A peer, whom she hadn't even known for that long, showered her with blind trust. We hadn't even known each other for that long, so why did he believe I was more gifted than my sister even after seeing her? The girl, Alicia, was still unsure about the answer to that question. Born as an illegitimate child that was constantly compared and disregarded, who always thought to herself this is enough and stopped herself from growing from the past, Alicia wasn't used to unconditional trust and support. Her blood-related father, stepmother, and countless senior brothers and senior sisters, because Alicia Arden had never heard of anything remotely close to "you can do it" from any of them, he's like an uncle. The reason she didn't say dad was because her perception of her blood-related father couldn't be considered positive by any means. The most positive image of an adult that she could think of was an uncle whom she had never even seen in her entire life. If I had an uncle, an adult who always cheered for me like that, how would it feel? Alicia. You're a lot stronger than someone like me who used to be a powerless kid back then. I want you to become someone who can be proud of themselves all the time. Hee. She grinned with a wide smile that seemed slightly foolish at a glance. The only person that was close to her, her older sister, wasn't the type of person to say such warm words to her, so she couldn't help but flush her cheeks and feel restless after hearing such heartwarming words from an adult for the first time in her life. Without her noticing the nature of the emotion that was making her heart thump and jolt, her teenage life began to unravel. Corinne Lorque, hero? Class, knight. Personality, justice, kind. Talent, spear specialization. Aura rank, medium, 5,530. Mana rank, low, 2,870. Specialties, regeneration of the tenacious warrior, pain tolerance, domain comprehension. Stats? Strength, 59-67. Agility, 58-66. Vitality, 60-68. Aura, 56-64. Mana, 56-64. Regeneration of the Tenacious Warrior. When your HP falls below a certain level during a fight, your HP regeneration speed will increase tremendously. Pain Tolerance. Gain tolerance against attacks deemed lower than grade 4. Significantly lowers the chance of having a stat debuff from poison or contamination. Gain increased tolerance against the same attacks. Domain Comprehension. Increases the chance of entering the domain. Increases the user's comprehension of the domain with every entry. Isabel Kerman, a second-year student of the magic department, had a very deep concern these days. It had been about 2 months since the vampire awakening incident of her best friend, Marie. Despite all the chaos it created, it actually didn't take that long for Marie to fuse back into her peer group. Marie. Are you having lunch? Yuan? During lunchtime, Marie was sucking on a large pack of blood like it was juice. Is it another blood pack today? Should I lend you my neck if you want some fresh blood? You're too skinny, Ruin, so no. I would prefer it if the person was a bit more buff. Oh my, that's so nice of you. Ho ho ho. Marie was now okay enough to joke around with her classmates about blood. Marie. NNN? Kane? Kane, a second-year student from the night department, suddenly walked up to Marie and fidgeted his fingers. The innocent love of this boy with disheveled hair was so obvious and famous that everyone knew about it except for Marie. Actually, I did a blood donation yesterday and took a pack of blood while I was at it. He resolutely tried to hand over his blood pack as if it was a love letter. Ehew, that retard. Did he think it was a romantic gift or something? Even though she had become a vampire, Marie seemed to be finding it nonsensical to receive the blood of a peer, and shook her head with a troubled look on her face. It's fine. I am receiving more than enough blood packs from Professor Josephine regularly. Really? Then should I give you my neck? That retard. Freaking blockhead. Kane had been reading a bunch of novels and books about vampires ever since Marie turned into one, and it seemed that a strange piece of knowledge had settled in his head. Did he think Marie would gladly accept it if he offered his neck? I'm alright. Huh? Sucking directly from a person is dangerous. And blood packs are enough to fill my stomach. Saying that, Marie left the classroom while Kane became the target of a bunch of criticism for creating an awkward atmosphere. You idiot. Do you not think about how Marie would feel? No. You need to be more thoughtful. Okay? Leaving behind the retarded Kane, Isabel chased after Marie. As someone who had the experience of having her blood sucked out by Marie, Isabel remembered how sad she was after sucking blood and the tears she shed. She was chasing after her friend to give her words of consolation while hoping that she wasn't feeling depressed, but... Corinne? Senior Marie? Are you done with your lesson? In the corridor of the same floor, Isabel noticed Marie encountering someone. That guy. Corinne Lork. He was the freshman who had been roaming around Marie these days that required the most caution. Training room was the place she first met Corinne. By showing a reckless attempt at defeating an elemental body as a weak grade 5 freshman, he gathered the eyes of a lot of people. Ever since that, he started showing off his presence wherever he went, and Isabel noticed from the side that Marie had started being conscious of him. The opponent was a grade 5 random knight, but after the interim assessment where he came out even against Sword Master Lunia Arden, he became a hot topic among her peers. He was currently believed to be grade 1 at the very least, and there were rumors that the professors of the night department were preparing another grading test for Corinne, who had shown an unprecedented level of skill. At this point, it was clear that he was a lot stronger than what others initially made him out to be, but there was something about Corinne that Isabel just didn't like. Senior Marie. Would you like some blood? Wow, so there's another retard like Kane here. Did you think Marie would go, of course, and bite your neck or something? Teenage boys are all idiots. Oh, okay. It worked? The two of them headed to a remote classroom and locked the door. They locked the door? Isabel hurriedly dashed to the door and brought her ear to the door as much as possible. Hearing the sensual voice of her best friend and the gulps behind the door was a nerve-wracking experience. Oh right. Senior. Did you think about the thing I talked about last time? N. The somewhat dreamy voice of her best friend made it evident that she wasn't in the right state of mind to make a rational judgment. You know the land we bought when we were registering the dojo last time? The dojo has collapsed anyway, so I was thinking about building an inn there. An inn? Yes. How about you invest a bit? It's always better to have more money, you see. Maybe. You should. I bet you the profit will be at least 3 times the investment. I am sure of it. That was obviously a scam. The profit being at least 3 times the investment? There was no way Marie would fall for such a ridiculous scam. Okay. How much do you need? She fell for it? Stop, Marie, stop. You are being scammed. You are like the typical image of a sugar mama who falls for a man and ruins the finances of the family. Isabel couldn't help but be astonished by the innocence of her friend. However, after sensing that the two of them were about to leave the classroom, she quickly dashed off to the end of the corridor and hid herself behind a wall. Huh. The two people soon left the class in a disordered state. Marie's cheeks were conspicuously flushed and she had trouble collecting her breath. You can write as much as you need on the check and withdraw it. Very good. Haha. My friend. She's being deceived. A freshman in his first year was playing around with Marie. However, that wasn't the end of the astonishing events. It was right when Isabel left the training rooms after practicing magic. Mr. Corinne. I'm telling you can drop the formalities. It's a bit embarrassing. Seriously. Are you here to practice again? Yep. Just some basic stamina. That's very diligent of you. Whatever it is, the basics are the most important. Shall we do it together? What? Who is it this time? Isabel realized who that girl was immediately after seeing her face. Alicia Arden, she was the famous granddaughter of Garand Arden the Sword Emperor. She was the younger sister of Sword Master Lunia Arden, who had recently come as an invited instructor for the interim exam. And plus, there was news that she had recently killed the infamous criminal John Doe. Why would such a big shot? Isabel was just like other people in that she didn't know about the presence of Corinne Lorque and the other party members during the John Doe incident. Huh, Isabel? Are you here for practice? That was when a peer from the night department called her while leaving the training room. She was sweating a bunch and it seemed that she was out for a quick rest. Yeri. Do you know that freshman over there? Freshman? Oh, you mean the lady from Arden? No. I mean the guy. Corinne Lorque? Of course I do. You do? Was he very famous? Well, it wasn't strange, because he did quite well against Sword Master Lunia, but he's famous for being crazy. There's a rumor that he uses 16 hours out of 24 hours every day on training. That much? It'll be hard to find anyone that doesn't know about Corinne Lorque in the night department. You know Old Man Heyman, right? He gives him meal tickets on a regular basis. That stubborn old man? Any student of the academy knew about the infamous obstinacy of Old Man Heyman. He was very strict when it came to rewards and punishment. He gave out rewards to diligent students and punishment to the lazy ones. Meal ticket was the best form of goodwill that he showed to his students, and there were only 2 students among the second-year students who received one from him. You know what? He even received a ticket for Holy last time. Was she talking about that place where fries were sold for a silver coin and a half? Wasn't that like that best dating place that every couple in the academy dreamed of? Wait. Isabel. Do you think this is better or this? It's the dress I ordered during the winter banquet, but I think it's a bit small now. I feel stuffy around my chest, but isn't it still very pretty? Didn't you say you were going to give that to your sister? Why are you taking that out all of a sudden? Uh-huh. Actually, I have to go to a slightly formal restaurant. Wow. Is it something related to your family? I guess. In a way. What restaurant is it? It depends on the restaurant if it's fine dining, right? Do you know Holy Panda? Isabel couldn't contain her hands from trembling. There's no way, seriously? In shock, Isabel was thinking back on Marie's weekend date, which she glossed over by saying it was related to her household, but that was when an unignorable voice reached her ears. Oh right. Alicia. Do you have time this weekend? Time? Yeah. I got a meal ticket from Old Man Heyman. It's for a place called Tangerine Steakhouse or something. Wow. Do you mean that legendary high-class steak franchise store? What do you mean legendary? It's just a franchise, isn't it? There weren't any branches in my hometown, so I've never been there before. Webnovel.com. Yeah. Well, you need more meat. Knights like us need meat to fight. I agree 100%. I'll give you the tickets, so go eat with your friend. If their conversation stopped there, Isabel would have considered it a pure goodwill. Will that be okay? What about you, Mr. Corinne? I've been there a lot, so I'm okay. Would you like to go together? What? Isabel immediately turned her head towards Alicia and focused her eyes on her. Evident from how she was fidgeting her fingers in embarrassment after saying that, it seemed that she was aware that she had proposed a date of some sort. Damn it. Corinne Lorque. How could he deceive two girls in just 2 months? That's okay too. Really? He had Marie, so what was he doing? Oh yeah. How much money do you have? Money? Not much. You know the bounty we got? I'm telling you because we're friends. Remember the investment I talked about last time, My gosh. Isabel realized that this must be how it felt to have her heart stop for a moment. That freaking scammer was reaching out his fiendish arms at the second daughter of the Arden family, even though he already had Marie. Although Corinne had given the offer because he was worried about his peer who was leading a poor life, there was no way that Isabel would be aware of Alicia's impoverished life and the lack of support funds due to her family being in the top 10 percentile of the country. That wasn't the end of Isabel's astonishment. She was heading to the academy cafeteria for a meal, and that was when she found Corinne Lorque chatting with another girl. Meal? Do I owe you money or something? It was a freshman girl wearing nun clothes with chains. She was Hua Ran, who was also famous among the senior students because of her outfit. Isabel also remembered her well for being the freshman who injured Marie during the prac lesson at the hunting grounds. Sushi. The one we had last weekend was good, right? Nod. How fearsome, Corinne Lorque. How many innocent ladies did he lure out with food? There were talks about how food was the number one thing that lowered people's vigilance the most. Was he intentionally using that as bait to slowly approach them? If you're okay with fried ones, then you can come with me to the restaurant I'm going to in the central streets. Okay. He nonchalantly carried on with Hua Ran as if he was used to taking her around. Doesn't he have Marie? Doesn't he have Alicia? At this point, it was more frightening than anything. Corinne Lorque. How many girls did he catch with those fiendish arms of his? Oh yeah. Do you have some cash? I know this amazing thing to invest in. Do whatever you want. How fearsome. Corinne Lorque. After that, when Corinne Lorque was studying with a druid girl at the library, and also when he was furtively suggesting his peers and the boy that used to be famous as a mercenary for an investment. Due to a strange set of coincidences, Isabel was near them during every one of those moments and became certain. Corinne Lorque must be planning out a massively enormous scam. 2 weeks went by after Alicia and Lunia's incident. Early May, a refreshing spring breeze was gently blowing across while I was out of the academy and was at the outskirts of the city. I was in the abandoned dojo, which I bought after borrowing money from Marie to create a justification for issuing a challenge against Lunia and the Five Swords. 5 gold coins went into business registration. Adding that to the money that went into reconstructing the original gym into a dojo, hiring a mercenary to be a one-day instructor, and taxes, we used up a total of 97 gold coins. It was close to 100,000 US dollars, and all of this had come from Marie's pocket. I was still grateful for what she did. But seriously, I wasn't expecting her to take out 100 gold coins in one go. It was to the point that I wondered, was it that easy for mages to earn money? Anyway, due to the duel between Alicia and Lunia, the building was pretty much broken down, so now, I was planning on using the 50 gold coins Lunia gave me for the reconstruction to invest in this plot of land. First off, the gold coins that were given to me and Alicia as compensation for defeating John Doe, the murderer of the City of Fog, was 110 gold coins in total. I changed the money I owed Marie straight into investment and also gained some cash from my peers. What surprised me was that Huaran and Yule had more cash than I expected. Huaran had a fairly large amount of property that was being managed by the New Faith, and as for Yule, there were a lot of things she brought from the forest and thus had a lot of assets under her name. Both Lark and Jaeger trusted my words and invested a large sum for a student, but the biggest shock was obviously Doran. To think he was that loaded. In total, I gained 550 gold coins and bought this entire piece of land. This land had originally been bought by a construction company to build houses and became useless once the company went bankrupt in the middle of the construction. It was in a slightly questionable location on top of that and was thus abandoned with no visitors, but I was planning on building something to use as an inn on this piece of land that I bought. The reason I was doing this was simple. It was obviously because I knew stuff from the future. There would soon be a friendly exchange festival with the Purple Hawk Academy of the Eastern Continent in the second semester. A bunch of tourists will gather from the entire continent to watch that massive event. Because of all the demand, even the normal houses would open up their empty rooms to accept guests. It was the peak season of the accommodation industry. The accommodation fees were obviously going to skyrocket as well. Hundreds of gold coins? They would be gathered back in less than 2 weeks. Easy. That wasn't the end. If we placed several stalls in the nearby streets, we would be sweeping in bucket loads of money. Just buy a bunch of cheap beef and pork to make as skewers, and that would lead to a fortune. Investment fees? The festival will pay it back for me. Demand? The festival will also take care of that. This is broken. Long live the festival. Hoo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Now this is a money dupe bug. In just a few days, it was time to harvest the mandrakes as well. Everything was going according to plan. The Iron Lady, the old veteran who had been serving the Merkava Academy for 80 years, Lady Josephine, was racking her brain due to the constant complaints. Our order cannot permit the admission of demons into the academy. This is a serious criminal conduct against humanity. There have been many concerns in the royal family about the chairman's continuous acceptance of demons. The Tower of Mages requests your cooperation for research into a living vampire. Accepting demons as students? You guys are playing with fire right now. Those were the stances of the Old Faith, the royal family, the Tower of Mages and the Alliance, but it wasn't as if they were too much to handle. Except for the Old Faith, which was a group of fundamentalists, Chairman Ariu had a good hold of the royal family and the Alliance, and as for the greedy mages of the Tower, it was possible to negotiate with them. The Old Faith was the only one with a strong resistance, but their forces were nothing compared to what they were like in the past. Our order supports the chairman's recent actions. I believe everyone should be given the same opportunity. There were many believers who escaped the stiff and corrupt state of the Old Faith through the religious revolution and founded the New Faith. They, who now became the mainstream religion of the world, announced that they would walk a different path to that of the Old Faith. One of their representative ideologies was their friendly attitude towards demi-humans. Thanks to that, the Academy was able to borrow the power of religion to settle the crowd for now, but Clara. Chairman. The youth wearing a clean suit while carrying a walking stick, the chairman, came to bid farewell while placing a top hat over his head. I will have to leave for a while, he said. Would you like me to go instead? The chairman was now going to visit various organizations with documents about Marie that had been prepared by the professors of the magic department. Several professors like Professor Ronan were going to follow Chairman Ariu and use the supporting documents to prove that Marie could control her blood-sucking impulse. For other places it might be okay, but you wouldn't want to go to the Old Faith, would you? Closing her eyes, Josephine reflected on the rampant witch hunt that happened 100 years ago. That brutal scenery during her youth was still vivid in her memories. Please take care of this place while I'm away. Josephine went to the entrance of the city to send the chairman off. It took less than 10 seconds with her dimensional spell. Use the emergency contact if something happens. I will. I wish you a safe journey. After sending him off, Josephine took his role and continued working. One of the agendas was a new demonic beast experiment of Professor Dana and a collaboration with Professor Fermac. Because it was an experiment of a sealed unique grade demonic beast, it was hard to permit professors with less than 10 years of service. This will be the 10th year of Professor Fermac. It should be fine to allow it. Next up on the agenda was from Old Man Heyman, who had been working at the Academy for 30 years, where he included his plans for a joint training session during the summer holiday. It was an annual event, so Josephine permitted it without much hesitation. An experiment of a vampire's regeneration? Professor Jack? Does he think he's still at the Tower of Mages? Rejected. Construction of the 3rd dormitory? Debatable. Permission for a new restaurant? This? From the look of things, it was an Eastern fish restaurant. It seemed to be a restaurant that served raw fish on rice, which was a trend these days among the young ones. Josephine could give off a whole speech about how barbaric it was to eat raw fish, but thinking that this was probably a culture of the young ones that she couldn't understand, she postponed the judgment for the time being. Wasn't Huaran very interested in this barbaric food? She even went to the city recently after applying for an official exit permit. Considering how she used to be reluctant about getting an official permit because of how she had to hang a tracking artifact all the time, it was a surprise how obedient she was. Corinne Lorque. It was evident that the child's recent change was because of that one night boy. An early stop to Marie's incident at the start of the semester and an even fight against Sword Master Linnea Arden, as well as assisting with the subjugation of the infamous killer, John Doe. There were so many things he had done, and recently, it seemed that there had been several heated debates among the professors of the night department about Corinne Lorque. It was on whether they could leave a student at that level at grade 5 or not. Josephine was also interested in this proficient student for a slightly different reason. A grade 5 knight who stopped Marie as if he had predicted it, who then had a surprisingly even fight against Linnea Arden. After that, he even helped with defeating the infamous John Doe. A request for a location to harvest a mandrake? Spotting the name of a person whom she had been just thinking of, Josephine carefully observed the application. Mandrake. The seed that could be exchanged for 100 points during the prac lesson at the hunting grounds was the seed of a mandrake. Although Professor Lalara of Alchemy should have taught the students about how to raise mandrakes already, harvesting was a different issue. It was because mandrakes tended to let out a ridiculous scream as soon as they were plucked out of the ground. This scream even had a magic damage to it, so no matter how tough a knight was, their eardrums could still erupt and might even die in the worst-case scenario. That was why applications had to be submitted when it was time to harvest them. There's nothing wrong, but considering the potential risk of harvesting a mandrake, it was nothing strange for an application to be submitted. Besides, Corinne had also attached a plan of how he would boil it into a stew after the harvest. There was nothing wrong with the application, but there was something that weighed on her mind, and that was the location. That can't be. Did he know where this was? Josephine immediately shook her head while telling herself that it was impossible. Because the only ones that knew of that secret were herself, the chairman, and the traitor from 80 years ago. On the western side of the academy, past the Merkava Great Library, was a large laboratory that was loved by the magic department. The labs were close to the dormitory of the magic department students, and after going deeper into the premises towards the labs of the professors, one could smell a very deep fragrance of herbs. Are we going to harvest the mandrakes at a place like this? Alicia asked in doubt, while being wary of the surrounding empty plot of land which had nothing but dry leaves. This place did give off a very ominous aura. How much do you know about mandrakes? I know they scream a lot when they are uprooted. Right. So when you're harvesting mandrakes, you need to make sure your eardrums don't explode. A high-quality earplug is a must, and it's better if you're in an empty plot of land. Wouldn't it be better to do it indoors if you want to reduce the risk of having other people get caught up? Her question was very reasonable, but there was a scientific reason behind why we couldn't do it indoors. You see, sound gets reflected. Reflected? There was a time when I was super into speakers. After buying the best 8-inch speakers and 12-inch subwoofers, I fine-tuned the room by attaching sound-absorbing panels all around. What I learned during that process was that sound was reflected after hitting a wall. Now, what would happen if the scream of a mandrake, which was as loud as the full volume of a concert speaker, was to echo inside a sealed room? And what if that high note had additional magic damage on it? It'll be infinite splash damage. Splash damage? It's a thing. Anyway, harvesting a mandrake indoors is the same as killing yourself. It only required a few clicks of a button during the game, so I wasn't aware of it until Professor Lilara, who experimented with mandrakes, told me about it in the last iteration. She talked about a fearsome experiment that killed a demonic beast in 10 seconds. That was when I first realized that monsters could be killed due to exploded eardrums. Did you check if there was anyone nearby? Yes. I put down the warning signs as well. By the way, why did you choose the back of the laboratory? Because no one comes here. The place I chose for the mandrake harvest was behind the western laboratory of the academy. The land here used to be maintained to grow various magic organisms, but a mistake with a prototype ended up polluting the entire plot of land, which thus resulted in its abandonment. Or at least that was the public excuse behind why this place was sealed off. There's actually a secret passage connecting to the underground laboratory here. The special underground laboratory, which only a few of the professors of the academy were allowed into, had all sorts of demonic beasts and spirits sealed inside, and this place had a passage connecting to the laboratory. There were only about 4 people aside from me in this world who knew about the secret passage. Now, some explanation was required to justify why such a vicious place was here inside the academy campus. There were quite a few unique grade demonic beasts and spirits that couldn't be physically killed. An example was the King of Iron Mountain, which was unkillable without a special skill. These monsters had to be sealed somewhere, and because they would be immediately stolen when sealed in a random place, they had to be placed under the direct supervision of strong people and stuff. But don't these get busted every time anyway? Is this even meaningful? Sorry? Nothing. Both back when I was playing the game and in the last iteration, I became way too used to seeing strong and sealed monsters being unsealed. In fact, the final boss of the second arcade, King of Iron Mountain, was a prime example of an incident breaking out during an experiment, right? We're going to begin. Gulp. Please don't say something like that from the side. It's to make sure we stay vigilant. I placed down the flower pots where the mandrakes were planted. Each of the pots had gold, silver, and normal mandrakes planted inside. Well, a mandrake was already far from being normal though. In any case, I took out an earplug, a special one that was crafted with the skin of a northern silver fox. Both Alicia and I wore it in our ears and prepared ourselves. Ranger Alicia. Are you ready? I am ready, Captain. Mandrakes couldn't be harvested alone. You needed one person to grab the flower and pull it out, as well as a helper to immediately cut the roots from the stem. As long as the roots stayed intact with the stem, the mandrake would continue its ridiculous scream. Hugh. Am I shivering? I'm also getting very nervous. This was my 4th time harvesting a mandrake. In the last iteration, it required the collaboration of me and Mr. Park. I pulled it out while he sliced it apart with magic. Hugh. Let's go. Let's go. I grabbed onto the stem of the planted mandrake and here we go. Swish. I pulled it out in one go. Key? The bare face of the mandrake was revealed on the roots as soon as I uprooted it. It was a horrid face that appeared like a newborn baby that was 200 years older. Hello, friend? Key. The guy seemed slightly startled by the sudden sunlight, but nonetheless, it immediately opened its mouth. Key. Quat. Its scream echoed like crazy all across. If this was my child screaming, I would have been very glad from how loud it was, and would have thought he was the second coming of Alexander the Great or something. Do it now. Alicia. Alicia? Now's your time to shine, true Alicia. Show us your swordsmanship that can even reach the Domai. Yuk. Alicia? I had no idea when it happened, but Alicia was lying down with her face on the ground and was foaming from her mouth. Looking at how one of her earplugs was loose, I realized that her ears hadn't been under protection the whole time. This idiot wasn't wearing the earplugs properly. I was the only person here with earplugs, and at this point, there was no other choice but for me to cut off the stems of the mandrake myself. Taking out a knife from my pocket, I ran it back and forth on the stem like a saw as it then started raising its voice. Kuhuk. Could I last until I was done cutting it off? The mandrake's voice was getting increasingly louder. Dude, you think you're good at high notes or something? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I will offset your sound with my sound. I am from Korea, a country that possesses IU. I will show you what the 3 high notes are like. 1, TLN, Good Day by IU, Korean singer, is famous for having 3 consecutive high notes near the end of the song. Ki. I'm losing brain cells. Ki. Slit. Ki. Slit. Chop. While canceling the mandrake scream with my own, I finally managed to cut off its stem. Ki. The scream slowly subsided and I then threw its ugly face down and similarly collapsed onto the ground. Hack. It felt like my ears were filled with blood. Did my eardrums pop a little? If I remember correctly, I think the yellow gold and the white silver mandrakes were a lot noisier than the normal ones though. Oi. Get up. Tap. I tapped on the fallen Alicia, who then immediately stood up from the ground. Hawk. I wasn't sleeping. As if you weren't. Wipe your drool before saying that. Hugek. Alicia lowered her head in embarrassment while wiping the foamy drools from her mouth. Sorry. Don't worry. I was going to harvest up to silver today, but could I trust Alicia? Seeing how she wobbled immediately after standing up and crumbled back down, I just couldn't help but doubt her. Flop. That was when I heard the sound of something dropping from a high place and turned my eyes to the side. There should have been signs about restricted entry, so why was someone walking towards us? Hello, Corinne. What are you two doing here? The trespasser was in fact a completely unexpected person. Rather than a trespasser, it would be more correct to say that she was an uninvited guest. Senior Marie? Didn't you say you had an experiment at the laboratory today? NN. It was noisy, so I jumped down. Jumped down? From where? I unconsciously lifted my gaze and found out that one of the windows of the tall laboratory building was open at a strange angle. It's around the 12th floor. Did she jump from there? Senior. You seriously should try becoming a knight. Maybe if you teach me, Corinne. I saw you going around with Junior Alicia the whole time at the training rooms. Well, that's because we're both knights. So, what were you two doing here? She sounded quite obstinate with that question though. Was I thinking too much? In any case, I showed her the dead mandrake by pulling it up from the ground. I told you last time, right? That it was about time to harvest mandrakes. Aha, I see. Only then did Marie relax her expression and hop towards us. Are you going to pull the rest out as well? We took some damage today, so I was thinking of doing it later. With Junior Alicia? We need 2 people for this, so it is easier for me to pair up with Alicia. Let me just do it for you. Wait. It'll be hard to cut that if you're not a nigh. Pluck. Key? Silver? That's interesting. It was over. She pulled it out too early. The white silver mandrake was getting ready to let out a sonorous shriek. Key. Quiet. Heek. What the heck? Did the mandrake just hiccup? We have a mandrake farm at home, you see. Even though we produce less than 30 a year, I've been harvesting them a lot back when I was young. How is that related to them not screaming? Marie brought a finger to her lips and tilted her head, before blurting out as if she wasn't sure about it herself. After harvesting them for about 5 years, they simply stopped screaming whenever I pulled them out. Heek. Hugic. Was this similar to how dogs became docile when seeing a vet? The mandrake couldn't even dare scream anymore and was hiccuping with a gloomy look on its face. Look, Corinne. For mandrakes, you grab onto the stem like this. Marie used her tiny hands that were half the size of my arms to skillfully hold on to the stem and the roots, and twisted it in one go to separate the stem in an instant. Key. The mandrake died with a single suppressed scream. Its corpse hung loose after a gruesome death. Corinne. Are you going to boil it into a stew? Or are you going to eat it raw? The sparkling ones will be eaten raw and the normal one will be used for a stew. Really? That will take some time then. Junior Alicia? Why, yes. Yes. Senior. I will prepare the stew, so while we're waiting for that, can you bring something else to eat? Some rabbit meat and potatoes will do. Sorry? Do we have to? Yes. I will make a rabbit stew for you. A rabbit stew. Roger that, Captain. Alicia quickly ran off after a salute. Why did I suddenly lose my captain position? Senior Marie? What should I do? You don't have to do anything, Corinne. Sorry? You don't have to do anything. I will do everything for you. Her words had a strange charm that made it difficult for me to turn them down. Mama. There were 2 ways to consume mandrakes. One was to chew on the roots, but mandrakes were similar to ginsengs in a lot of ways. There were rumors that eating them raw was the best way to consume them, but the officially better method to consume it was by boiling it into a stew like a Chinese medicine. By combining it with 28 other ingredients including reed roots, silvervine, matrimony vine roots and antlers, you boil it for over 10 hours. Yes. It was just like traditional Chinese medicine. As expected of a Korean game. That's done. Now we just have to wait. What are you doing, Corinne? Making the wait a bit more interesting. NNN? Marie tilted her head in doubt after seeing the letters I wrote on the ground by removing the dry leaves. These are rune letters, right? Yes. Can you read them? I don't understand what they mean, but I've seen them in one of my courses. This one here is? Eurus. It means untamed/pure strength. Then, what about these ones here? This one is? Wonjo, which means joy and glory. The one next to that is? Ansuz, which represents a great deity of the pantheon, and this? Gibo, here, is the symbol of a female warrior that was favored by one of the gods. It doesn't look like a simple combination of letters. Does it mean anything? Apparently you get this when you combine these 4 letters. O warrior, you are being watched over by the Pantheon and the great warrior, so obtain glory through your power. Wow. That's an interesting interpretation. Yes. So from ancient times, this set of runes have been sent down as an unignorable declaration of a fight to rune mages. Where did you learn this from? Isn't rune language pretty much in use these days? I learned it from my master. Less than a year ago, I had been learning runes and spearmanship under her. The void and the primal rune she left behind. Even though I learned how to reach the void, the primal rune was a bit of a different issue. Knowing the letters did not mean I could use them, after all. By retrieving and carving into one's body, a primal rune was something that could only be used by one person. One of the goals of the final boss of this scenario was to retrieve one of these primal runes for himself. My master wanted me to inherit the primal rune but ended up being killed before that by that guy. What kind of person is your master? Is your master from the Tower of Mages or something? Or else, it would be hard to know about runes, right? My master is just a normal person. A normal person that you would find anywhere. A normal and kind person who did everything she could. You look very fond of your master. Do I? And you look very sad as well. Marie directly stared at me for a while, before pulling me by my hand all the way to the boiling pot of medicine. Would you like some potatoes? I did skip my meal but I have it, so don't worry. Doggo. Clap clap. Something began sprinting towards us after her clap. I was a bit nervous from the rough and violent set of steps, but what appeared afterwards was a blood-red dog, which was as big as a large werewolf. Looks like you have full control over your familiar. It's thanks to you, Corinne. Because you've been giving me your blood all the time. I was able to form a proper contract. A familiar of a vampire, inside the blood realm formed by a vampire above the elder rank, they were as omnipotent as the vampire themselves. Their strength was at the pinnacle of every familiar possible, and it wasn't an overstatement to say that the status of a vampire was decided by the strength of their familiar. Is his name Doggo? Not bad, right? Well, he is a dog, I guess. Upon a closer inspection of Doggo, I realized that he had started to form a physical shape that was a lot clearer than before. He was similar to a clay doll formed with drops of blood before back when I was fighting him, but he now looked like an actual organism. As expected, Marie's talent as a vampire was unprecedented. By the way, isn't this guy also my child in a way? Huh? What do you mean? Like, think about it. If he's made of blood, then half of this guy's blood was probably mine, so doesn't that make me his father? Ha ha ha. I see. That makes sense. Perhaps because she had been outsmarted by a knight as a mage who seeked wisdom, Marie lowered her hat all the way down and silently hid her face. After a while, she lifted her head with a bright smile and gave a suggestion. So since you are Doggo's daddy. Yes? How about you play with Doggo? Play with him? Like, he's not a real dog though, so why? He likes to move around a lot, so you really need to play around with him. It surprises me sometimes, because he brings dead demonic beasts from the hunting grounds if he doesn't have enough exercise. Is he a real dog or what? Wasn't he more like a tiger or a lion considering his size? Why was he acting like a dog? Doggo. Papa is saying he will play with you. Woof. Doggo walked up to me and lowered his tongue while panting out loud. I guess he's a little bit cute. You might spill the stew, so go play over there. Okay, Mama. Thank you. Haha, Doggo. Let's go play with Daddy. I took Doggo over to the corner of the empty plot of land, but I wasn't really sure what to do, because I had never played with super large dogs that were 1 meter taller than a person. Should we play catch with a rock or something? Doggo? The big guy, who had been clinging on while panting just then, suddenly turned different. Grrhhh. UHT? Suddenly, Doggo started rapidly dashing towards me. Kwang. Even though his speed wasn't as fast as the one he had inside the blood realm, that was definitely not the speed of a playing dog. It was so fast that I could have died immediately upon contact. If I got hit by that instead of that tree. Gulp. Hyuk-keek. That was when I saw something, the wicked smile on Doggo's lips, which he had been concealing by pretending to be nice. Kwang. Quagagang. Quagagagagang. Let's have potatoes when you're done. Marie's voice was barely audible through the thunderous roars resonating across the area. Following that, another voice echoed from behind. Ha, ha. Senior Marie. I brought some food over. It's enough for the three of us too. NNN? Pugak. Quagagak. Rolling across the ground, I somehow managed to reposture myself. Doggo, you bastard. Are you trying to kill me? Mr. Corinne. Alicia? What is happening? Is there an enemy attacking us? Give me your hand. Huh? Here you go. Slap. I gave her palm a slap. HNN? Your turn now. Doggo. Alicia Nuna here will be playing with you from now on. What? I'm too old to play with dogs. Grrhh. Huh? Coyote? The newborn vampire breed dog was way too proactive. Soon, the mandrake stew was done. This decoction made of all sorts of medicinal herbs, and a mandrake was bubbling in a color that was as dark as outer space. Looks good. Marie poured the medicine into a bowl as if she was used to it. It's best to drink a mandrake stew in one go. Let me put ice inside. After creating a large cluster of ice with her magic, Marie placed it inside the bowl of medicine. I could already feel with my hands how lukewarm it was, and it looked like there wouldn't be any problems with drinking it in one go. I poured the content down my throat while being grateful of her consideration. Bitter. The mandrake stew was very bitter, but it wasn't unbearable, because things that were good for the body were all bitter in general. Mr. Corinne. Here's a candy. Ho. There was a very intense and bitter aftertaste, so I was craving for something sweet, and Alicia handed me a honey bomb candy in a timely manner. It was sweet enough to numb your tongue, so I usually had this only when I was trying to focus on something, but it was okay after being mixed with the bitter taste of the mandrake decoction. Corinne. Would you like some potatoes? No. Why would I have potatoes while having medicine? I'll eat it later. Her cheeks bulged out like balloons. More importantly, a system window appeared in front of my eyes. You have consumed a mandrake decoction. Your mana regeneration speed greatly increases. Your maximum mana capacity increases by 1,300. It wasn't an overstatement to say that this was a miraculous improvement for mages. The mana pool I had after Alicia's incident was, low, 2,870. Considering how I was recovering less than 1,500 mana a day, it was a massive improvement. Right now, my mana pool was at 4,170, and if this was the same as the game, the Reagan speed should have gone up by over 1,000, so I should be recovering about 23,000 a day. With this, my stats have finally reached the level of a full-fledged named character. Although it really was a random set of stats, I was starting to have similar stats to named characters. Taking into account the support I had through the precept, it was safe to say that I wouldn't lose to peers of my level. Senior Marie and Alicia, you should have some too. Having it on repeat isn't going to do anything anyway. Because a mandrake was a very potent herb, they only showed their effect once. You could have it again once the medicine was fully absorbed into your body, but that would have the effect, and this decoction would also go bad before that, so it was better to give it to other people. Can I? Just leave a little bit please, so that I can give it to others as well. A pure knight like Jaeger had no use for it, but Lark and Yule would probably love it. As for Doran, I would sell it to him. Considering the effect of a mandrake stew, he would gladly pay up to 10 gold coins for it. Oh right. After boiling it once, you should put the leftover mandrake in a fridge, said Senior Marie. Isn't it over once you boil it once? You can continue boiling it into a tea, and it will help harden your bones. To think there was such an effect to used-up mandrakes. As expected of the daughter of a family of farmers, she knew a lot more than I did. Next up was the white silver mandrake. It's my first time seeing a mandrake of this color. What is this? Senior Marie asked. I just got a bit lucky. I have to eat this one by myself. Don't worry about that, because it's yours, Corinne. We're grateful already for you sharing the stew with us. But I am curious about what it does. Alicia added after Marie. Both of them seemed very intrigued by the white silver mandrake, which they were seeing for the first time. Hugh. White silver mandrake. Although there was the downside that you had to eat this horrendous-looking thing raw, it did have a ridiculously positive effect to it. Gulp. I slowly munched through it, starting from the roots. Thanks to Marie dusting off the dirt with her magic, the texture wasn't so terrible. There was a time when I chewed on a raw fresh ginseng, and it had the exact same texture as that. The flavor wasn't actually that bad. You have consumed the white silver mandrake. An aura core has been formed. Your aura rank is medium. You may accumulate up to 3,500 aura. At last, I have gained it. My main energy source in the last iteration, the aura core. Hoo. Mr. Corinne? I wouldn't have had to go through all that stuff if I had this. The original plan was to consume this before the boss fight against Marie. It was a type of expedient that would let me, who was still at the level of a grade 2 named character, use the 6th style. I have an aura core now. Huck. An aura core? Are you serious? Aura core. It was a storage of aura that knights had once their control over aura reached the pinnacle. Although it was formed naturally inside your body once you reached high in your aura rank, I was able to obtain one a lot earlier than others thanks to the white silver mandrake. Besides, if I reached high in my aura rank, I would be forming another core, so that meant I would be having double the cores. With an aura core, it was possible to store excess aura inside it, and that was why the difference between knights at the medium rank and those at the high rank in terms of aura was like that of heaven and the earth. Even if they had a similar amount of aura, a medium aura rank knight would be fighting with about 4,000 aura, whereas a high aura rank knight would be fighting with at least 10,000. That was one of the reasons why the power balance surged through the roof into the Milky Way when it came to the highest level of knights. A simple calculation would already tell you that one side had more than double the other side's ammunition. For someone like me who had a terrible aura rank as well as aura capacity from birth to be able to use the 6th style, which consumed a tremendous amount of aura, measures like this were essential. That is some amazing effect. Then the gold one. Not yet. That is for later. In response to my words, Alicia halted her hands that were heading to the golden mandrake. I guess it's bad to have different types of medicine at once, right? She wasn't necessarily wrong, so I didn't bother correcting her. There was a very rational reason behind why countless professors of the magic department gave up on joining the Tower of Mages and remained behind to be professors at the academy. The overwhelming number of books inside Mercarva Great Library was one of the reasons, but that came second. If so, then what was the first and foremost reason? It was because on the western side of the academy was the enormous laboratory which had the best experiment subjects that mages could ever dream of. An example was a unique grade demonic beast that was sealed due to being unkillable. Now. Please prepare the restriction spell, and the magic team? Please double-check the sealing chains and the pressure. Professor Dana couldn't help but twitch the corners of her lips while seeing the test subject that was prepared for this experiment. Since the academy was an education facility, inhumane and immoral experiments were forbidden, but being able to use a massive and renowned monster like this as a subject was one of the privileges that the professors of the Mercarva Academy had. King of Iron Mountain. To think I would see such a famous great monster with my own eyes. Laying in front of the eyes of Professor Dana was a large boar. Reaching 6 meters in length, it weighed 50 tons at the very least. The fearsome fangs going up looked more like smooth steel than a bone, and the skin of the boar that was large enough to cover a small house appeared like a metal plate instead of the stiff fur of an animal. This rune boar, which was currently sleeping in its sealed state, was the legendary demonic beast from 85 years ago, which had been barely sealed after it crushed the northern Dingle Peninsula into fragments. King of Iron Mountain. Killer of heroes. The demonic pig of the Dingle Peninsula. A great demonic beast that was sealed by the previous chairman, Biren, Josephine the Dimensional Witch, and the one renowned for being the strongest knight of the time, Tatesval Taser. Even though 2 semi-unique grades and a unique grade knight like Tatesval Taser had joined the expedition, they weren't able to kill the King of Iron Mountain. The reason for that was the primal rune that this rune boar had inside it. The ancient power that functioned as a concept rather than a simple addition of power was inside the beast. Clap clap clap. Wow, what an amazing boar. At the corner of the laboratory, an afro-haired knight wearing vambraces walked up to the sealed boar, which was being sealed by the best restrictive items and the world's strongest spells. Professor Fermac. Don't go too close to it. I am aware, Professor Dana. Is this it? The one that I have to carve a rune on in this experiment? Yes. You've seen it in the textbook, right, Professor Fermac? This is the boar that swallowed an entire iron mine as well as the primal rune that was carved deep inside the mine. Of course. I'm from the Dingle Peninsula, you see. This thing comes out in our fairy tales. Professor Dana commented on how ironic it was that even the great demonic beast that used to be unstoppable in its times was now just a villain of a fairy tale, as Professor Fermac showed his agreement. Huh. It's great that we have you, Professor Fermac. It's pretty much impossible to find rune mages these days. The one that sealed the rationality of this demonic pig was the rune magic of Tatesval Taser. In other words, the first step to undoing the countless seals that were cast on this monster was by unsealing the rune spell, and that meant you needed a rune mage. There was a time when Professor Dana contemplated whether she should learn rune magic herself just for this experiment. However, learning a new language was proving to be very difficult, and due to all the ambiguous descriptions in the modern times, it was extremely hard to learn them. That was when Professor Fermac showed up. He was a knight but was a user of rune magic. That's how everything is with dead languages. Only knights like me with a bit of room to spare for mana uses it, but it's still hard to use in a real fight. Are there still some people in the north that use rune letters? There are some. In Burkett Academy, it's a part of the mandatory course. Alright. I do remember inviting a professor from Burkett Academy for an experiment that required an expert at rune magic. Although the origin of rune letters wasn't very clear, the northern continent was believed to be where it originated. Looking back, strangely enough, most of the great demonic beasts that were unstoppably powerful tended to come from the north. By the way, what was this experiment about again? Professor Fermac asked. It's about the alpha specialty of unique grade entities. I am planning on writing an article regarding the alpha energy of unique grade demons and how they affect the lower grade entities. Unique grade, huh? Professor Fermac immediately thought of a few names, because there were 2 unique grade demi-humans in this academy already. Leaving aside the heavenly Yiksha due to the complex circumstances, because of her relationship with the New Faith and the Empire in the East, Marie. Now. Shall we start with interpreting the sealing runes that are cast on this pig? The 2 of them ended their short conversation and focused on the demonic boar in front of their eyes. It had been 80 years since it was captured, but the vicious energy emanating out of this sealed monster was still the same even after 80 years of captivation. The professors of the Night Department gathered every month for a conference to share their evaluations of students and things to note. Even aside from that, this conference was a fairly important social event for all the night professors, for them to keep in touch with others. It was back in late April when the interim exam had just taken place. There were plenty of agendas for the monthly conference, such as the unfair treatment of the magic department receiving more budget and the equity issues of the payment for nights on the mission board, but the hot potato this month was a grade 5 night. Corinne Lorque. The topic was on how wrong it was to keep him as a grade 5 night. There's a need to increase Corinne Lorque's grade. The proposer of the agenda was the old-timer of the night department, Old Man Heyman, who had 30 years of service at the academy under his belt. It was rare for this stubborn old man to proactively support a student, so his words gathered the attention of a lot of other veteran professors. Corinne Lorque. He's a freshman if I recall correctly, yes? Grade 5? The data seems horrendous. Why would you consider raising a student like him? The professors of senior students asked in confusion. They hadn't attended the freshman interim exam, which had taken place 2 weeks ago. If he's just a grade 5 knight, then there's no need to. That grade 5 knight fought on equal grounds with Sword Master Lunia Arden. Only for 3 minutes though. What kind of joke? The explanation of Professor Fermack, who was in charge of the freshman students, caused voices of doubt to spread between the senior year professors of the night department. Lunia Arden? Wasn't she the prime successor candidate of the renowned Arden family? Her unprecedented evaluation of being a semi-unique grade knight, despite her young age and her performance, were all proof that she was one of the representative heroes of this era. One flick of her hand should be enough to demolish dozens of grade 5 knights, let alone a single one, so how could one possibly last 3 minutes? She must have been holding back. Professor Royd, in charge of third-year students, raised a skeptical opinion but was immediately rebutted by Old Man Heyman. Are there any professors among the ones that were present back then, including myself, who think Lunia Arden was holding back against Corinne Lorque? The ensuing silence made the senior student professors even more flustered. But even so, raising the grade just because of an interim exam is a bit. Old Man Heyman did not mention Marie Dinnereff's incident here. Unlike himself, a grade 1 knight and a central figure of the night department, most of the professors here only knew about the publicly announced pieces of information. In order to make sure, Professor Royd asked Professor Fermack. Professor Fermack. Is there no room for doubt on the abilities of this student called Corinne? There's none. His skill with the spear is as exceptional as that of a demon. Frankly speaking, there's probably no one among the grade 2 students who can fight against him. Is he that strong? Don't we have another successor candidate of the Arden family in the first year? She was beaten up by him during the hunting grounds practical lesson. She stood no chance. Indeed, that meant there was no doubt on his ability. That meant it was certain that he was as strong as a grade 1, but even if that's true, we cannot increase his grade without any achievement. Since that is our rule. All the participants here agreed with the fact that his grade couldn't go up immediately. Interim exams did not count as an achievement and were therefore not enough. Old Man Heyman, who had been at the academy longer than anyone else among these professors here, shared a different perspective, as if he had been waiting for that statement. Let's entrust that to the Alliance's official grading test. There is a limit to how much we could increase his grade by, but it should be okay if we let him take a reassessment for an official guardian license. But if we do that, the student would need to be accompanied by a professor. Professor Heyman, or should I say Instructor Heyman? Since you were the one who proposed this, how about you take charge? I would be glad to. Instructor Heyman volunteered for the reassessment as the night department came to a conclusion. Firstly, they would have to prepare a test to reassess Corinne Lorque's grade. If he passed it, then his grade would officially be raised up. Corinne Lorque, huh? Professor Fermack, who was also in agreement with the reassessment, thought about the person in question. Corinne Lorque. Grade 5 knight. Both his aura rank and mana rank were at low, and he didn't have much aura either. However, his fight against Lunia Arden implied that there was something wrong with that evaluation. His weapon proficiency was one thing, but his stats were incomparably different to the one he had before the grading test. Fermack quickly came to a conclusion that he was hiding something. The reason he could quickly come up with a hypothesis was because he had an idea about the power Corinne Lorque was using, the secret technique of the ancient warriors of the Shadow Paradise, the high-risk and high-reward ability, precept. Besides, that spear, it's that person's spearmanship no matter how I see it. Fermac's master and benefactor who taught him how to use runes, that person was a great spear wielder. Although Fermac didn't have any profound knowledge on spearmanship, he could still say with certainty that Corinne's spear was the same as the one he had seen several times from his master. Don't tell me. Is he also his disciple just like me? It was still just an assumption, but there were a lot of clues. If Corinne was that person's disciple, just like him, I'll have to test him out a little. While hiding his sharp gaze behind the sunglasses, Fermac returned to the usual frivolous young professor. It had been a rather noisy start to the semester, but it was already May. After spending an eventful early semester, Alicia hopped up the stairs with more expectation than usual. Alicia was like every other student. She found lessons boring and wanted to skip them whenever possible, but today's lesson was different, because it was one she shared with a specific student. Pushing open the door of lecture room 4012 on the 4th floor of the Night Department's Liberty Hall, Alicia greeted everyone. Hello. Hi Alicia. Since she was one of the few grade 2 knights among the freshman students, everyone knew who she was. Besides, she was the successor candidate of the Arden family, which was known for their incredible swordsmanship. It was impossible for the students to not know her considering the newspapers and the rumors around the campus. Alicia was a fairly sociable person, so she showed a friendly smile to all her peers that were greeting her as she hopped across the room. Mr. Corinne. The place she settled in was the seat next to Corinne. Jaeger, who just returned from the bathroom and realized that his seat had been taken, squinted his eyes. With a sharp gaze that couldn't be hidden despite his narrowed eyes, he glared at Corinne. These days, there was always someone amazing by his side. Whenever there was a joint lesson with the seniors, the #1 celebrity of the academy, Potato Sr., would be sitting next to him, and when it was a freshman night department lesson, it would either be the frightening demon girl or that granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. There was only one thing Jaeger could say as Corinne's friend. I'm so jealous. Since when did my friend have such an impressive set of female friends? What about my youth? Why is there no one by my side? He groaned like that until the start of the lesson. Yo. Hello freshman buddies, are y'all ready? Walking into the room with a loud greeting was a funkish man whose afro hair and sunglasses were very impressive. He was Professor Fermac Damon of the Night Department. As I mentioned last lesson, we will be starting a group assignment from today. There were laments from everywhere, but Professor Fermac Damon ignored their complaints with ease. Now. I know you might be thinking this is annoying, but this is very important and it's going to help out in the future. Professor Fermac planted expectation into the minds of the students like a veteran professor. People might think of a group assignment as something tedious at a glance, but as an education facility of guardians, the Merkava Academy was very practical even when it came to group assignments. Let me first describe what you'll be doing before we start the lesson. We are the Night Department, so unlike the geeks of the Magic Department, we are not going to tell you to solve some difficult math equations or tell you to plant mysterious plants. Ha ha ha. Night Department and the Magic Department. Although the conflict between the two wasn't serious by any means, it was natural for some level of competitiveness to exist, which Professor Fermac made good use of. Click. He clicked his fingers and created a pop of air, which opened the documents that were installed on the board. Wow. He added condensed aura into his fingers, right? Did you see that, Mr. Corinne? I did. Professor Fermac was popular among the students for showing such attention-grabbing tricks. Now, have a look at this paper. The papers he prepared had large drawings of human figures and appeared like they were explaining certain moves one by one. They were diagrams that you would find from martial art books related to knights and weaponry. Mr. Corinne? Nothing. The movements on the papers were showing a set of spear moves. Several elementary spearmanship postures ranging from middle guard to high guard, advancing, walking, strafes and lunges were expressed in detail. Considering how I had immersed myself into basic spearmanship like crazy before learning 6 ways of the spear, they were a set of moves that I knew off by heart. But why? Wasn't it boxing in the last iteration? Fermac Damon was someone who fought with bare fists. He was a boxer known for controlling the gap, his dashes, as well as his unique use of shadows. He was a famous Grade 1 knight from the Burkett Academy of the North with rune magic installed in his gauntlets. He was also known for changing the barehanded fight curriculum of the army, which was why he picked boxing in the last iteration, but is it because of me? Did he notice something from the spearmanship I showed against Lunia Arden during the interim exam? In a way, I guess you could say Fermac Damon and I were the nephew and an uncle of a martial family. It was normal for him to be in doubt after seeing my spearmanship, not that it mattered though. Why is it spear out of everything? No offense, but don't we have more students that are learning the sword? Fermac replied to the question raised by one of the students. There are a bunch of other people that learn swords. Weapons each have their own profound secrets. If you don't know the secrets of these other weapons, you're bound to lose in an interpersonal battle. Sword wrestling was a prime example. This was something that was easily misunderstood, but the victor of a close combat fight with swords pushing against one another was not decided by pure strength. In fact, it was commonplace for those that overly trusted in their strength to allow a strike to their vitals instead. As one of the prime examples, in a sword wrestle, the victor could be decided in less than 0.5 seconds with one of them losing their heads. The only way to combat these techniques was to practice without an end. You'll have plenty of chances to see swords in the future, but as for the weapons that are less mainstream like spears and fists, you will have less chances of seeing their skills. For example, Student Corinne? Yes. In this lecture room of about 40 students, there were only 6 spear users including myself. And out of those 6 people, it was natural for me to be chosen as someone who was rising in fame, despite being a Grade 5 knight. After all, my stock price was breaking through the ceiling after the even fight against Swordmaster Lunia Arden. What do you think are the advantages of a spear? I would say it's the ability to pressure the opponent from a distance, as well as the destructiveness of a long weapon. That is correct. Why is that the case? Because it is usually held with 2 hands, and it is easy to add weight and leverage into the spear. Correct. It's something you can also see by comparing weapons like greatswords and one-handed swords, but weapons always become more powerful the longer and heavier they are. After saying that, Fermac pointed at one of the students who had their hand up. Student Rannan. Do you have a question? Rannan replied, Sir. Isn't the sword still the strongest? There are a lot of people learning it as well. His comment brought about a fierce retaliation. You're saying that again. Long weapons are the best, okay? Nope. Have you never heard of swords being the king of weapons? The sword's definitely going to win in a close distance. How about you try closing in the distance then? There was never a conclusion to this long debate. Which weapon was the real king of them all? It was an important issue to young students. Actually, it was very important to adults as well. Haha. Then as someone who showed a wonderful fight against Swordmaster Lunia Arden, how about you tell us, Student Corinne? Why was he calling me again? The sharp gaze behind Professor Fermac's sunglasses headed towards me. What do you think is the strongest weapon? I could probably give the reply of a model student, but I didn't feel the need to do so. Fermac was probably trying to see through me, but there was no need to bother hiding it from this bastard. Of course, the spear is the best and I am the strongest. Boo. He's picking a fight with us. Haha. The jeers and irritated gazes of young and energetic students were all on me. What are you going to do, huh? Fight me? I could also sense Huarant's gaze in the mix. She's not going to say something about this later, is she? Not you, of course. Professor Fermac announced at the end of the lesson that the group assignment will be about explaining a basic spearmanship posture. In this assignment, you will form groups to freely choose a spearmanship style, research into it and demonstrate one skill. Sir, wouldn't that make it way too good for the ones that already use a spear? I will take that into account for the evaluation, by either extra marks or increasing their evaluation threshold. Each group will have 4 people and we will decide the groups by drawing lots. Fermac placed on the desk a box with numbered papers inside, and made the students take them out one by one. There were 40 freshman students of the night department inside the lecture room. It was 4 in one group, so that would make about 10 groups, and Corinne and the other spear users had already been divided into separate groups. I'm in group 3. What's yours, Corinne? Group 3. Oh, nice. Mr. Corinne is group 3. After listening to the conversation between Jaeger and Corinne, Alicia walked towards the box of lots. There was a 10% chance, and she hoped that the goddess of fate would be standing on her side. Going up to the front desk, she lined up behind Hua Ran in her chained nun clothes, who had just finished picking a number. Student Hua Ran. What group are you in? Asked Professor Fermac. Group 3. Okay. Corinne Lork, Hua Ran and Jaeger Hinspeter in group 3. There's only one left now. Wouldn't that lower the chance significantly? Alicia nervously threw her hand into the box of lots. Group 3. Group 3. Group 3. She immediately took a paper out which read. Alicia Arden. Group 8. Ah. The goddess of fate wasn't standing on her side. And immediately after that. Doron Warsky, group 3. Ah. Her lament reached the ears of Doron, who had just pulled his lot. He looked back and forth between his paper and Alicia before giving her a seemingly gentle suggestion. Do you want to swap? See, can we please? Well, it will be a slight loss for me, but it's not like I can't. Mr. Doron. You are a nice person. Alicia walked up to Doron's paper with sparkling eyes, but Doron retrieved it in the blink of an eye. 20 silver coins. Are you charging money for that? There's nothing free in this world, Lady Arden. That's too expensive. Well, if you think about the opportunity cost, I'd say I'm making a loss. What do you mean? What I mean is that you don't have to buy it if you don't want to. He cold-heartedly turned around, so Alicia rapidly grabbed on the end of his clothes. She was so fast that even the veteran mercenary Doron could not react in time. I will give you the money. The purse of the poor girl opened with a shiver. Group assignment, group 3? Hua Ran. Corinne Lork. Alicia Arden. Jaeger Hinspeter. There was a bit of corruption and a secret negotiation, but the members of the group assignment were thus decided. The assignment will be due 2 weeks later during this lesson. On the weekdays, you can study by borrowing some books from the library and you can practice at the training rooms or the festival hall. With that, the lesson ended ahead of time for the groups to each discuss their plans. First off, who should we choose for our group leader? Corinne's words were like an own goal, because the 3 of them all turned to him at the same time as if they had promised on it beforehand. It was going just like every other group assignment of modern Earth. Group assignments in Korea are infamous for having uncooperative members. It's used like a meme at this point, and the group leader usually shoulders the blame if something goes wrong. What exactly was a group assignment? A way to increase the cooperation skills of students and evaluate them. Would be the model response. However, following the Pareto principle, which states that 20% at the top does 80% of the work, a group assignment was like a game of chicken that made the diligent ones suffer the most. Because everyone was evaluated as a group, there were sometimes people that did not even know what the topic was, as well as those who did not follow through with their words. There were times when humans became weaker by forging a group, and this was a great example. In other words, a group assignment depended greatly on the people involved and the outcomes were heavily influenced by the team atmosphere. Hoo-hoo. In that sense, you could say that our group 3 was a blessed one. I looked at the reliable team members who had gathered at the second-floor cafe inside the academy. Jaeger Hinspeter, grade 3 knight. His physical abilities were relatively high up there. His decision-making skills weren't bad and was also good at listening to what he was told to do. There was nothing to complain about Alicia either. She was a prodigy at using swords, and since she was proficient at moving her body, she should be able to follow with ease. And our last member was Huaran. As for Huaran, even though she was a bit grumpy at times, she was still a very diligent person inside. Seeing her concentrating on the lessons these days was another source of delight. In any case, our members were very good. For 4 years at the Physical Education College and 3 years at the academy, the only people I have had in my group assignments were guys who no idea what the topic was, guys who wanted to join in without doing anything, as well as those whose grandparents were passing away every day. My luck with groups was not very good in the last iteration either, so I had to carry them the whole time because of how frustrating it was. But now that I was with these guys, I could do anything. I must be a blessed child to have such diligent and highly capable buddies as my group members. Now everyone. How much do you know about spearmanship? You're very good at it, Mr. Corinne. I heard that guys with a spear are highly likely to be homosexual. Jaeger, you crazy bastard. What kind of ludicrous nonsense is that? Please don't cross the line. I want bread with honey and cream. Unlike Alicia and Jaeger, who at least replied to my question, Huaran gave a completely different demand while slurping her frappuccino and pointing at another student's dessert. It seemed that I would have become the leader of this group no matter what. That's okay. It's natural for you to not know about it. Now, here is a book for the basic postures of spearmanship, including 8 trigram, divine spear, and pointing spearmanship. It might be hard just with these diagrams, but first, let's go through the theory, and I will show it to you at the training rooms. I became well and truly used to spearmanship. Although I started using a spear because I thought it would be easier to use than a sword, I started scavenging through all sorts of books for a better chance at survival because unlike the game, I had to use my actual body to move the spear. Mr. Park went the easy way out as a mage though. Maybe I should have listened to my math lessons back in high school. First is knowledge. Know the enemy and know yourself and you will never be in peril in 100 battles. If you know about yourself and your enemy, you're already increasing your chance to win. Corinne, my buddy. You know it, so shouldn't it be okay for us to not know about it? Shut your trap, Mr. Jaeger Hinspeter. As a group assignment leader for 7 years, I will not allow you to get marks without doing anything. Okay, boss. And Huaran. She was already reading the book. As expected of someone who always read a book whenever I saw her, it seemed that she was used to reading letters in a book. I already reserved a training room. We have 3 hours to go, so we will go full on with theory first. Oh. So it's not that different from our usual schedule even though it's a group assignment. Alicia shouted. Here, we had a veteran spear-wielding group leader. A sword-using lady from a family renowned for swordsmanship. A nun lady with the world's best physical capabilities and a knight buddy who could do at least one person's worth for everything. These members. No matter how I saw it, I could not see ourselves failing this group assignment. That's what I used to think, at least. Hey buddy. What is wrong, friend? We've been coming to the training rooms for 2 months now, yes? Yeah. The walls and the floor here, they were all supposed to be super dense shock-absorbing materials, right? They were. Super expensive on top of that. I didn't know you could break them. You learn new things every day, I guess. Drop. The ground was crushed and shattered along with a sonic boom, but even that was better off in comparison. Alicia muttered in fear while touching her cheeks that were slightly swollen up. She wasn't even hit by anything, the wind caused by a fist strike had scraped past her cheek, and yet this was that outcome. Behind the back of the fallen Alicia was a clean hole on the outer walls of the training room. The scenery outside the building was on full display. Rather than being broken, the wall had pretty much been disintegrated into atomic molecules. So this is magic. No, this is not magic. She just did a punch with a fist. The sudden commotion gathered a large crowd. At the end of their gazes was a girl wearing a funkish costume of a chained nun who was frozen stiff with the fist out in front of her. Even though she still had a cold look on her face, I could tell that she was thinking, oops. I think they got demolished into atoms or something. That would cost a fortune to repair. Alicia and Huaran were swinging around a practice spear when Huaran accidentally dropped her spear and unknowingly hurled a fist with demonic aura embedded inside. That overwhelming punch and the gust created by it was what caused this disaster. Hey, Corinne. What is it? Jaeger. If I say any gibberish about demons one more time in the future, please stop me even if you have to smack my head. I will not let my friend commit suicide. Now that's a real friend. Obviously, we were then chased out of the destroyed training room. On the noon of the next day, which was a Sunday, we all gathered at a church. Ehem. We will now have a moment of self-reflection. Please do not hesitate to share your personal opinions. The group members stayed silent for a long time. Jaeger was pursing his lips in dissatisfaction, so Alicia was the first to carefully raise her hand up. Sorry, about what happened yesterday. I couldn't really adjust my strength. No. You did great, Alicia. Both your posture and your swings were good. Watching me train every day must have been helpful. Kuhum. That's only because your moves with the spear are close to perfect. I was just copying what you did. It's thanks to you having good eyes. What about you, Jaeger? I'm not too sure yet. Not used to swinging a long weapon and spinning heaven, was it? I still have no clue how you're supposed to spin like that. I just can't see the path. Spinning heaven was the fanciest move with a lot of changes to the trajectory of the spear. If he could use that after seeing it a few times, I would have picked him up as the successor of the 6 ways of the spear. You're doing well. As long as you acquire the basics of 8 trigrams, you'll be able to move your mace in a more diverse manner. Alicia had good eyes to begin with, so she was good at imitating skills, but I actually wasn't expecting Jaeger to do so well. This guy was quite good at everything that required a physical movement. Huaran. What about you? Huaran was next to us by the time I realized it with her usual nun clothes. What was different from usual was that she was carrying a large silver plate. Eat it. On top of her silver plate were several cups of red wine that were smaller than shot glasses and portions of white rice cake. Is this a communion? The blood and flesh of the saintess, apparently. Because the developers added a mix of religions from Earth, they had similar religious events like this. The problem, however, was that they merged several into one and created a horrifying hybrid. Are you volunteering? Sunday services are mandatory. Inside the Merkava Academy campus, there was a church for the faithful students to go to. It was closer to a large hall instead of a church, but they could hold over 1,000 students per service. In truth, it was a bit awkward to call it a place for faithful students, because there was a mandatory worship service every Wednesday for 1 hour in this academy. Although it wasn't actually mandatory, it was pretty much the same because it gave out 1 unit of credit. It was good though because they didn't necessarily point out any students for dozing off or fidgeting around. Anyway, apart from the Wednesday services, the Sunday one was optional. Huaran, you're a probationary nun of the new faith, right? Not that I wanted to become one. Right. The only reason she could move freely to some point was because of the seals casted by the new faith as well as her status as a nun. I know you were forced into one, but you should still read the scripture. The stories about the saint and the saintess have a lot of things that are worth learning from. I used to be an atheist on earth, but there were still many things to learn from the virtuous people at the root of all the religions. Love thy neighbor. Greed is the root of all evil. Don't do unto others what you don't want done unto you. Admit what you do not know and learn. Then you'll know them. They were all lines worth following even if you didn't necessarily believe in a religion. But it was also rare to find believers that followed these principles. Unlike my perception of religion, it seemed that my team members in the height of their youth were feeling a sense of distance from it. I don't believe in religions. The things that the fathers and the sisters say are a bit difficult for me to understand. The old faith is strict and has a lot of fundamentalistic gibberish, but the new faith pretty much talks about one thing. What is it? Although it was a bit embarrassing, I replied to Alicia's question. Love. Sorry? Her cheeks turned red as she blinked her eyes. Love yourself, love the person in front of you, and love your neighbors. Love and love and love. Oh. Why, you mean that? I really liked that sentence. In fact, it was something good which everyone would agree with. Some might say it's embarrassing, but everyone wants to love and wants to be loved. The saintess of the new faith really knows how to touch people's hearts. I think it's a great sentence. Love. Love. It's very important. Huaran seemed to think otherwise, and turned her back to us with a pout on her face. Anyway. Sister Huaran? Do you have any conjectures about the reason we couldn't do all the spear moves perfectly yesterday? I knew the reason myself, but didn't bother voicing it out loud. Instead of other people pinpointing her mistakes, it would be better for her personal growth for her to realize her own wrongdoings. Even though she was a unique grade demi-human and a living Jianshi, she was only 3 years old. She denied both herself and her original self, but if she could one day have an objective view of herself. You guys are too weak. It's because you're all too weak. Everything breaks when I add a little bit of strength. What an amazing conclusion that she came to. Since we couldn't create more construction work for the training rooms, we asked if we could use the empty plot of land behind the laboratory which we had borrowed last time. If not for the immediate acceptance and permission of Lady Josephine, it would have been impossible for us to even practice. Pushing the opponent's weapon outward is the outer trap, Lan. Pulling the spear inward to press down on the opponent's weapon is the inner trap, Na, and stabbing from that position is the stab, Jia. This is the basic counterattack of the spear, Lan Na Jia. The movement itself looks easy. Actually, it's quite hard, Alicia replied to Jaeger's remark. Because you need a delicate power control and your waist movement is also important. Alicia's right. When you're doing a Lan Jia or Na Jia, you need to make sure the shaft of your spear is always connected to your body. It's simple but hard to complete this set of movements together, is it? Quite profound. A spear is the most common weapon after the sword. You need to learn how to presume the opponent's goal by seeing their movement, and if you don't know about their skills, you're bound to get the short end of the stick. Interpersonal fights were about reading each other's intention and could only be improved through countless practices. Reading their movement, their reach, and aiming for a counterattack was more important than a blind attack. Let's just do the basic movements 1,000 times today. What about you, Huaran? Huaran didn't say much, but ever since she destroyed the training room building, she started watching our practices from the side in an insincere and lethargic manner. Alicia and Jaeger being scared of her might be something that contributed to her lethargy, but that was unavoidable because she would hurl a fist immediately after dropping her spear. Is this important? Asked Huaran. No matter how much you practice like this, the weak will stay weak and the strong will stay strong. Those were some disrespectful words, but I understood where she was coming from. Huaran was saying that because she had been born as a powerhouse without even having to practice. In the end, martial art was a set of techniques that were invented for the weak to fight against the strong. It might have appeared worthless to Huaran, who was born strong with an unbreakable Vajra body. I suddenly remembered the question I asked a long time ago. Master, when are you going to teach me some killing moves and secret arts? How long would it take for me to kill those monsters if I continue learning basic stuff like this? That was something I used to think in the past. That was when I was still very immature. Kuhum. Both Alicia and Jaeger seemed frightened by Huaran and could not come up with an objection. Naturally, the two of them turned to me, who was the leader of the group. Hugh. If I admitted Huaran's words here, then this group assignment would be completely doomed and I could not let that happen. In a way, you're not wrong, Huaran. Mr. Corin? Alicia interjected, but ignoring her, I continued. But that's something only the truly strong ones can say. What? Someone like you has no qualification to say that. Huaran immediately reacted to that subtle condescending phrase. Right, there was no way she would ignore a provocation like this since she was very confident in her power. Rather than someone like you who looks down on things like this as being insignificant, don't you think I'm better suited to be called a strong person? Are you serious? She must be thinking that there was something wrong with my head, but this was what I had to do as the leader of the group. If I got pushed back here, then I would have no justification to stop Huaran from doing nothing in this assignment. Rebellions had to be oppressed quickly. That was what I thoroughly experienced after being a group leader for 7 years. Mr. Corin. Corin. I will not let you commit suicide. You're noisy. Shut up. Picking up a practice spear, I pointed it at Huaran. Do you want to bet? What? 1 minute. I will try to force you down onto your knees in 1 minute. If I win, dinner will be on you tonight. There was no need to even bother thinking about who the stronger one was. In terms of physical abilities, she was probably about 8 times stronger than me with her restrictions intact. Although I had gotten a bit stronger, the difference between Huaran and I was still enormous, and despite the restrictions her Vajra body was still literally unbreakable. Okay. If I win, I don't need anything. You will have a fracture. You'll need money for your hospital fee. After she said that vicious sentence, Huaran and I stood at the center of the plot of land with Alicia and Jaeger watching us. I contemplated through everything I knew. Huaran had the unbreakable Vajra body. It was the best defensive specialty of Heroic Legends of Arhan. That increased the defense in relation to the aura rank and the aura capacity. You might think she would be useless once all her aura was depleted, but even with the restriction in place, Huaran's aura rank was at very high and her capacity was above 20,000. In other words, it was nigh impossible for me to create a wound on Huaran's body no matter what I did. Get set. Her defense had never been broken until now, so it was obvious what Huaran would now choose to do. Start. Clomp clomp. She started walking. After walking, she would grab on the opponent and fling them onto the ground. It was an arrogant way of fighting that was only possible thanks to her overwhelmingly powerful defense. I unhesitatingly aimed the spear at Huaran, who was walking without forming any guard. Ominous snake, secret arts, distorted march? Mr. Corin? I used one of my strongest skills from the get-go. Alicia and Jaeger seemed surprised by that sudden attack, but Huaran didn't even attempt to dodge it. Kagakak. While continuing to walk, she allowed the 3 consecutive stabs to land on her body. Although they did land on her body, her march was not hindered in the slightest and the tip of the practice spear was the one that was crushed instead. The durability of the spear was a lot weaker than Huaran's bare skin. Stabs are not going to work. Hup. Retrieving the broken spear, I swung it with the force of my waist. The result was a terrifying swing of the spear, which was a simple yet immensely powerful strike of the spear. Second style, horizontal sweep of a tiger? Quang. A thunderous thud echoed as my spear struck Huaran's head at a ridiculous speed. Even though it was a practice spear, it was nonetheless a very powerful attack straight to her head. It was strong enough to kill people, but the one that drew its last breath was in fact my spear. Kajik. After coming into contact with the unbreakable Vajra body, the spear ended up shattering to pieces. Now, all I had was my bare hands. Empty hands and naked fists. Huaran reached her hand forward with an expression assuming her victory. 8 trigrams footwork, fleeting body? Dodging her attack, my body twisted with a mysterious footwork and reappeared behind her body. It was a short moment, but I must have disappeared for a split second in her eyes. You. After realizing that I was behind her back, she threw a powerful fist. It was emanating a ridiculous amount of pressure and was absurdly fast, but blind attacks were hard to hit and missed attacks were meaningless. By slightly altering my steps, I dodged her attack again. Chike. The clothing around my chest got ripped just from the pressure of her fist, but I was still alright. Huarran and I were in a super close distance, with less than 30 centimeters between us. We were so close that she should be able to reach me just by extending her arms, but she couldn't. Her punches and nails all barely grazed past my body. The mystifying set of steps did not allow Huarran to land a hit. It wasn't an amazing skill or anything, it was just one of the basic evasive skills of the 8 trigrams that aimed at taking the opponent's back. I was using that super basic movement to constantly dodge her attacks. Annoying. She seemed annoyed as if she had a fly flying around her ears. Soon, Huarran started adding aura into her fists. It was coming. If the unbreakable Vajra body was the strongest defense skill, then Huarran's demonic aura was the strongest attack. Her abundant supply of aura turned into pure violence. The unique grade living Jiangshir's instinctive use of aura was the most destructive form of power ever seen. Dodge. If you don't want to die. I would be crushed into smithereens even if it was to graze past me, but I'll try to block it. Without any hesitation, I extended my hand forward. My legs were already rooted into the ground. Straight fist? A fist that was as dark as charcoal flew towards me. I would have to sit in bed for at least a month if I received a direct hit from that. The best option was to dodge, as Huarran said, but 8 trigrams, fleeting body palm strike? I blocked her attack. Blocking the straight and undisguised fist that was flying towards me was not an issue after I focused all my aura into my right arm. But crack. Even though it was a perfect defense, the overwhelming destructiveness was still conveyed through the palm. The muscles around my arms ripped apart as blood splattered out from my skin. As if she wasn't expecting me to block her attack from the front like a fool, Huarran widened her eyes in surprise, but this wasn't the end of my block. Using the palm I used for the defense, I pulled Huarran's fist towards me. For a moment, Huarran's body leaned towards me as I then immediately replaced myself behind her back using the 8 trigrams footwork. After reaching her defenseless back, I stepped on the joint behind her knee with my foot. 8 trigrams, prevailing chains? No matter how strong and tough she was, as a living organism, the structure of her joints were no different from a human's. Rewebnovel.com. Flop. One of her knees landed on the ground. Look. You're on your knees now. You. It seemed that Huarran wasn't content with the result of the battle. She was on her knees due to the structure of her joints, which had nothing to do with strength. This must have been different from what she was thinking of. But in the end, Huarran was on her knees, whereas I was still standing. Besides, the deal was whether I could make Huarran kneel in 1 minute or not. Do it again. Discontent with the outcome, Huarran asked for a rematch as if she was confident that she wouldn't lose this time. Nope. Not gonna. What? I won already, so why should I bother fighting you again? I suppressed the rebellion of the team member while showing her an annoying face. One more time. She seemed very upset. It was rare for her to show her emotions like this, and in fact, this was my first time seeing it, so that made me want to tease her even more. When would I get another chance to tease Huarran? After this is paid content. Paid? Please insert coins for another match. Huarran scavenged through her pocket and realized that she didn't have a single coin on her before gritting her teeth. Wait. Turning her head with a flick, she kicked off the ground. The ground crumbled from a single kick and a small crater appeared underneath where she was standing. Where are you going? Was she going to bring real money or something? I was blankly staring into where she disappeared, and after a while, Huarran reappeared by landing with a thud. In her hands was a heavy bag. One more time. Clink clink clink. The large number of silver and gold coins fell like a waterfall. Did she actually bring all this money just for one more attempt? Wasn't this more than 100 gold coins at the very least? Wow, it's my first time seeing so many gold coins. Jaeger and Alicia had their chins dropped while blankly gazing at the fallen coins. Was Huaran always so competitive? Freshman? What are you guys doing here? That was when a female student walked into the empty plot of land. She was someone I was acquainted with. Senior Isabel? Marie's best friend, Senior Isabel, walked towards us after spotting us on her way somewhere. What is all this? I will give you all of this, so do it one more time with me. Senior Isabel was astonished after hearing Huaran's words for some reason. What was wrong with her? Nope. I'm not doing it. Why? You won't be popular if you're too clingy. Seeing the gold coins tempted me to have another go, but there was a need to protect my authority as a group leader here. Besides, now that she knew the trick, she probably wouldn't allow it a second time. Even if it wasn't manly, I would rather be a winner than a loser. Just one more time. Nope. I am not doing it again. Grit. Huaran glared at me in fury. Her face was super scary, but if I accepted this challenge here, I would get shit on, my authority as a group leader would plummet and the group assignment would be over. Accepting her challenge was out of the question. Money. One more time. Clingy? Senior Isabel? For some reason, Senior Isabel was shivering while looking at me with eyes filled with trepidation. Seriously, what in the world was wrong with her? Huaran did not hide her dissatisfaction, but had no choice but to give up. What was she going to do when I was saying no? That marked a successful stop to a group member's short rebellion. Now, all I had to do was leisurely teach some spearmanship and prepare for the presentation. However, something completely outside my expectation happened a few days later at the regular group assignment meeting. To think Huaran would do such a thing. I'm sick. Do it without me. She sent me an excuse for her absence in the meeting, and her ridiculous excuse made everyone flabbergasted. Why, you? Sick? Even though you can munch on steel like it's nothing? We had an unexpected troll in our group assignment. Huaran stopped coming to the group meetings ever since that day. Well, I could understand why she wouldn't want to come, but how could she be so small-minded? Was she a kid or something? Actually, she was a kid. Something I forgot quite often because she looked like a high schooler was that Huaran was just a kid who had been born 3 years ago. Just like myself, she did have the memories of the original owner of the body, but she hadn't been there for long. What should we do? Mr. Corinne? Well, what else can we do? We just have to do it by ourselves. Doesn't everyone have to participate in the group assignment? Right, that was the problem. It was the same back when I was going to college on Earth, but what exactly was a group assignment? Because they put emphasis on cooperation, the non-involvement of anyone reduced marks. This academy took all the frustrating elements there were in a Korean university. As someone who had been a group leader for 7 years, there were times when I mercilessly took the name out of the finished product whenever there was a troll. What did the professor do back then? Welp, that's a lack of cooperation right there. Boom, there goes your mark. Those damn professors. They tended to be very stubborn just because they weren't the ones doing it. We have no other option now. Mr. Corinne? We must bring Huaran back for our marks and our eternal glory. But how? Alicia asked, and in response, I grabbed onto her shoulders and looked into her eyes. Adjutant Alicia. Yes? Captain? Unfortunately, I have no idea on how to improve the moods of sulky girls. I think you can just do as usual though? I will entrust this matter to you, Adjutant Alicia. Girls should be better at this than myself. There are things like special empathy abilities and stuff between girls, right? Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. She gazed back at me with a displeased look on her face. If you think about it, this all started because you teased Ms. Huaran, Mr. Corinne. I trust you, Alicia. I will be working on your part in the meantime. If you insist. Alicia stood up in a hurry with a resolute look on her face. It seemed that she was very tired from compiling a report for the group assignment. I'll be back soon, Captain, Freeway Novel. I believe. After a salute, Alicia started sprinting to the special dormitory where Huaran should be at. Do you think she'll be able to do it? Yeager asked a natural question. Thanks to moving together with Alicia as a group these days, he too had an idea of how clumsy Alicia was. There's nothing for you to worry about. Alicia is the best counterattacker later on, but she's a good enough tank in the beginning. What do you mean? After a while. She didn't even open the door for me. Did she hit you? No. A fork did come flying through the door though. Good. So it's not like she wants to kill us or anything as of yet. Alicia returned with not a single wound on her body. Mr. Corinne? As if she read my impure motive, she called me while squinting her eyes. Looks like her fury level is sitting at around level 2 or 3. Good, let's get this done in a breeze. Mr. Corinne? You didn't send me to see how angry Miss Huaran was or anything, right? I gently ignored the sharp question thrown by Alicia. Huaran spent her last few days in laziness. She was annoyed by Corinne Lorque teasing her after her humiliating defeat at the group meeting. He just got lucky. Was it really just luck though? Although that question did rise up in her mind at times, Huaran tried her best to ignore it because admitting that would be the same as acknowledging her defeat. She was born strong. As a beast that was born from a living corpse that was close to death, she didn't need to train at all, because her fists were stronger than magic, spearmanship and everything. Countless martial artists, soldiers, and generals all fell before her, so how could a mere knight? Rather than someone like you who looks down on things like this as being insignificant, don't you think I'm better suited to be called a strong person? If she wasn't a strong person, if she wasn't a beast of destruction that could overturn any irrationality, then what worth did she have as a being that was born through another person's death? A sound reached her ears from outside the building, so she unconsciously opened the window to gaze at the source of the sound. It was Corinne. He was standing on a tree branch that was going over the dormitory fences while playing an acoustic guitar. For now, the day bleeds into nightfall and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down and then you pulled the rug. Huaran glared at Corinne with a cold gaze. As if he was satisfied with the fact that he managed to catch her attention, Corinne walked across the branch while playing the guitar. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm sorry. Please let me pay for my mistakes. She seemed puzzled by the strange scene of Corinne apologizing while playing an acoustic guitar, and didn't know how to react. But now the day bleeds into nightfall. And you're not here to get me through it all. Noisy. I wasn't trying to tease you. Even though he actually was, Corinne concealed his intention. I was bad at conveying my true thoughts. Please give me another chance. And, to be frank, you also did something wrong, Huaran. We were both insincere to each other. Please get together with me again. Huaran started closing the window with a cold gaze. That was when Corinne stopped her in a hurry. Are you serious? Are you seriously going to do this to me? Huh? I will give you one more chance. If you settle your feelings and come down for everyone, I will forgive you with my benevolent heart and give you a warm hug. The window continued to close. Wait, Huaran. She halted her hands that were about to shut the window. You know what? Society is even harsher than this. I know you're feeling embarrassed for getting shit on by a random grade 5 knight that you were looking down on, but you never know what's gonna happen in this world. It's fine to have embarrassing and uncomfortable truths thrown at your face. You have to build such humiliating experiences to become an adult. Go away. Slam. The gust formed by the sweep of her fingers broke the thick branch like a sugar cane. Caught off guard, Corinne landed on the ground right on his bum. Kuhak. Idiot. With that, Huaran closed the curtains and returned to the other side of her room. Mr. Corinne. Are you okay? Hanging off the top of the fence, Alicia asked in concern while peeking into the dormitory. Do kids enter puberty as well? I thought you said you were confident. I tried to persuade her with enough rationality and logic. I even added the seasoning with my intense emotions. Those emotions were the biggest problem, I think. It's crazy that you managed to come out without being punched. Yeager's criticism was very reasonable. What are you gonna do? Doesn't look like that's going to be resolved in a day or two. Well, that wasn't too bad, I replied. How was that not bad? Because I didn't get smacked by her. She's a nice girl. A nice girl wouldn't run away from a group assignment, buddy. And they wouldn't punch people just because they're in a bad mood either. Alicia added from the side. Despite the criticisms from the two other people, Corinne stood back up in determination while dusting his butt. Now, there is no other choice but to rely on our last resort. The sun settled before long as several lights were lit up to illuminate the darkened house. As someone who had been living at this dormitory for roughly half a year ever since she came from the east, Huaran knew that it was about time. Knock knock. She judged, based on the slight leftover scent of blood, that the one who knocked on the door was the housemate who recently joined the dormitory. Junior Huaran. It's time for dinner. As if she was used to it, Huaran closed the notebook that was on the desk and stood up from her chair. Opening the door, she found an amicable second-year senior with watercolored hair wearing a bright smile on her face. We have a special menu today. Potato? Potatoes are always special, but it's a little different tonight. There is a chef today, said Marie, which instilled a bit of expectation into Huaran's mind, because usually, the meals at this dormitory were limited to the ones made by Josephine or Marie, or the ones brought from the academy cafeteria. While heading down to the dining room, she smelled a unique scent and realized the identity of the dish that was currently being made. Mackerel. It was the familiar smell of mackerel. Looking back, it was because of Corinne that she first had that fish. Even though she was put in a terrible mood just by thinking of Corinne, she nonetheless considered it a positive thing that he taught her about the fried mackerel set meal. The reason she wasn't grateful was probably because of her pride. Despite not showing it on the outside, Huaran went to the dining room with a rare hint of expectation inside her. After all, having fish was very rare in this dormitory. Josephine preferred vegetables, whereas Marie liked eating heavy meals with chunks of meat that she always brought from somewhere. Because Huaran prided herself for not being a kid that winged about food, she hadn't said anything about it. At last, after arriving at the dining room, she pushed open the door as a deeper surge of a fishy smell seeped into her nose. Clap clap. Irashemes. The sonorous welcome was something she had also heard from a sushi place that she had visited with Corinne. However, unlike the past, this time the owner of the voice was. Hello. It was none other than Corinne Lorque. I'm not eating. Saying that, Huaran turned her back with a flick, so Corinne hurriedly shouted at her back. Why, you might regret it if you don't eat this. Flinch. Huaran turned her head back as Corinne returned a good-natured smile while pointing at a fish that had just finished cooking. Actually, she was a bit hesitant to go back just like this, because it was true that she was starting to feel hungry. Although Corinne Lorque was so annoying that she wanted to punch him once, there was no logical reason why she should turn him down from preparing a food that could satiate her hunger. Humph. She sat down on the table, while being under the impression that her attitude towards Corinne was still very firm. In fact, sitting down and waiting for the other person to finish cooking was not something an irritated person would do, but that wasn't something she could know as a 3-year-old youngster that had zero social experience. Wait 1 second. It will be done in an instant. In the end, Huaran decided to overlook his actions without stopping him. I'm not eating if it's not good, she whispered in a soft voice that wouldn't even reach the person sitting next to her. Huaran had been upset ever since Corinne beat her in the bet. Although her discontentment wasn't as intense as fury, it was inevitable for the loser to be very annoyed by the winner who would not accept a rematch. The reason she didn't attend the group meetings was to pay him back and was a way to express her irritation. He tried to persuade in a funny way, but her mind was very firm. She was wholeheartedly displaying her irritation and her unwillingness to forgive him. Well, sitting down to have the meal cooked by the person who made her upset meant it was already over, but Huaran did not know that. She was even contemplating whether she should forgive him if the food tasted decent or not. Regardless of her internal turmoil, Corinne continued cooking in the kitchen. Cheek. For a short moment, Huaran savored the scent of the frying fish. Soon, Corinne placed down the entire wok that had the dish inside on the dining table. The whole thing? Inside the large steel wok was something colored in deep reddish brown. What's this? Braised mackerel. It was a quick dish that was made by adding chunks of mackerel, potatoes, and radish and braising them in a marinade. It's delicious. Even in the army. I mean, even in some camps, you eat this very often. Debone the fish and mix the rice into the sauce here and Kaya. It'll just be amazing. Corinne gently placed pieces of mackerel, cooked radish and potatoes into a smaller bowl. Meanwhile, Huaran silently gazed down at the dish. Seeing the red sauce that seemed like the magma of an active volcano, she couldn't even guess how to approach it. While she was hesitantly looking at the fish with the chopsticks in her fingers, Corinne walked up to her back and came closer. Here. Taking her 2 chopsticks and carrying one each in his hands, Corinne started separating the bone from the flesh. He removed the large spine and the small bones, which revealed the white flesh inside. After using a spoon to scoop up the marinade inside the wok, he poured a generous amount onto the white flesh of the fish. Have a taste. Huaran carefully cut the fish into bite-sized pieces. She carried one of them into her mouth. As for the taste, not terrible. If she had to give it an evaluation, she would say it was crude and miserable compared to the fine dining restaurants in the city, but it was still edible. While thinking to herself that it wasn't so bad that she would return the food to the kitchen, Huaran continued moving her chopsticks. I came to Huaran's room after the meal. The room only had a bed, a desk, and a densely packed bookshelf and gave off a very desolate feeling. That wasn't very nice. You were enjoying it, weren't you? After living a few years by myself, I inevitably ended up acquiring some cooking skills. Although the menu was very limited, I was quite good at making fried rice and braised mackerel. I'll make you fried rice or something else next time. I'm not eating if it's bad, Huaran added at the end, but there was a slight sense of expectation embedded into her gaze. The fact that she accepted the dinner I made meant our reconciliation had already been decided. There was still some remaining sharpness to her voice and word choice, but it was understandable since she was still a child that wasn't used to getting angry. Buy meals instead. That's more delicious. Of course my cooking is not going to be as good as the ones made by chefs. What would you do with your living expenses if you buy every meal outside? I would have asked that question to anyone else, but not her. From what I could tell based on the pouch of gold coins that she prepared in the blink of an eye as well as her unhesitant investment for the inn plan, it seemed that she was more loaded than I expected. But since she wasn't the type to work to save money, her possession was probably the inheritance of her father. Right. The 2 keywords of Huaran's scenario were father and original self. I knew why she was acting strong the whole time, as well as how important power was to her. Do you know how long it takes for chefs to cook one dish? They take less than 30 minutes. It's 10 years. From finding good ingredients to preparing and cooking them. It seems that normal chefs require up to 10 years until they can show their own dishes to their customers. Well, that's probably not the only case, but still. Apparently the old owner of your favorite fish restaurant drank only water his entire life to protect his sense of taste and wears gloves all year long to protect his hands from the heat of the summer and the coldness of the winter. What are you implying? It took me 3 years to learn enough martial arts to put you down on your knees once. I reflected on my desperate days. I first started with 8 trigrams. It wasn't because of anything special, and it was simply because that was the first martial arts-related book that I found in the library. Through the 8 trigrams, I learned how to use the fist and the spear and immersed myself into them until I met my master. Compared to my party members who all used fancy styles like the singular sword of Arden, flying swords, and elemental magic, my skills were very pathetic. Master. When are you going to teach me some killing moves and secret arts? How long would it take for me to kill those monsters if I continue learning basic stuff like this? That was why I complained to my master about teaching me secret moves from the get-go, so that I could stand on a similar page as them. You said weaklings will stay weak even if they practice spearmanship and stuff. I reached both of my hands forward to the silent Huaran. Try grabbing my hands. What? Here. Make sure our palms are touching each other. After slight hesitation, she carefully aligned both of her palms against mine. I closed my fingers and held on to her tiny hands. I will now try my hardest to escape from your grip, so make sure to hold on to me so that I can't escape. Grip. She started clenching her hands as soon as I said that. It felt like my bones would be cracked with one mistake, but while withstanding the pain, I pulled my body back in an attempt to escape from her. KNNNGG. I pulled as hard as I possibly could, but I just could not escape from her grip. Flop. I even tried to use my legs, but it didn't work, and all that happened was me losing my balance, so the two of us ended up falling onto the bed. Huaran was pretty much lying on top of me, but she was still holding onto my hands to make sure she would not lose the contest. I lost. I lost. Her lips curved up after hearing my declaration of defeat as if she was satisfied by her victory. But at the same time, there must be a rising doubt in her mind. If I was as weak as this, and a lot weaker than herself, how was I able to defeat her back then? It's interesting, right? I'm a weakling compared to you. You can beat me as easily as this, so why did you lose back then? I didn't lose. Yes. But you did get on your knees. Did the skill I used to block your punch appear like an amazing move? Huaran didn't reply, but she silently showed her agreement. Actually, the skills I used to put her down onto her knees were block, pull, and push. Such simple actions were just used in a timely manner when she was least expecting them. The spearmanship I learned is similar to your favorite fish. It starts from choosing the ingredients. And it starts with a simple punch. You start from the small basics. Child, you must always give your very best, no matter how trivial they seem. If you give your very best to everything, you'll learn how to be caring. Learn how to be caring, and it will leave a mark on your personality. If it leaves a mark on your personality, it will show on the outside. And if it shows on the outside, you will become brighter. If you become brighter, you will move other people. Move other people and you will change. And if you change, you'll become mature. That is why only the people that give their very best sincerely to everything are the only ones that can change the world. Huaran, who was quietly listening to my words, suddenly asked a question. Would something change by learning things like that? As in by diligently preparing ingredients and practicing one spear move on repeat. Nothing might change from just one of them, but this was not a proverb that guaranteed success. It was about one's attitude to life. Even though it was a very idealistic proverb that might be very difficult to fulfill. At least you won't lose to me again, right? Rather than complaining without doing anything, it's better to be proud after doing something. I want you to try it at the very least. You only know how to talk big. Haha. That's true too. Anyone can give encouragement and tell you to try your best. Huaran started carefully inspecting my palms. While flipping my hands back and forth, she looked at the deep calluses around my hands and curiously fidgeted with them with her tiny hands. Only after a long time did she let go of my hands. We're good now, right? Humph. Good. Give me a high five. I opened my palm and raised it into the air, but her expression was still very cold. Thinking that it was a bit too much, I was awkwardly retrieving my hand when Hua-Ran headed to the desk and picked up a notebook before tossing it to me. What's this? Opening the book, I discovered that it was a report on the spearmanship posture that we prepared for this assignment and its principles. It was the research that she was supposed to be in charge of. You did this already? Ads by Pub Future. Turning her head away, she pretended like she didn't hear me. It seemed that she had been working on this even though she wasn't attending the group meetings. You adorable little cutie. I rustled my fingers through her well-organized hair. Her disheveled hair was quite the sight. Go away. Yes, ma'am. Taking the research report that Hua-Ran prepared, I walked out of her room. Oh right, the next meeting is at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. Let's meet at our usual spot. Although she didn't reply, I knew what type of person she was. She would definitely come out despite a few complaints. As I expected, Hua-Ran came to the group meeting with the same cold and indifferent expression on her face as usual. Reference to Someone You Loved by Lewis Capaldi. A week went by. There was Hua-Ran's truancy in the middle, but like how the ground hardens after the rain, our team worked together in perfect cooperation to finish the report after the incident and decided on Lan Na Jia for our class demonstration. Hey, can you have a look at my posture for me? I don't think the movement from the bottom to the middle is smooth enough. There needs to be some delay between the movement of your body and your hands. Otherwise, the spearhead is not going to move with a bounce. Oh. Their skills with spearmanship advanced rapidly over the last week. Naturally, a short practice didn't mean they could use it in a real battle, but at least they would have a better comprehension of Lan Na Jia and know how to respond to it. Hua-Ran. Lower your grip a little. And make sure a part of the spear is right next to your ribs. After that day, Hua-Ran also became fairly obedient. Ads by Pub Future. Just like that, we finished today's practice and I was writing the daily records to submit later on as a part of the assignment when Alicia walked up to me instead of returning home. Mr. Corinne. Are you going to boil the mandrake again today? Yeah. I'm going to suck all the essence dry, so you should have some for yourself later. Even though the mandrake was now so dry that I would barely suck anything out of it, there were still things for me to do in this empty plot of land. While boiling the mandrake and making sure I was making the most out of this precious herb, I started carving more rune letters onto the land. Meanwhile, Alicia brought some pieces of meat from somewhere and made it into a skewer to cook next to the pot. After perhaps about an hour, we deemed that it was about time and stood up around the center. Let's start off slow. Okay. I tossed the practice spear that I had been using until now. Alicia picked up her demon-slaying sword, whereas I picked up my silver spear. They had already gotten the non-lethalizing spell at the training rooms. Crushing Steel, 3 paths? Two-faced ominous snake, dragon blood? Kagong. The two blades collided. In the following bout, Alicia almost allowed a graze to her wrist, so she quickly parried the spear up. I thought we were starting off slow. This is slow. The opening stab of the ominous snake. Making use of the spear's ability to carry out a quick stab in succession, it was a skill that aimed to halt the opponent's weapon with the first and stab the opponent with the second. Compared to Distorted March, which was more about controlling the pace of the battle, it was a rather simpler skill that was better suited for a consecutive use. Focus. The spear will always be faster than a sword in a stab. Wow, spears are amazing. I know. You have been saying that the whole time. You can be as sarcastic as you want after you finally beat me. Alicia prepared herself in a middle stance. In a usual duel, she would follow through with a safer attack like Advancing Feng or Flying Dragon, but Alicia was slightly irritated. Singular Sword of Arden? Fastest slash, instant flash. The sword carrying an abundant cluster of aura flew in at a ridiculous speed. Rearing Head of Venomous Dragon was the only skill in my kit that could match off against that speed, but my body wasn't warmed up enough to use an extreme art already. Thus, my only option was to respond with a simple counterattack. 6 ways of the spear? Third style, Lan Na Jia. Deviate the path of the opponent's weapon with outer trap, Lan, press, Na, and stab, Jia. She lost from this move back in the hunting grounds, but singular sword of Arden? Falling fist, corruption? By blocking the stab with falling fist, she stabbed in line with the shaft of the spear as the tip of the sword barely missed my nose by a hair's breadth. That fluent use of skills reminded me of Lunia Arden. How was that? You were caught off guard, right? Alicia seemed excited from catching me off guard. Even though it was a bit problematic that she was going hooray, with a fist in the air in the middle of a fight, I let that slip. That was as smooth as Ms. Lunia's attacks. Really? It was great. Now, shall we raise the tempo by a little? Ek? No? I think this is fine. 6 ways of the spear? Fourth style, spinning heaven? Accelerating the spear, I swung it in circles as it left behind a flashy set of afterimages. Swish. Swish. It accelerated even more the more it spun. The potential changes to the path of this movement were more complex than any other styles of 6 ways of the spear. Alicia's pupils followed the trajectory of the spear. Left? Right? Or was it up, or down? Whatever it is, it wasn't something that could be seen with naked eyes, no matter how good of a dynamic vision you had. Eyes of the boundary? Or maybe not? Horizontal slash? Crack. The sword strike collided with spinning heaven and stopped the spear. That just then wasn't the domain. It was just an extreme increase to her dynamic vision, which was just one of the additional functions of eyes of the boundary. Those eyes can even see through the trajectory of spinning heaven, huh? Somehow. It was a fearsome ability that was as expected of one that allowed you to see through the gap between dimensions. It seemed that she was easily able to catch up to the speed of someone like me. Hee, as long as I can stop it, you won't be able to use that dizzy skill, right? What a massive improvement. This Appa here is in tears. We're the same age though? I had to test something, to see how good of a dynamic vision she had. 6 ways of the spear? 6th style? Ought? Her pupils contracted and trembled. In an instant, the surrounding air turned dry as an explosive surge of heat pounced at her. Spinning heaven, second move, rotating demon spear? Kong. UHT? She was still following my speed, but spinning heaven turned increasingly faster with more spins. How long would she last? Void spinning heaven, turbulent spear. Kagagagagak. The acceleration knew no end. People watching from the side might think of my current form as that of a rampaging train with a malfunctioning brake. Spinning heaven was one that was supposed to be difficult to deal with because of its unpredictable path and fanciness, but at this point, it was like a chariot that forced its way through everything with sheer violence. Kong. Alicia was bounced off after a clear ding. It wasn't strong enough to fling her all the way back there, so she must have thrown herself back by using the momentum of the spear. Click. As soon as she landed on the ground, she sheathed the demon-slaying sword back into the scabbard. It was the signal flare marking her intrusion into the domain. The world paused, leaving only the two of us behind in the dark dimension. Singular sword of Arden, domain severance? Her sword dashed out of the scabbard. Fighting in response to that was the soaring snake. Looking back on my fight with Lunia Arden during the interim exam, that domain was something which both Lunia and I could only perceive. Even inside that half-assed domain, Lunia was half a step faster than me. However, Alicia Arden was a real user of domain severance. She was the gifted prodigy who was permitted to take a full step forward inside the domain. She was too fast. My spear was definitely slower than Alicia's sword, but the difference. Soaring snake, rearing head of the venomous dragon? Gwa-aya. The two steel weapons collided as a roar that appeared to be made by the screaming dimension echoed across. In truth, that was just the clashing noise of a sword and a spear. Huh? Kang. One of the weapons was pushed back with an explosive thud. The one that was pushed back was my spear, but Alicia was the one with a dumbfounded look on her face instead. Mr. Corinne, that just then. Was that about half a step? It was more than that. It's a lot better than before. Alicia said in excitement and gave a clap in joy as if this was a matter that concerned herself. This wasn't my first time dueling against Alicia as a practice. Starting off slow, we would get ourselves warmed up before entering the domain. Of course, against Alicia, who had a full-fledged eyes of the boundary and domain severance, I could not come out on top with my half-assed interaction with the domain. There was in fact an even bigger difference inside the domain between me and her, compared to the one I had with Lunia. The more we practice, I can feel your domain being more exquisite, Mr. Corinne. It's surprising that you can get so much stronger in such a short period of time. Alicia seemed surprised, despite being a complete user of the domain herself. That implied that my use with the domain had come closer to a full step. The only reason I could grow so much even though I couldn't even take half a step forward inside the domain until recently was because of a specialty. Domain comprehension? It was a specialty that increased the likelihood of entering the domain while at the same time amplifying my comprehension of the domain with every entry. My rapid improvement was only thanks to this ability that I earned as a reward of the precept after clearing Alicia Arden's scenario quest. Thanks for all your help. Can you do a bit more? I think that'll be a bit difficult. Alicia replied with a troubled look on her face while showing me her shivering right arm. Her body wasn't able to withstand the weight of the domain. Unlike me, who still wasn't perfect, Alicia was taking a complete step inside the domain every time, so she must be experiencing a much more serious backlash. Is it still hard to withstand the backlash? Yes. I don't think I can use it twice. Well, that's normal, because any movement inside the domain does burden your body. Even weapons made out of steel tended to be crushed after moving inside the domain, and human bodies weren't any different. Although Alicia had a body that was on the level of a grade 2 knight, domain severance required an absurdly tough body. Don't forget to train every day. Have milk and anchovies, and I'll give you some mandrake teas as well, so drink them every day. They'll make your bones tough. What's wrong? I feel like you treat us like kids sometimes, Mr. Corinne. Of course, because you're a kid. You are not an adult, are you? You say that, but you are not an adult either, right, Mr. Corinne? I'm allowed to say that though. What is that even supposed to mean? My mental age is already over 30, buddy. Well. You are very different from other boys though. Right? How should I say this? You're like an old man. Like an uncle? Why? Why do all the young girls consider me an uncle? Alicia. Yes? Can you try calling me Appa? Where is this suddenly coming from? This Appa here doesn't look that old, okay? I'm a teenager in my youth. Maybe it's things that you say that make you look like an uncle? I am older though, so it's Appa. Just try calling me Appa. Looking back, even when I was going to church, I was a church uncle and not a church Appa, wasn't I? What the heck? Even though I first went to church after leaving the military. And even though I was an assistant teacher of the teenage kids. I was still only 25 back then, and was in the peak of my youth. Mr. Corinne. You are more like, a father or a mother, I would say. A father. Isn't that even older than an uncle? Do I really look that old? Why are you suddenly talking about a father? This might not be the most pleasant thing to hear, but I used to grow without needing anything, but I don't think anyone really liked me or anything. The current family head, Jade Arden, and his wife weren't cruel individuals, so her environment itself shouldn't have been that impoverished. But whether they had love for her or not was a different issue. Father always clicked his tongue after seeing me and, I don't think I've ever talked to my stepmother. There was no way that the members of the Arden family would be happy with an illegitimate child that suddenly came from outside. Although they raised her up as a part of their duty, none of them would have acted as a proper adult for her. The only reason Alicia could grow like this, despite her low self-esteem, was because her older sister used to take good care of her. You see, I really liked my sister. She was the only one who talked to me, the only one who noticed the change in my height. And she was the only one who patted my head. Alicia gave out a soft smile in reminiscence. Sister. She was like a father. I went to the dentist with her. And my first birthday present ever was also from her. She slowly flipped the meat skewers. When I think about it, all my memories that others would have had with their fathers were all with my sister. I went off topic, but what I was trying to say is that you are similar to my older sister. Looking at our gender, isn't Lunia the mother and I the father? No. That's not it, Mr. Corinne. Of course you're closer to a mother. But that's not what our gender suggests, Ms. Alicia. So Mr. Corinne is a mom. You are more like a mom. Actually, maybe I should introduce you to my sis. No. That doesn't sound good. NN. I'm not doing that, ever. Well, that was very serious. Was I that bad? Why can't I just be an oppa? We're the same age though? Hello? This is not making any sense. So you mean mom's okay, but oppa isn't? Just call me oppa, and I will seriously buy you a meal. Maybe later. Alicia said with a wink which made me want to drive a fist onto her head. You said I was a mom, right? A few pats of love are okay, aren't they? Ehew. Kids these days. Alright, sure. Call me Mom. Okay. Mom. Yes, my dear daughter. Please give me some money. Seeing Alicia showing me her open palms with sparkling eyes made me fume from my nostrils. What? Please don't drill your fist into my head. It hurts. Quonk. Oh right. Mr. Corinne. What was the thing you did during that fight? Which one? Spinning heaven. When you were using that, you suddenly became super. Shoo. Bringing a finger to her lips, I made her close her mouth. It's a secret. Everyone should have a hidden trump card or two, right? Time flew by, and it was mid-May already, the first week of our group assignment presentations. The first group began their presentation and would continue in ascending order. Now, what will the spearmanship newbies talk about? It was quite an interesting wait. Hello. I am Phileas, the group leader of Group 1. 3 of his teammates were right behind Phileas, the group leader. Looking at their spears. Ho, they were carrying the long spears of the East. Were they going to demonstrate pointing spearmanship? Or something stemming from 8 trigrams like mine? The one we will be showcasing today is the 5 starry spears. What kind of spearmanship is the 5 starry spears? Right. So it's a group spearmanship of the East that is excellent for hunting demonic beasts in correlation with the group members. As expected of a newbie. Okay. Please show us a demonstration. The 4 members of Group 1, including Phileas, stood in a formation and showed the class a demonstration. Hop. HAHT. Hop. The 4 of them displayed their harmonious teamwork by stabbing, which was the most fundamental basic of group spearmanship. Not bad. Student Phileas? Yes, sir. Phileas had a bright look on his face after receiving Fermac's compliment. It was a natural response because they had been working on it for 2 weeks. I will now try to break through your formation. Please try to block me. After wearing his practice gauntlets, Fermac walked up to the stage. Even though they were nervous, the 4 members of Group 1 held on to their spears and pointed their spearheads at Fermac. If you last 10 seconds, I will give you full marks for this assessment. Kong Kong. The gauntlets gave a noisy alarm by clicking against each other. After that, Fermac postured himself again as Group 1 became all the more tense. Ducking dash? Fermac Damon dashed into the formation as Felius in the lead responded in time. But when Fermac's fist parried his spear into the ceiling, the spear was powerlessly flung up and took a long time to come back down. Hup. F. Fifth formation. Hop. The remaining three reacted by swinging down their long and straight spears, which was a similar type to my own. The spears that were about to land on Fermac's shoulders ended up hitting strange places after being misdirected by his fancy footwork. Block this. Down-ducking boost jab? Pang. One of the members of Group 1 fell back without being able to block the light jab. One of the other ones tried to trip Fermac with the spear by following the formation principles, but Fermac retreated like a slithering snake before bouncing back like an elastic band. Southpaw boost combination? His straight punch struck one of the students as he followed through with several jabs and hooks. Quack. The group members all fell down in less than 10 seconds. Although Fermac had been holding back, they should have trouble standing back up for now. I do not know much about 5-starry spears. But group spearmanship is something that requires every one of you to be in harmony with each other. And in order to be in harmony, you must learn the basic formation first. He was right on the mark. As you could tell from the name, 5-starry spears, this was a group spear formation designed to have 5 people in one group. Of course, there are probably other formations for 4 and 3 people in case there are casualties, and I can see that that's where your focus has been. However, you must have acknowledged the fact that you weren't skilled enough to demonstrate it. Alternative plans were alternative plans for a reason. Besides, the users had to be proficient users of the spear to maintain the formation. It was great that you chose a group formation. As for the practice, there were some unfortunate elements, but it is still a pass. B. Sounds okay. Do you have any objections? We do not. B- wasn't a bad grade, but Professor Fermac was known for giving good marks. Since the Academy had a relative evaluation system, it wasn't a high enough mark for them to be satisfied with. After Group 1, it was Group 2's turn to present their spearmanship. We have chosen the killing move of the North, 9 Dragons Destruction. The name is because it looks as if there are 9 dragons rampaging around. Cake. Quack. I thought this was supposed to be a killing move. The skill is needlessly fancy, and you haven't even properly mastered it. Let's refrain ourselves from copying the strongest moves from the start just because they look cool. C-. Group 2, that was way too mesmerized by fancy moves, was quickly disqualified. Ehew. Kids were kids, I guess. Next up is Group 3. Leader of Group 3, Student Corinne Lork. Please come up to the stage. My group members. Jaeger, Alicia, and Huaran each walked to the stage after me. Our spears were all shorter spears that could also be used as javelin. It says your group will be demonstrating a move from 8 trigrams, Student Corinne. What exactly will you be demonstrating? It is Lan Na Jia of 8 trigrams. Is it a skill that exists in 8 trigrams? Yes. Well, to be exact, it's one of the common skills shared across many spear disciplines. Blocking the opponent's weapon and pressing on it before stabbing, whether it be swords or spears, skills were in fact quite similar to each other. A bit vague, right, Mr. Fermac? You're feeling uncertain, aren't you? I know. Okay. Then please show us your demonstration. We straightened our spears as we had practiced. Lan. Alter the path of the incoming attack. Na. Press on the opponent's weapon. Za. Stab the unguarded opponent. This was one of the fundamental moves of the spear that proactively made use of the strengths of a long weapon and its reach. This was Lan Na Jia. Jaeger, pass. Alicia, pass. Huaran, pass. She must have practiced a lot. Clap, clap, clap. Magnificent. There were no problems from what I could see. It's simple but has a very profound use to it. Professor Fermac walked up to us while clapping at our demonstration. Now that the demonstration was over, it was time for an actual practice. Let me get my group members too. Nope. Student Corinne. You can be the only one. That'll be enough. I was working my ass off trying to teach these kids for the past 2 weeks though. What was all that hard work for? Well, it's not that I couldn't see his motive though. Fermac Damon. A high-achieving graduate of the Northern Burkut Guardian Academy that came from the Dingle Peninsula of the Northern Continent. As a former Grade 1 Knight of the Elrath Kingdom, he was one of the renowned powerhouses of the modern times that killed countless demons. He was known for being a master at high-speed close combat. He was a powerhouse that even Lunia Arden might have trouble defeating in a close combat fight. Spear was a weapon that was stronger with a relative distance between each other. Even a skilled swordsman had trouble diving into the range of a spear, let alone someone who used gauntlets. However, he had rune magic which could flip the situation on its toe. Here we go. Question mark. Raidho. He shortened the distance in a flash by using the short distance acceleration rune spell. Even though he hadn't been using it against other students, he was now using it against me. Ducking boost in dash? He was fast. Fermac fiercely kicked off the ground as if trying to crumble the stage and rapidly shortened the gap before posturing himself for a punch. Creak. Fermac looked like he was readying himself for a right hook, but there was something I knew that others didn't. He was left-handed. His left foot was the one in charge of maneuvering his body. If so. Southpaw jet boost? 6 ways of the spear? Third style, Lan Na Jia? Fermac, who threw a left jab instead of a right hook, which seemed to be the obvious choice, was surprised by my unhesitant response to his left punch. The gauntlet was pressed down by the spear with a clank through Lan and Na as I continued through with Jia, the stab. Hup. He hurriedly leaned back, but even that wasn't enough for him to escape from the long reach of the spear, so he had to parry it away with his right hand. How was it? Fermac silently gazed at me for a while. He must be very skeptical. Until now, he had only been using his right hand and had been disguising himself as right-handed. But in truth, he was left-handed, so him choosing to go with the southpaw style just then instead of the orthodox one was to catch me off guard. My quick reaction was a sign that I was aware of him being a southpaw. What do you think this means, huh? My dear martial nephew? That was magnificent, Group 3. I could tell that everyone had been working their hardest and your understanding of the basic spear skills were exceptionally high. Even though he was talking about one thing, his doubtful eyes were still on me. How did I know he was left-handed? Why was I using 6 ways of the spear? He must be very curious, but I wasn't going to tell him just yet. You might think we're talking about fancy skills when we say profound secrets, but you can say these fundamental skills are the real profound secrets. A+. After receiving the best set of praises, we finished our group assignment demonstration. At the end of that lesson, Student Corinne. May I please talk to you for a bit? About which? It is just a one-on-one consultation. It's nothing serious. Fermac Damon called me to his office with a very serious look on his face. Fermac's office was on the 7th floor of the Liberty Hall where we just had our lesson. In this world without any elevators, any office that was higher up the building was known as a bad one, but as a knight, Fermac seemed fond of it because of how much of an exercise it was. Despite being a very half-assed institution that had the traits of both a university and a high school, they seemed to have taken all the bad things from both sides. Student Corinne Lork? Yes, sir. Fermac directly stared at me for a while. Was he going to ask a straightforward question about it? Are you really a grade 5 knight? Ho, is he not going to ask? He must be feeling very curious though. Yes. I'm sure you know it yourself, that it's not correct for us to call you a grade 5 knight judging from your abilities. Well, yes. I am a bit strong. The only reason I became grade 5 was solely because I couldn't defeat a demonic spirit during the grading test. Since I couldn't perceive astral bodies, it was impossible for me to defeat any demonic spirit without meeting certain conditions, and that was why I couldn't even beat a ghost. Recently, the professors of the night department gathered and had a discussion about you. I guess that was coming. It was probably because of the fight against Lunia Arden during the interim exam. Because of her splendid setup, just to see how strong I was, my plan to hide myself like an eminence in the shadows ended up failing big time. The conclusion we came to was that we needed to reassess your ability, student Corinne. I would assume so. Despite lasting only a few minutes, I was able to fight on equal grounds with a semi-unique grade knight like Lunia Arden. Just from that alone, it was exceptionally obvious that I wasn't supposed to be in grade 5. It would be at least grade 2, but my guess was that I wouldn't be placed into grade 1. Grade 1 required achievements and a referee. Starting from grade 1, Guardians would have the right to participate in the secret agendas of the Worldwide Guardian Alliance and receive official support from them. The representative grade 1 named characters among the first and second year students were Marie and Huaran. Marie was an official guardian who made her way up the ladder by accumulating achievements upon achievements, whereas Huaran had a temporary student grade which had no actual rights. For someone like me who hadn't achieved anything, I would probably be semi-grade 1 at the very best. You'll be given several missions, student Corinne. And we'll be reassessing your grade through those missions. Oh. What's the highest grade I can get? Semi-grade 1. That sounds great to me. It's only possible because of all the things you've shown us. There was nothing bad about getting a higher grade. First off, I would be getting more money and there would be a wider selection of missions, allowing me to choose more difficult missions at will. It was the privilege that was given to the player 1 year into the plot, which meant I was quite ahead of time. Okay. I will take the reassessment. What do I have to do? There will be 2 missions. One for a semi-grade 1 demonic beast and the other for a demonic spirit. Of course, it'll have to be by yourself. That was tough. The variable here was that I had to defeat a demonic spirit as well. What kind of monsters do I have to defeat? The assessment standards became more strict the higher the grade. Normally, a semi-grade 1 knight was supposed to be able to hunt a grade 1 monster after forming a party. Grade 1 monsters were usually bosses of a field event or a dungeon. Therefore, the fact that the mission was about hunting 2 semi-grade 1 monsters meant that I had to do it all by myself without receiving any help. Currently, there are 4 semi-grade 1 level subjugation missions that you can get from the Guardian Alliance. Luckily, we have both beasts and spirits. In other words, it meant I had to clear 1 each. Can I have a look? Here you go. Fermac handed me several papers in response. They were all monsters I was familiar with. As for the semi-grade 1 demonic beast missions, there was the horseman with no head, Dullahan, and a twin-headed ogre, which was known for having 2 heads. A twin-headed ogre was supposed to be at least grade 1, so judging from how it was a semi-grade 1 mission, it might not even be a full grown-up. The biggest problem is the demonic spirit missions though. How? Was this one out already? I chose my missions. That was quick. I believe you should be a bit more careful. Well, they're all dangerous anyway. Who'll be my supervisor? You'll be accompanied by Old Man Heyman and members from the Alliance. They won't help you unless you are in an extremely dire situation, so be ready for that. That old man was definitely trustworthy. Actually, it was probably him that strongly persuaded others about my reassessment because he was a very impartial person. Do I have to do this immediately? Of course. Because semi-grade 1 subjugation missions have to be promptly dealt with. In other words, he was saying I might not even have another chance to receive a reassessment if I missed this opportunity. This is a bit risky. I realized his intention as well as the reason why he picked this specific moment. That was a very clever move from him. All right. Then please do so. When should I leave? You'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Of course, you don't have to worry about your other lessons and assessments. If it's Old Man Heyman, I guess we might even have to leave first thing in the morning. I'll get myself prepared then. Turning my back to Fermac, I walked out of the office. Until the very end, he did not ask me about my identity. By showing neither goodwill nor hostility, he pretended to be uninterested. freewebnovel.com. Semi-grade 1 test? Yes. This is big. You are taking a semi-grade 1 test. Marie made a fuss after hearing about how I had to take another grading test as soon as possible. Maybe I should go with you as a judge, she said while forging a plan, so I calmed her down and dissuaded her. Senior. You can't come with me anyway. You're still in your surveillance period. Ever since she awakened into a vampire, Marie still hadn't received the permission to leave the city. Just like Hua Ran, she was only allowed to go downtown and was not allowed to leave the city by any means. Of course, this restriction would soon be lifted. Chairman Ariu Kazar was going around the Tower of Mages, New Faith, and the Kingdom for a negotiation, so we should be hearing some good news very soon. The Old Faith might be a bit fussy, but their forceful demands of outdated principles were causing them to fall in popularity, slowly but surely. At the very least, they did not have the power to suppress Merkava Academy, which was receiving the support from the New Faith as well as the Kingdom. The problem was the Tower of Mages. They would be in full throttle after the end of the fourth arcade, but now that we had a variable called Marie Dinaref, we had to be on guard against them. NNN. I see. Sorry. It's an important test, but I don't think I can help you. Marie apologized with a sullen look on her face. Holding on to her shoulders, I raised a sincere request. Senior. There is something I want you to do for me while I'm away. The key elements were already in place. The only question now was whether I could make good use of them or not. This would be the first turning point that decides the state of the main scenario henceforth. How much do you trust me, Senior? Evident from the slight flush in her cheeks, Marie was also quite tense. After sensing the seriousness in my gaze, she must have noticed the importance of this conversation. What do you mean? Senior Marie. How much do you trust me? Corinne Lorque? I trust you. Marie held on to my shoulders with a fairly serious look on her face. We were now holding on to each other's shoulders in a very peculiar posture, but that wasn't the important part. I can trust you. Even if you tell me you can make kimchi with potatoes. You can make kimchi with potatoes though. I trust you. Like, I'm serious. There are some types of kimchi where you can add potatoes. NN. If you say so. I was super serious though. I guess she never had one before. Anyway. If you trust me, how far can you go with me? How far? It was a question that had to be asked, because Marie Dinaref might be caught in another vortex and walk a different path in the future than what she had planned because of my choice. Could she come with me for the sake of a peaceful future? Until the end. Yes. Until the very end. Huck. Am I taking that too far? As if she understood my intention, Marie replied without any hesitation that she would walk the same path as mine. Sniff. This uncle here. I mean, this Appa wasn't the type to be moved this easily, but that was quite a touching sentence. To think you trust me so much. I knew it. You're the best, Senior Marie. Right? I'm the best, right? As expected of a kind girl, it appeared that she was very loyal to her friends. Now that I successfully persuaded Marie, there were about 2 more important members left, including Alicia. I have a plan. But your help is a definite must for that plan, Senior Marie. I see. I'm a must for your plan, huh? That was natural, because Marie was the only acquaintance I had that could openly enter the laboratory. Let me explain the plan now. Starting from tomorrow, Senior, you and Alicia. Corinne. Yes? Her voice suddenly turned cold in an instant. With a chilly look on her face, Marie asked with an interrogating voice. It's our plan. Why are you talking about another girl? What? That morning, there was a rare layer of mist. Carrying my bag, I arrived at the eastern gate of the academy. You are right on time, Corinne Lorque. Waiting for me at the eastern gate, wearing a stiff business shirt that revealed his muscular build, was Old Man Heyman. His clothes were very similar to my own. Instructor Heyman. Good morning. It's a bit foggy though. This is nothing. Back in my days, we used to march to the nest of a bunch of demonic beasts through a thick fog. It'll be a fun journey if I get to hear your heroic tales on the way. Humph. I guess I could start off with what happened back when I was in the West. Old Man Heyman was just like every other old man in his age, and he loved talking about his own heroic exploits. He was actually quite an interesting speaker to listen to, so it wasn't that bad either. Both in this iteration and the last iteration, I've always been a fairly good listener. So, where's our first prey? I like your eyes, young man. Those are the eyes of a hunter. It seemed that I was the type of person that Old Man Heyman liked because he did say something similar in the last iteration as well. Looking back, he didn't really like Park Sihu for some reason. This veteran knight might have some instincts that couldn't be explained through logic or something. Your first prey is the semi-grade 1 demonic beast found on the mountain range in the west, twin-headed ogre. It's slow but very menacing. I did pick it, but aren't twin-headed ogres usually grade 1? Why is this one a semi-grade 1? This one's not an adult. So it's natural for the grade to be lower. It sounded plausible because both demonic beasts and spirits also tended to grow in power over time. Considering your skills, this shouldn't be too difficult. From what I heard, the monster also seems to be raising several long hounds. I believe you're telling me to avoid going straight in? Of course. Strength isn't the only important aspect of a guardian. I shall evaluate everything I see from you. He appeared to be over-evaluating me due to the fight against Lunia. But sounds doable. As expected of the knight I recommended. Old Man Heyman hurried me forward as if there was no reason to waste any more time. I was quickly leaving the academy when he suddenly turned his eyes to my neck. Looks like there's a wound on your neck. And you look quite exhausted as well. Ah. It's nothing much. It should be fully healed by the time we get there. It was the bite created by Marie when I let her suck as much blood as she wanted yesterday. I had a feeling that yesterday was a bit more painful, but I was probably just overthinking it. Hoo-hoo. Being too ethical is also a problem, but try not to be too immoral. Sorry? He appeared to be misunderstanding something, but Old Man Heyman glossed over it while grumbling, that is youth. Seriously. Would you like some beetroot juice? It's good for your blood circulation. Marie had trouble falling asleep that night but still woke up on time. Leaving behind the crumpled blanket, which was caused by her kicking it several times, Marie started her morning shower. Corinne should have departed by now, right? Ugh. Making me misunderstand all the time. Even though she was leading an extremely eventful life as a veteran guardian who suddenly turned into a unique grade vampire, she was still a girl in her teens. Corinne's word choice that made it very easy to misunderstand was more than enough to shake the heart of a young girl. But that was more serious than I thought. It was always the same for that boy. He was always at the scene before things even occurred, and by creating a plan, he would respond to everything in time. Even when he was saving herself and helping Alicia Arden. It's not like she didn't feel grateful for his dedication, but there were still some questions appearing in her mind. What exactly did this boy know, and how much was he aware of? He knew way too many things for a newbie knight that entered the academy as a grade 5 knight and was way too strong. It would be tactless of me to ask about it, right? If Corinne didn't talk about it himself, Marie had no plans of delving deeper into it. If need be, he would probably tell her one day. However, she still couldn't help but wish to become his special person whom he would entrust everything with. But the reason Corinne left this task with me is because he trusts me. Let's be positive. That was a good sign. It probably meant that she was the only one he could make such requests with that wouldn't ask for things in return. Marie decided to put the focus on that. As a girl that just recently became aware of what love was, she had the very mindset of an easy pushover, but she couldn't help it. Her mind would melt like butter on a stove every time she was in front of Corinne, so what could she even do? It was inevitable for the one who first developed the crush to be the one on the losing end. Knock knock. Come in. Marie knocked on the door of room 606 of the magic department's laboratory as the owner of the room invited her in. Hello, Professor Dana. Oh my, isn't this Marie? What brought you here? I wanted to volunteer for your research, Professor. As a girl who recently fell in love, Marie was heavily blinded by it. It was to the point that she readily accepted the request, even when her crush pretty much wanted her to jump into a pit of flames while carrying hay on her back. Kwang. Kwagong. The trees of the forest were being swept away by the Birchwood Club of the infuriated ogre. Nature was being destroyed. The green remains scattering everywhere made its onlookers realize that humans weren't the only cause of the destruction of nature. What a tough bloke. Twin-headed ogre. It was a conjoined twin ogre that had two heads. Normal conjoined twins were said to have underperforming immune systems and a high metabolism rate which shortened their lifespan, but for some reason, conjoined twin demonic beasts had more than double the power of their originals as if they drank the blood of Godzilla. How is this even possible though? Does it make sense for them to get stronger just by gaining a head? A Birchwood Club, huh? What about it? In a corner of the forest, Old Man Heyman was hiding at the same place as me, but unlike myself, he wasn't even carrying a weapon. Despite coming all the way here, he seemed to have no plans on helping me. Back when I was in middle school, the teacher used to smack me on my bum a few times with a similar stick. Of course, the stick from then was far from being taller than my height, though. Oh. I guess you weren't a good student then. Personally, I do think I used to be one of the model students though. Did I bash kids up or smoke cigarettes or what? Aside from having bad grades, I was a great student. Well. Anyway. When are you going to kill that? Let me just wait until that guy uses up more power. Eheu. Seriously, he's very strong, isn't he? Old Man Heyman silently agreed to my decision with a grin. A few days ago, we discovered the cave that was being inhabited by the twin-headed ogre, but I had no plans of running in like a fool. Old Man Heyman and the people from the Alliance were only here as support in case things turned south. Even though they would help me if there was a serious risk to my safety, that would mark an immediate end to my grading test. Firstly, I started off by investigating the area around the twin-headed ogre's cave, and on the presence of other demonic beasts nearby and what the ecosystem was in this forest. Report what you have discovered from your investigations. Corinne Lork. From the surrounding footsteps, I have found traces of the ogre moving together with long hounds. That pretty much confirms their cohabitation. How many long hounds are there? It's 3. Who? There are only 2 sets of footsteps of 4-legged animals following around the ogre though? It's because one is a female that is pregnant. In response, Old Man Heyman floated a smile while the evaluating guardians of the Alliance started writing things down on their notes. You look like you know the answer already, but give us an explanation. Aside from the footsteps, there is also a trace of a dragged beast. That means instead of eating the hunted animal there, they dragged it all the way back to the cave. Although the twin-headed ogre and the long hounds were in a symbiotic relationship, hunting was mainly up to the hounds. The ogre was just a deterrent to stop other enemies, and its job was to protect the long hounds from other demonic beasts. Both the ogre and the long hounds aren't the types to store food. That means they have a kindred that cannot move, whom they are bringing the food for. Magnificent. Scribble. I could hear my evaluation of the Alliance members rising. Now, Corinne Lork. How are you going to hunt the young semi-grade 1 twin-headed ogre and grade 3 long hounds? Firstly, I will separate the ogre from the hounds. How? Since we're humans, we have to use our brains. Unfortunately for them, I was a professional at things like this. Humans broadened their borders, founded cities, and created highways to increase the number of man-made structures in the continent, but most of the world was still being occupied by naturally made ones. No matter how many trees were cut down by humans, no matter how many forests were to be broken down to turn into farms, and no matter how many animals were to become extinct, the demonic existences were still imposingly standing in place, threatening humanity. The ruler of this forest was one of them. This forest with little passers-by was like a kingdom to the twin-headed ogre who was reigning as a dictator. Woof. Woof woof. The prey hunted by the hunting dogs today was another source of delight. A deer as large as this was enough for both the tyrant and the hunting dogs to have their fill. The hunting dogs grabbed on the remaining leg of the deer and started dragging it behind them, as the tyrant leisurely followed them through the foggy forest for a stroll. Even though it wasn't even an adult yet, the ogre still reached 4 meters in height and had to break the branches while walking through the woods. Even though it considered itself the ruler of this forest, its scope of activity wasn't very big. Despite the mist, there was no way it would get lost while returning to its habitat. Woof. Woof. The hunting dogs were the first to notice a change. They were very sensitive to the foreign scent that had infiltrated into their base, because a pregnant female was by itself inside the cave. They had been careless because no one had dared to trespass their territory ever since they became the ruler of the forest. Grrrh. The ogre commanded the dogs as the hunting dogs, then hurriedly searched through the cave. It wasn't there. The female with a baby that should have trouble moving was nowhere to be seen. Woof. Woof woof. Hearing the call of its friend, the other hound raced towards where the sound was coming from. There, they came across the sign of something that had been dragged outside. Even though it might be the trace that was created when they were dragging some meat inside, the smell was different. The infiltrator had dragged the female out of the cave. Goo-oo. Awoo. The hunting dogs roared in fury. After realizing that their kindred, the female of the group and their baby had been kidnapped, they expressed their pure bestial fury. The infuriated scream of the ruler of the forest and its subjects made the entire forest tremble. Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Blinded by fury, the 2 male dogs pressed their king in dissonance. They had to go after the trace. They had to save their female kindred. The ogre responded to that suggestion without any hesitation. In a symbiotic relationship that was there to supplement each other's weaknesses through the hardships of nature, both sides had rights and duties. Action was mandatory. The owners of the forest moved with a clear purpose in mind. The hounds dashed after the smell of their female kindred as the ogre chased from behind. The 2 hunting dogs raced across the foggy forest to where the smell led them. Woof. They looked at each other in the middle of their sprint. The smell of their female kindred was becoming denser over time, and along with that was the deepening scent of the infiltrator who had snatched the female from them. As expected, there was nothing in this forest that could shake them off. This forest was where they were born, and they knew this place like the back of their paws. Using their tough 4 legs, the demonic beasts kicked off the dirt and jumped over the thick tree roots. Now, the foolish trespasser will receive its due punishment for messing with the ruler of the forest. Woof. At the end of their sprint, they came across their kindred that was wailing on the ground. Woof. He. I. The female dog groaned while staying on the ground. Unable to hold itself back anymore, one of the 2 male dogs dashed forward. It was the father of the baby inside the female's belly. Woof. Woof woof. While rubbing its nose on the body of its spouse, the dog confirmed its safety. Right as it was about to support the female to stand up on its legs. Click. Right when the female moved its body, a click echoed across the forest as a rope made with vines tightened itself. At the same time, a log that appeared to have been discarded in the forest suddenly started to soar up. Woof? The log flew towards the sky as the other logs that were connected to it began to fall. The male was in the middle of supporting the female dog and couldn't react in time and slam! Its face was blown away by one of the flying logs. Woof! Woof woof! The remaining male hound somehow managed to dodge the flying logs. It was looking around in extreme wariness when its ears sensed something ominous. She-yeek! Something was falling down the air. The hound immediately rolled to the front as sharp stakes of wood fell on where it was standing. Woof! Woof woof! Thinking of how one of those stakes could have pierced through its head and the spine made its hair stand on its end. However, there were more. A bunch of stakes that had been installed on the branches started falling all at once. Pabak! Pababak! Leaving behind its kindred that were still under the downpour of stakes, the remaining hounds started another sprint, but this time, it was for survival instead of a pursuit. Grrrhh. Despite starting off from a non-ideal posture, the hound still reached the speed of 70 km per hour. After racing at a speed faster than the falling stakes, the dog turned around to confirm its safety. The stakes were no longer falling down. The dog relaxed itself a little. And because it was relaxed, it was too late by the time it noticed that something was sparkling beneath it. Kenes. But even if it did notice them, it was questionable whether that would have changed anything or not. The letters of flame covering the ground were too enormous and dense for it to escape at the speed of 70 km per hour. Warwick. The hound's fate was decided the moment it was swallowed by the flames blazing from the ground. Kung! 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 By the time the ruler of the forest and the owner of the hounds arrived at the scene, the dogs had already been killed. The couple had been pierced by wooden stakes, while the other one was scorched by the blazing flames that were still burning the trees nearby. Kua'awaha. The two heads shared the same emotions as they roared together. The roar of the tyrant reverberated sonorously. It was truly what one would expect from the so-called ruler of the forest, but the ogre did not even have the time to dwell in its sorrow. One of the devices it accidentally stepped on ended up triggering another trap. Logs started flying towards it, but the two-headed ogre was able to notice them ahead of time due to its wide vision. Vung! Without even moving its feet, the two-headed giant swung the club in its right hand. Quang! The logs were shattered by the birchwood club. There were still a few more traps that hadn't been activated, but none of them would be able to serve as a threat against the wide vision of the twin-headed ogre and its monstrous strength. However, what the tyrant did not know was that this was just the beginning of the hunt. As the ruler of the forest, the twin-headed ogre was also an innate hunter. The first head was very perceptive with its eyes, while the second head had a good sense of smell. Through cooperation, the two heads tried to avenge the hounds and in fact, chasing after its prey was quite simple. In fact, there were so many traces that it was ridiculous. The enemy couldn't even hide their scent or their footsteps, and it was a shame how the hounds had been defeated by someone of this caliber. Of course, the journey wasn't that easy because there were all sorts of traps that were trying to deter the ogre from advancing forward. But although the twin-headed ogre was not a full-grown adult, it was still a semi-grade 1 demonic beast. The traps that could barely defeat some dogs were easily swept away by the massive birchwood club in its hand. A few sharp stakes did land straight at its body, but they could only create some tiny wounds after coming into contact with its thick skin. However, unlike what it expected, the ogre could not find the prey on the first day. There were definitely a lot of traces, and it was stubbornly chasing after them, but for some reason, the ogre just couldn't find its prey. It felt like they were so close yet so far. Despite feeling discontent by it, the ogre decided to rest for the night, but it was that very night that something attacked it. Hagalaz. It wouldn't have been able to respond in time if not for one of the two heads being awake the whole time. A hail fell from the sky as the sleeping head of the twin-headed ogre also woke up. The hail itself wasn't much. A few pieces of stones had fallen on the body of the ogre from the sky and the damage was very minuscule. However, it was still true that its sleep had been disturbed. The ogre crushed all the trees nearby to express its fury. Similar things continued happening after that. A hail fell from the sky whenever it was about to go to sleep. If the ogre decided to ignore it after thinking that it would be the same thing again, the falling stones would then have flames surrounding it as they scorched the surrounding land. The ogre destroyed the surrounding forest in a midnight pursuit, but the prey continued leaving vague traces without revealing itself. After that repeated for 3 days, the ogre realized that itself was the one that was being hunted. With countless wounds around its body that were caused by rune magic and natural traps, the ogre couldn't even fall asleep for the past few days and was thus exhausted both physically and psychologically. All it could do in retaliation, while limping with innumerable burns and scratches on its body, was to crush everything in its sight. The role of the hunter and the prey had been reversed. At last, after realizing that it had fallen to becoming the prey, the ogre felt grief and fury. Hi there. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the hunter finally revealed himself. Why do we all have to go through so much trouble just to kill you? Let's hurry up and end this. After harassing it on repeat, the hunter confronted the ogre while provoking it. Kuaa! The ogre let out a scream as Corinne likewise lowered his body. Like sprinters waiting for the sound of the flare gun, the two of them gazed at each other in silence. 1 second. The ogre ran. And so did Corinne. Dashing towards the large ogre like a gust, the spear-bearer used the forward momentum to kick off the ground. His body soared into the air. Noticing the huge mistake made by the hunter at the very last second, the ogre's lips curled into a crescent. As soon as it landed, the ogre would use the 2-meter-long birchwood club to strike his tiny body. Even though that was its plan, the ogre couldn't see it through. Crumbling mountain, secret arts? 1 strike 1 shot, thunderous strike? Jumping into the air, the spearman readied himself to throw the spear. This was the innate purpose and use of the spear. It was the single most powerful strike that humans could pull off with a spear. Guan! The spear pounced at the ogre through the air. When the ogre subconsciously raised its club, the two weapons collided, and a crack appeared on the club that used to break everything without fail during the past 3 days. Quang! The top half of the birchwood club was now nowhere to be seen. In addition, the ogre's right shoulder was also gone along with an incomprehensible tempest. Kawa? Landing back on the ground after the abominable javelin toss, the spearman dashed forward without killing his momentum. Even though the ogre was shrieking from the pain, its 2 heads were still able to perceive the world. It reached its arms forward at the dashing Corinne, but it was too late. He was already right in front of its chest. 8 trigrams, mixed origin? Kajik! The palm strike landed directly on the ogre's chest. A compression of inner energy was sent from Corinne's dantian to the ogre's body. As expected of one of the 3 most powerful strikes of 8 trigrams, the energy sent from Corinne's palm rooted up the innards of the ogre. Kung! The twin-headed ogre soon fell on its knees. Due to the explosion that occurred inside its body, the demonic beast was bleeding profusely through its 2 mouths. What the heck? Why did I bother filling up my aura core? I didn't even get a chance to use it. This appeared to be the limit of a semi-grade 1 demonic beast that couldn't even reach grade 1. Due to spending the past few days putting all of his aura into the aura core in preparation for a decisive battle, Corinne had a dispirited look on his face after the underwhelming outcome of the fight. At the underground laboratory of Merkarva Academy, there were countless test subjects. This was the biggest reason why the professors of the magic department rejected the offers of the tower and stayed at the academy. Golden Miss, Professor Dana, who had been working at the academy for 15 years, put on a thicker layer of makeup and a stronger perfume than usual. That meant that she had gained problems on her skin and a bad odor due to the repetitive late-night research. Professor Dana. Oh. Student Marie. You're here. Marie, who had been helping her with the experiments as a volunteer for the past few days, assisted her with the same face as usual. Wow. Look at how soft her skin is. Is this youth? Professor Dana's skin wasn't bad by any means. In fact, she looked younger than others of her age due to being a mage, but she obviously did not want to stand side by side next to someone with real baby skin. Look at how white and moist her skin was, as well as its softness that could probably swallow a finger like a mochi. Marie had the youthful appearance of a girl her age, but the reason Professor Dana couldn't help but question the fairness of this world was because Marie had also been working late overnight just like herself. Student Marie. You've been helping me a lot these past few days, right? NNN. I guess? Professor Dana knew herself that even though Marie was the one who volunteered for the task, making a student work 3 days overnight had been questionable as an educator. But surprisingly, Marie was showing off her incredible stamina by doing more work than Professor Dana herself. It should be normal for her to gain some dark circles under her eyes, and yet she was still lively like always. Is it because she's a vampire? After recently awakening into a vampire, Marie became the hot potato of the magic department. How many professors had joined the fray just to prove that she was safe and rational enough? Normal vampires had pale skin and were weakened under sunlight, but Marie was proven to be at the level of an elder rank vampire that was at least 100 years old. As for vampires, the elder was right beneath the lord rank, and yet vampire elders were already in the unique grade. In other words, vampire elders were already unmeasurably strong, so how strong would the legendary vampire lords be? That question aroused her inquisitive mind as a scholar, but that wasn't the important matter at hand. Student Marie. What is the state with the demonic beasts that will be used for the experiment with King of Iron Mountain? Ah yes. They've all been isolated. We will be able to carry out a more detailed experiment thanks to your help, Student Marie. The demonic boar of Dingle Peninsula and a unique grade vampire. It will lead to a huge progression of the magic industry. Haha. Marie gave an awkward smile, which was a very rare sight. Seeing that smile, Dana immediately noticed that she had made a mistake. Ah, that's not what I meant. Of course it's a huge misfortune that you ended up awakening into a vampire. My apologies. I shouldn't have said that. No, it's okay. Are you sure? It probably doesn't matter to him whether I'm a vampire or not. NNN? Oh right. I forgot to give food to the demonic beasts. Sorry. I'm a bit all over the place. There's no need for you to do that much though. I'm fine. And it's safer for me to go as well. Professor Dana couldn't refute those words. It was just the day before yesterday when one of the staff members had been greatly hurt while feeding the demonic beasts. She had to pay hospital fees and compensation for both physical and emotional distress. They were running low on budget due to buying grade 1 demonic beasts like the King Tyrant and the Melting Dragon. What would happen if there were to be another casualty? Let alone the screams of the budget team, their research might also be forced to a stop due to safety reasons. See, could you please take care of that then? Sure. By making use of their budget problem as an excuse, Marie organized the visit to the demonic beasts while carrying food. Oink. Oink. Oink oink. Echoing all the way to the corridor from one of the rooms at a corner of the second basement floor of the laboratory building were the disharmonious grunts of pigs. They were the grade 4 demonic beasts, fong boars, that were screaming due to the distressful experience of having to live in a small fenced-up area. There had been a huge increase in their numbers due to their recent breeding season, and Professor Dana ended up buying a whole bunch of them out of greed. Although their individual prices had gone down, buying hundreds of grade 4 demonic beasts in one go might make others question the financial senses of mages, but Marie found nothing wrong with that. Oink oink. Oink. Oin. Oh. He. The sudden howling voices of the beasts from the echoing sound of footsteps rapidly started to dwindle back down. Clomp clomp. When Marie's beautiful white boots stepped across the stone floor, their changes became all the more apparent. Kung. Her tiny hand landed on the door of the iron fences that had at least hundreds of Fong boars inside, but what came back was a deathly silence. Even though the Fong boars were extremely savage beasts, they became nervous after sensing Marie's approach. Some of them were even squeaking while driving their heads into the bums of their friends to hide themselves. Kung. Normal staff members would have thrown the food inside from outside the fence, but Marie opened the gates and walked into the cage like a madman. Those Fong boars that used to threaten every staff that threw the food from outside the doors by pouncing at them were silent and still as if the world stopped. Time to have some food. Overwhelmed by the demonic aura that was being emanated out of her voice, gaze, and scent. The Fong boars shivered heavily, but still queued up in front of her in a line. Marie gave the trembling monsters a piece of chicken alongside some small pebbles. Those pebbles that were mixed with the meat weren't a part of the meal that she had received from the staff. Munch munch. It was when the Fong boar that was hurriedly trying to finish its food accidentally crunched on the pebble. Crack. Key? Like a fiend, Marie moved in an instant to grip on the beast's Fong. While holding on to the Fong that was several times bigger than her hands, Marie raised the animal up with her monstrous strength. The Fong boar floundered in the air, but it was unable to escape from her grip with its body that weighed only 400 kilograms. Crack. Crack. Her otherworldly grip started causing cracks on the sharp fangs of the demonic beast. That's weird. The golden eyes of the amicable girl with watercolored hair started being tainted in red. With their instincts, the beasts sensed the demonic aura of a monster that was wearing the skin of a harmless girl. Quack. He. Only one of them was caught, and yet all the Fong boars froze stiff. The one that was being held by Marie was in a worse state, and was even peeing itself. Did I not tell you? Yellow liquid was dripping down its shivering rear legs. Despite the puddle of smelly liquid, the girl from a family of farmers, who was used to the smell of feces, did not even spare a glance. Do not bite on the rock. Swallow it. Her eyes that were now tainted in a deep crimson color oppressed the beasts. Soon, the hundreds of Fong boars started hurriedly swallowing all the rocks and pebbles they saw as if it was a competition.